So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if neglected Naruto does not trust Akechi Mitsuhid, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. A blonde 6-year-old was walking through a village, hearing the whispers he always tried to ignore. People mutter bad things about him and saying that he was worthless. He really wished they would stop. It wasn't his fault that he was an orphan. He came to a tea house, one of the only stores that would sell to him, called Nothing But Dango. This restaurant and Icharika ramen were the only ones that would. And he didn't have the money for Icharika right now. With a sigh, he went in. As usual, it was quiet and nearly empty. The owners actually did this because they needed something to do in retirement. "Oh, hello Naruto-kun," the old lady said. "Hello boss-san," he said with a bow to her. Not matter how much he pranked other people, boss-san, Ji-san, her husband, Ayame, and Tucci would never get anything but his thanks and respect. He grinned when he saw a cloaked visitor was here, his conical hat on his table next to a pot of tea and a few sticks of dango. "Oh, someone else has discovered the greatness of the food here. I was afraid that I was your only customer. But this means I no longer have you all to myself." Boss-san laughed. "I still have time for you, Naruto-kun. I will go get you some tea and some sweet bean paste. Or would you prefer dango as well?" Naruto grimaced. He had seen how a purple-haired Chunin acted when she had some. "I won't end up like Anko, will I?" Ji-san laughed as he heard that. "It isn't dango that makes her act like that, Naruto-kun," the old man said, ruffling his hair. "She is just happy to have some. Tell you what, if you finally give in and try some, I won't charge you for them." Naruto grinned. "Sure, give me 10 sticks. They laughed at his ever-present undying appetite. Boss-san ushered him to a table next to the other person and said she will be right back with some tea. While waiting, Naruto looked at the person. He was in his early 20s and had his black hair tied in a ponytail. "Hello." "Hello," he replied evenly, which made Naruto ecstatic. He didn't say it full of hate like others. Naruto could see his green eyes were filled with compassion, not hate, when he looked at him to speak. He instantly made it to Naruto's top 10 list of people not to prank. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am glad to meet you. I am known by Akechi Mitsuhide, Uzumaki-san." He was very formal and well-spoken. Naruto grinned at being called san. "You don't have to call me that, Akechi-sama. I would like my friends to call me Naruto." "Friends?" Mitsuhide asked. Naruto's face slackened. "I'm sorry, I should have asked you first. I apologize." Mitsuhide smiled at the boy. "Don't. I was just surprised is all. You seem like a nice boy. Where are your parents?" "I don't have any," Naruto said, a little depressed. Mitsuhide frowned and fully took in Naruto's appearance. His cloths were not the best and he was malnourished. But before he could make a comment on that, several men walked into the shop. "Welcome to Nothing But Dango," Boss-san said as she set the pot on Naruto's table. "Can I help you?" "Yes," the leader of the three said. "You see, we have a proposition for you, ma'am. You see, this is a bad neighborhood." "It isn't so bad," Boss-san said. "Now, what does that have to do with things?" "Well, we can help you protect your store from anyone and anything. All we ask in return is a little money for our services." Boss-san frowned. "I appreciate the gesture, but no. That is too bad," the man said. The guy on his left went over to a table, before breaking one of the legs. "Because, we really aren't giving you a choice. Either pay up or—" "You will do no such thing," Mitsuhide said as he stood up and faced them. "I will not allow petty crooks to break the law in my sight." "Back off," the third guy said to him. "We are former ninja." "So meaning you did not have the skill or heart to still be ninja at so young an age," Mitsuhide said. "Leave now or I will stop you." The leader smiled. "I will have to use you as an example then. To show everyone here what happens when they decide to oppose me." He looked to the second guy. "Kill him." He grinned and pulled a ninja out and approached him, but before he could go 3 steps, Mitsuhide threw off his cloak and drew his own sword. In a single move, he pulled it out and slashed it across the man's throat, killing him. "Bato-ijutsu," Mitsuhide stated. His cloak now off, Naruto got a full look at him. He stood near 6 feet tall. At his waist was the sheath for his katana and next to it was a wakizashi. He was a samurai. He wore oyuroi armor that protected his chest and back along plates that bent and moved on his upper arms and legs. He had hakama pants and shirt on under it. All of it was colored light blue and in some purple. He faced the other two and raised his blade to point at them. "Leave now or die with your comrade. I doubt scum like you would have the honor to finish what you have started." But they only laughed. "If it isn't one of those worthless samurai," the leader said, "still spouting that garbage about honor and fair play. You people will never realize, will you? You no longer have a place in this world. Not you nor your words. Honor, justice, doing what is right, Mitsuhide replied. These are more than words, they are ideals of how men should live their life. As long as people still desire these, the samurai will never lose their place in the world. As long as there are those that still honor the old ways, the samurai will have the strength to continue on, no matter the adversary ahead of us. And as long as my body still holds breath, I shall never let men like you do as they please. Nice speech, the former ninja told him. Too bad words will not save you. He nodded to his remaining man. He stepped to the side and started doing hand signs, but what he didn't expect was the sword to cut his hand off. A jutsu inside here will destroy the building. I can't allow that either. The man was going into shock as he looked at the stumps that were his arms. His mouth tried to work but didn't. He looked up and saw Mitsuhide finish him. Mitsuhide turned back to the remaining man. Leave now with your dishonor or I will take your life as well. The man stumbled back before he ran through the door. Mitsuhide looked at Ba-san and Naruto. I apologize for causing such a CA. Look out. Naruto ran by him, grabbed the dropped ninjutsu, and stabbed the third man in the stomach. The bandit dropped the knife he was going to use to stab Mitsuhide with as he looked at the sword in his gut and the child holding it. I was killed by the demon brat? He fell backwards, his eyes glazing over. Naruto looked at what he just did and began to shake. He looked like he was going to be sick. I just killed Hai. Naruto bent over and retched. I'm sorry, Ba-san, I'll clean it up. He went to get a mop. No, honey, you go sit down. But go sit, she told him again. As for you young man, she said to Mitsuhide. Thank you. It does an old woman good to see that men like you are still out there. It was my duty to do it, ma'am. I could not let them as I stated. Your duty is to obey your master. You did that by choice. He tensed at the word master. Sit down, I shall get you another pot of tea. She went in the back and told her husband what happened. He came storming out. Those them, Mitsuhide-sama? They are, he replied. Then we owe you much, he said with a bow. I shall return soon, I must get the police. When he left, Mitsuhide stood up and sat across from Naruto. Pouring his tea in a cup, he set it in front of Naruto. This will help settle your nerves. Naruto started drinking from the cup and slowly, life returned to his blue eyes. Now, why did you do that? You could have died. B because he was going to kill you, Akechi-sama, Naruto said. You defended Ba-san and Ji-san so I had to do that. Mitsuhide nodded. Your honor demanded it of you. Naruto looked up from the cup. Huh? I defended people close to you, so you defended me in return to honor what was done. You could do no less. It is Bushido, a code of honor that all samurai follow. Naruto put his head to the table. I don't understand. People say that the samurai are just normal men, that they can't possibly fight a shinobi. But you fought 3. 2, Naruto-san. Don't lie, Bushido forbids it. You fought the other and won. 2 right here and did it in only 3 moves. Well, they just assumed I was weak so that helped. But the deciding factor was that I was in the just, honorable, and right. Remember what I said? That they are more than words, that they are ideals. They are. Under this armor isn't flesh, Naruto-san. It is the ideals that make samurai who they are. And ideals cannot die. Naruto was silent until after Mitsuhide's tea came. Do you have a dream, Mitsuhide-sama? Yes, to one day see peace in our lands. Naruto swallowed. His dream seemed so much more important than his dream to become Hokage. I wanted to become Hokage, to be respected. No one respects me or even treats me like a person. Wanted? You mean it isn't anymore? Naruto shook a little as he looked at the samurai hopefully. I want to prove to the world that honor, justice, and right are not just words, but perspectives. That there is still a use to those who have them. He swallowed some tea to settle his stomach against the smell that was starting. Will you teach me to be samurai? Mitsuhide leaned back in his chair. This boy, on his way to become a ninja, was asking him to teach him Bushido. It is a very tight code of conduct. Can you live with that? I will, Naruto assured him. I will not stop for anything to get my dream. Mitsuhide nodded. Then your first lesson in Bushido is never say anything that you do not mean. Ooh, Lord Akechi, Naruto said to him as he bowed to his adoptive father. Are you sure you wish me to do this? Naruto was now 8 and was to attend the ninja academy back in Konoha. He no longer lived there anymore. He lived in a mansion outside of town that Mitsuhide had built. He would no longer travel but would live there, protecting the small town outside it and serving the Lord there. I am, Naruto. Aren't you excited to go back? I am not, Lord Akechi, Naruto told him. He now wore sky blue hakama cloths with an orange spiral on the back. And his blonde hair was in a ponytail just like his father's. I do not wish to be a ninja but a samurai like you, father. Mitsuhide smiled as he stood up and went to the door. He slid it close and returned to his seat. Now what is it really, Naruto? Naruto instantly relaxed. In public and view, samurai must be regal and noble in appearance. But the room was not in view anymore. Father, you know how I was treated. And no doubt, it will continue if I return. And the ninja has taken our place in the world. I would have nothing to do with them. Mitsuhide sighed. Naruto, you can learn to be a ninja but still be samurai. Stealth, jutsu, and silent killing is as necessary in combat as are your daisho. Naruto raised a hand to his pride and soul. It was a katana and wakizashi his father had given him. Both were finely crafted, folded several hundred times and could mold chakra through it. The words, honor, courage, commitment, was carved into the blade of the wakizashi while the words, for the fallen, this blade shall protect thee, on his katana. They were fox claw and fox fang respectively. Naruto frowned but nodded. As you wish then, father. He reached down and picked up his friend, Kitsu. Looks like we are going to school tomorrow. Excited? The fox kid gave him a mew saying he was. Just wait, Kitsu, we will show them who is tougher. He set the fox kid on the ground and bowed to his father. By your leave, Lord Akechi. He turned and walked from the room. Mitsuhide smiled proudly at his son. He didn't know at first if Naruto could do what he said. But to his surprise, Naruto did. He never stopped studying until he understood it. Asking for help only when he had to, he was a quick study and had earned those swords at his waist. He was really surprised when he brought the injured fox kid home with him one day. It would let no one but him near him willingly. It was cute to see a furball that could fit in even Naruto's little hand growl at someone threateningly. And once he had healed, he wouldn't leave. Moreover, others showed up as well. They seemed to be attached to Naruto. Kitsu was the first kid born to the small clan that lived on their grounds now and wouldn't leave Naruto's side. He could even fight with him, though it was still limited by his small size. He reached down and scratched the head of Kurara, the leader of the pack and that same kid he brought back nearly 2 years ago. Looks like both our sons are ready to make us proud. Kurara growled a little. Yeah, my son has already made me proud too. Ooh. Naruto woke up at dawn and put on his hakama. Then he opened the secretary that held his armor. It was an Oyuroi armor just like his father's except for 2 details. While his father's was purple, Naruto's was dark blue. And his father only had the Akechi clan seal, 5 sakura petals in a circle. While Naruto had that on his chest, his Uzumaki spiral was on his back. With pride, he put each piece in place and strapped them down. When he was done, he looked in a mirror and nodded approvingly that he looked like a smaller, different color, mirror image of his father. Lastly, he strapped a quiver of arrows and a bow to his back and placed the fox fang and claw at his waist. He walked out of his room to smell breakfast was ready. Good morning, father. Grandfather. Naruto almost jumped onto the older man but recovered his lost bearing and bowed. I am honored to greet you, Lord Akechi Hidemitsu. The older man stood up and returned the bow, before smiling and motioned that the door was closed. Come here, Runt, and give your grandfather a hug. Naruto needed no more invitation as he ran and jumped into his arms. I missed you. I missed you too, grandfather. Why wasn't I told that you would be coming? It was a surprise, Mitsuhide told his son. We both will be walking you to the academy this morning. Naruto smiled, grew to a mile wide and hugged his grandfather all the harder. Careful, I'm old, Hidemitsu told him. Never, Naruto told him. Great men never grow old, grandfather, they grow more knowledgeable. Naruto straightened and sat down at the table to eat his breakfast. He felt Kitsu rub his leg, wanting attention, so he laid his chopsticks across his bowl of rice and gave it to him. After lightly scolding him because he knew better than to do that at the table. I am ready, father, grandfather. Then let us go, Hidemitsu said as he stood, and show them something the world will never believe. Ooh. They were stopped at the east gate of Konoha. Names and reason for entering? Lord Akechi Mitsuhide of the clan Akechi from the outskirts of Konoha, Mitsuhide told them. This is my father, Akechi Hidemitsu, and my son, Akechi Naruto. Today, I am enrolling my son into the academy. They blinked at the name Naruto and looked at him. Naruto stood up all the straighter when they did. His hair and eyes were similar, but he was much bigger than the Naruto that disappeared 2 years ago. And he looked nothing like him. Oh, I think we received word. Yes, here it is. The Chunin on the right held up a piece of paper. It says that you requested this a month ago and received the approval of the Hokage, Lord Akechi. You need only carry this passport on you from now on. He gave one to Naruto and Mitsuhide. Lord Hidemitsu, you are not expected, so I have to give you a temporary passport. It is all right, young man, Hidemitsu told him. I am just walking with my grandson this one time. I doubt it will happen often enough to warrant a permanent one. With a bow, they walked forward through the gate and into the city. What a formal family, Azumo stated, and that boy, Katetsu said, he did not have a single emotion on his face. And did you notice the fox kit on his shoulder? I did. So they are the Fox Clan Akechi. This is going to be one interesting class, Katetsu finished. Ooh. Naruto looked around at all 5 kids and frowned. They were acting like, well, kids. Jumping, hooping, hollering, acting like animals. Even the fox kits behaved better. Kitsu rubbed his cheek in agreement to his analysis. He gave him a pat on the head before walking through the door. Hello, he said once, to see if he could get their attention. The teacher at the head of the class looked up and at the clock. You must be the new student. You didn't have to show up for another half hour, he told him. I am Amino Iruka. Naruto bowed to him. I am honored, Iruka-sensei. I am Akechi Naruto. Behind him, his father and grandfather entered. As they looked at the class, they all went quiet as they studied the 3. I too am honored to meet you, Mitsuhide said to Iruka after a minute. I have actually heard much about you, Iruka-san. And all of it is good things. I expect you to make my son much stronger than he already is. He said that with a bow. Iruka returned the bow a little shocked. It was then he noticed something. All 3 of them has a daisho at their waist. If I am not intruding, are you, by chance, eh? Mitsuhide held up his hand to stave him off. That will be up to Naruto to reveal to him, classmates. Not us, but yes we are. Iruka straightened and bow again to them. I am honored to receive you. This shocked the 3 of them. My parents drilled it into my head to respect you before they died. Both Mitsuhide and Hidemitsu smiled at him. I see that my son is in the best of hands then. He knelt down and looked Naruto in the eyes. Go with honor, my son. He ruffled his hair before standing. Hey, Naruto said, moving the strands back into place. I shall see you this evening, father, grandfather. He watched them leave and turned back to the class. Is this all of them, Iruka-sensei? No, only the early risers like yourself. There is now a total of 27 students. So please wait until they all get here. Naruto nodded. All looked at the 5. One was a girl with hair he would have thought was dyed blonde if it wasn't for the scent from here that lacked bleach. There was a boy that smelled of dog and had brown hair. It was spiky and a mess. Another, the most reserved one there after Naruto, was a boy with black eyes and hair. It was spiky in the back only, reminding Naruto of a chicken. The next was a sky girl with hair the color of his armor and pale eyes he thought was rather lovely looking. The last, and loudest, was a girl with sakura pink hair. Naruto brushed the emblem on his chest and sat down at one of the desks. The one that smelled of dog came over to him, and he was in fact carrying a puppy in his coat. You smell an awful lot like a fox. And I don't mean the sense on you. The same can be said about you and dogs, Naruto replied. What is with the armor and weapons, Kiba, please be nice, the pale-eyed girl said. He is an Akechi. The heir 10 of the oldest warrior sea clans on the sea continent. Naruto smiled at her. And may I have the name of such a lovely flower that knows who I am? Hyuga Hinata. Naruto straightened when she said it. Yes, of course you are. What are you talking about? Kiba asked. That I, like Kami, do no play with dice and do not believe in coincidence. On several occasions has the Akechi and Hyuga fought together and against each other. He held his hand to Hinata. Shaking a little, she placed hers on his. Naruto bent down and kissed her hand. It is my extreme pleasure to meet you, Hyuga Hinata. And I look forward to serving with you. Hinata blushed deep red as she nodded. Hey, whoa, back off mister. Kiba about yelled, taking her hand from his. You can't just be doing that. Naruto frowned at him. My name is Akechi Naruto, not mister, and you are? Inuzuka Kiba. The famous dog clan of Konoha. Then, as the heir of the fox clan Akechi, I guess that makes us rivals. I guess so. Naruto grinned and stuck his hand out to shake his. I am glad to meet someone that has confidence in their abilities. You look to be a strong opponent and I am eager to spar with you. Kiba dropped his jaw and started to laugh. You are making it hard to dislike you. I get that a lot when people actually talk to me. Hinata-chan, Kiba-san, this is my friend, Kitsu. The kid mewed. And this is Akamaru, Kiba said. The puppy gave a bark. Hinata smiled a little. You two brought your pets with you? No, they said. Kitsu helps me in fighting. Yeah, the same with Akamaru. Hinata seemed a little down at that. Oh, I brought my pet. Father doesn't know and would likely disapprove. She pulled down the zipper of her coat and took out a small ferret kit. This is Bandit. The little guy was asleep when she pulled her out. But she opened her eyes to look at them. She gave a squeak and Akamaru roughed while Kitsu mewed. This made Hinata smile that her best friend was making more friends. Naruto also grinned. Hey, we have 3 chibi biju here. They looked at him in confusion. Koko, the 5-tailed dog. Raiju the 6-tailed weasel. And Kyuubi the 9-tailed fox. Kiba blinked and struck a thinking pose. We kind of do. Hey, that is it. We are the Biju 3 from now on. No one will be stronger than us. Like that will happen, the blonde and pink head told them. We are going to be the strongest kunoichi in this room. In unison, they hit a fist to their chest and smiled at each other. Obvious best friends there. Kiba frowned, and there is an Uchiha here so it will be hard. Good, Naruto told him. I hate it when things are easy. Ooh. Naruto stood in front of the whole class when they had all gotten there. Hello, I am Akechi Naruto. I am honored to be here, he told them all with a bow. Naruto, why don't you tell them a little about yourself, Iruka said to him. Hi, Iruka-sensei. My father is named Akechi Mitsuhid and I don't have a mother. I am the heir of my clan which, though scattered for a moment, is the newest clan to Konoha. My clan is also one of the last remaining honorable samurai left on the continent. He held Kitsu in his hands to show him to them. This is my best friend Kitsu. We look out for each other and fight together. And I do have a dream. To show that honor, justice, and right will always have a place here. Just outside. Follow me, Naruto, and I'll show you. He led them outside and showed Naruto the small range. This is it. Naruto looked confused. Sensei, is this big enough? What do you mean? It is only 20 feet long. Anyone could hit a target at that distance. Now Iruka looked confused. For a student, that was a good-sized distance, and they would only be at the end once he felt they were ready for it. Naruto, have you received formal training before this? Just what my father showed me, Naruto told him. Sasuke was behind him. He isn't talking about that sword, he is talking about kunai. What is a kunai? Thought so. A samurai really has no place here with ninja. This is a kunai, dobi. Sasuke took out a knife and walked to the 15-foot mark. The farthest he knew he could hit the target. With a throw, the throwing dagger hit dead center. He looked back with a look that wasn't arrogance but wasn't far from it either. See what this training is now. I see, Naruto said. Sasuke walked to the side of target and reached for his kunai. But an arrow went through the ring. Sasuke's hand jumped back like it tried to bite him. His head turned to see Naruto was standing 30 feet back, bow in hand. Yeah, I see. The mutters of students as they saw how he easily shot that reached his ears. Impressive, Naruto. Well, as I do not know your skill yet, I am going to give you a little test. Very simple, the first test is to see how fast you are in firing those. The second test is to see just how far you can shot and still hit the center. Come up to the line. Now when I tell you, you will shoot as many arrows as you can for a minute. Just hit the target. Sasuke, come back down here. With a frown, Sasuke pulled his kunai and the arrow out and walked back. Iruka held his hand up in the air when Sasuke gave it to him. Naruto put it in his quiver. Go. Naruto grabbed his first arrow, notched it, pulled it back, and let it loose. The whole thing took a second. Twice as long a student with a kunai who only had to grab it and throw. But as his drawing hand was already at the quiver, he kept that second a constant pace. After 20 seconds and arrows, he stopped, his quiver empty. The arrows all hit within the 2 inside circles. But Naruto frowned. My grandfather would have split his arrows every time. Iruka nodded. His aim under speed was incredible in his opinion, but the ammunition he could hold was slow to draw and limited the number he could carry. He grinned as he considered making a note in his report card to suggest putting storage seals on the inside to hold more. Well, even for a student that has had training, that is impressive. Now I want you to go to where you feel comfortable and make 5 shots. As far as you know you can hit. Take your time. Kiba grinned while Naruto replaced his arrows back inside his quiver. Everyone back up. I got the feeling he is going for a walk. Naruto carefully counted his paces from the target until he reached 52 feet. 2 years of practice and he still couldn't reach across his family's range. He faced the target, ignoring the looks of disbelief and drew a single arrow. Placing it on the string, he looked downrange as he brought the string to his cheek. After a moment, he let it go. It hit bullseye, about to go out of it at the top right. Naruto compensated with the next shot and was now left and low of the center. He took a deep breath, looked down the shaft, then passed it to the target. Lifting it up 1/10 of an inch, he let it go. It hit in line, to the left of the target. Another deep breath and holding it, he hit center. Letting his breath out while making sure not to move the bow, he drew his last shot and notched it. Satsu, Naruto mumbled as he let it go. Sasuke heard him say, split, so he ran up there to check. His fifth arrow had split his fourth, making 2 perfect center shots. I don't believe it. Being able to hit something several times faster than the other means nothing if he can hit you long beforehand, Iruka told his class when they gathered around him. I actually trained with a bow when I was younger but stopped when I was told that I would find it useless by an older ninja. I am not going to tell you the same thing, as you saw it was far from the truth. Naruto, he turned to the young samurai, that was good but I can tell you still need work with it. But there is no one here that can teach you that very well. So until then, you will have to train with it at home. Hi, Iruka-sensei. What should I do right now? Well, since you and Sasuke obviously do not need help with distance right now, you two can spar. Hi, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said before he walked a bit away after retrieving his arrows. Using half the broken one, he drew a circle in the dirt. Ready, Uchiha. It is taijutsu, samurai, as in hand to hand. Remove your weapons. Naruto nodded as he placed his bow and arrows outside the circle. Don't forget your fox and swords. Naruto snarled. Kitsu will not be fighting so I will place him outside the circle, but I will never be parted from my daisho. Oh, I see. Too afraid to be without those useless blades. A fist met his face. I may not be a monk but I know how to fight without weapons. Insult me if you wish but ever say anything against my swords again and I will end you life. Sasuke jumped back to his feet and wiped the blood from his nose. He was more than angry. No one had ever struck him before. His father may have ignored him, or told him to be like Itachi, but he never once raised his hand to him. Like you could, pathetic swordsman. He may now hate his guts but he would not go that far again, at least just yet. Naruto took a deep breath. He disliked ninja enough as is besides a very select few. And this one just kept adding to the list. One more insult and honor will demand I make you pay. Sasuke grinned. An angry opponent was a reckless one. Your clan is nothing but a bunch of forgotten warriors, moaning about the good old days, better left in the history books that no one will ever read. Naruto drew the fox claw and ran at him. Sasuke revealed his kunai in hand and intercepted it. He then dropped his right leg and twisted to the side. Naruto fell forward and Sasuke went for the stab. For that punch, those damn swords are mine. But Naruto, having went with the fall, was not there for him to injure. He had rolled back to his feet and was running at Sasuke again, this time, letting his head rule. He attacked with his sheath, forcing Sasuke to block it with his kunai while the fox claw was hidden by it and went in for the stab unmolested. Both students went flying backwards, a bruise forming on Naruto's cheek while another bruise appeared on Sasuke's. What the hell are you two doing? Iruka roared. He insulted myself, my clan, and my swords unprovoked. When I warned him not to say anything again, he continued, Naruto told him, looking for a way around the teacher to finish this. Naruto, I know that as a samurai, your pride is great and will only take so much, but while at this school you will learn to take more. Sasuke smirked at the enraged warrior that struggled to give a hi, Iruka-sensei. Iruka turned to Sasuke, even madder. What the hell is wrong with you? What was one of the first lessons I taught you, Sasuke? He swallowed, never provoke an enemy that you know nothing about. And you do know that he has received combat training. Look what almost happened. You would have died had I not intervened. His blood would not be the first that my hands were stained with, Naruto growled. Liar, Sasuke growled. Samurai will not like, Sasuke, Iruka told him, for that would be a dishonor to himself and he would have to commit seppuku. Suicide to save his family honor. Something that seems to be lacking from you if this is what I can expect. Sasuke's scowl went from Naruto to Iruka. Are you saying my family has no honor? We are one of the founding clans of Konoha? A fact that your clan never forgets to flaunt, Naruto stated, his anger abating. That and your Sharingan. Oh, the little samurai. Naruto's hand reached for the hilt of the fox fang while Iruka glared at both of them. That is enough from the both of you. If this is how you wish to act, then you can go home. Imagine how your fathers will react to that. Sasuke calmed down instantly. Naruto actually looked like he would be sick. I thought so. I want you two to take some time to cool off. I will see you in an hour, Sasuke. Naruto, the Hokage would like to welcome you as a student to the academy so you will go to the Hokage tower. Afterwards, return a half hour later. If it is lunchtime, be in class by 1. Hi, Iruka-sensei, they both said before giving one last glare to each other and walking away. Naruto picked up his weapons as he did. Before Naruto went far, Kiba and Hinata came up to him. That was amazing, Kiba said. You were really going to kick his ass. Anyo. That was very good, and Naruto-san, Hinata said to him. But Naruto wasn't exactly happy with it. I should have gotten him with the first strike. Now Naruto expected one of them to say something against this. He just didn't expect the one to be Hinata. And no, and Naruto-san, he was already, you were not. You envisioned honorable fight. He planned an assassination. He had hid his kunai behind his arm. How did you know? Naruto asked him. Because we would have done the same, Kiba said to him. That is what we are supposed to do, take every advantage. That is something about being ninja that I am afraid you may never be able to force yourself to do. Naruto looked shocked with realization. He had known that once, and he would have expected that. He swallowed and nodded. This is going to be harder than I thought. Hey, Kiba said, wrapping an arm around his shoulders, no worries mate. We will be there to keep you out of trouble. After all, that is what a pack is for. Right Akamaru? The puppy barked. Hi, Hinata stated as Bandit crawled up her coat and atop her head. We are the BBJU 3 after all. Naruto smiled and nodded his thanks. Although, I would have liked to see Sasuke's face when his kunai broke on my armor. This made Kiba laugh aloud while Hinata giggled. I have to go speak with the Hokage. I will see you soon. He bowed to his friends and walked away. Iruka did not miss this exchange and he smiled. Maybe there was hope for Naruto after all. Behind him, the self-proclaimed strongest kunoichi duo was talking about what they had seen. And they were still talking like twins and speaking at the same time. What Sasuke did wasn't right, but Naruto shouldn't have lost his temper. True, his code of honor demanded that he do something to stop it. But to kill him? Not that Sasuke is clean of all wrongs, using such a dirty trick against Naruto, they said. So what should we do? Naruto looks so regal that it is hard not to blush when we look at him. But Sasuke is so awesome. They looked at Hinata and saw she had a slight blush on her face as Naruto walked away. Blackmail, they said with an evil grin. It is just creepy that they do that, Shikamaru said to his best friend, Shoji. They ignored him. Looks like we can leave her to the Naruto fan club. They took on a thoughtful look. We wonder how he got his hair that shiny. What conditioner does he use? They ran a hand through their equally long hair and continued thinking about it until it was their turn to practice. Ooh. And so the 47 Ronin stood before the body of the man their master had wished slain before he committed seppuku. These remaining samurai nodded to each other at their task complete, and at what they had also done. They had committed murder. The surviving 23 men, tired from their battle with the retainers of Yoshinaka Kira, all knelt where they were. Those that were left behind wounded were no longer fighting, their honor saved and spared. Those already dead, waiting for them with kami. As one, they slid their tanto from their belts and stabbed them into their own stomachs, cutting from left to right. They had not their seconds to cut their heads off to end the pain. So they merely remained kneeling and welcomed death when he came for them. Sarutobi finished. The revenge of the 47 Ronin, Naruto said when he entered. He bowed to the Hokage when he looked up. You have summoned me, Lord Hokage. Yes, please take a seat, Akechi-kun, and do please close the door. Naruto did and sat down. Sarutobi then smiled. I was so afraid you had died, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned. I am afraid you are mistaken, Lord Hokage. My name is Akechi, not Uzumaki. A moment later, he finally laughed. It has been far too long, old man. Sarutobi sighed at hearing that again, how he had missed it. Yes it has. Honestly, I had thought you had died. You could have written me a letter. Naruto shook his head. I was busy, Lord Hokage. There was much for me to learn from my father, as there is now still. Manners was obviously under the things that you had learned. I know all about the rule of behind closed doors, Naruto, yet you still call me that. I'm not sure I prefer this over old man. It is a title you have earned many times, sir, and to disrespect that title would be to disrespect you. And for just spending time with me when you could, I could never do that. But if you wish me to, I shall return to calling you old man. Sarutobi looked at Naruto in a new light. A question came to him that he had to know. Naruto, if your lord was to order you to kill yourself, would you? Is that what you wish, Lord Hokage? You need only tell me and I will. He was very serious about it. Sarutobi sighed, he was fully taken to being a samurai. No, I do not wish you to. And don't your family already serve another lord? That is a special case. My father took his position to keep honor, but with the understanding that if need be, he is just doing this to protect the town. It is not official, thus he cannot give orders like a real lord. Me, Sarutobi assumed. That remains to be seen, Naruto told him. You have proven your honor to me so I accept you as such. and my recountenance to my father, Akechi Mitsuhid, has put you in high standing with my clan. But they must see for themselves first. Sarutobi nodded. In truth, he did not like that he might hold such a clan like that. And what do you think of that? Naruto smiled. Only one thing would make me happier. Sarutobi grinned. This hat on my head. No, Naruto told him, making him drop his jaw. The servant cannot become the lord. I may become the lord of my clan and even the village I live in, but I will never become the lord over the Akechi clan, and I serve you. Seems to me that you serve me, not the title, right? Naruto blinked. Yes, then you can still become Hokage. Naruto still shook his head. I may or I may not, it doesn't matter anymore. I wish only to prove that samurai are not just for the history books anymore. Did someone insult you for being one, Naruto? Yes, but I do not wish to involve you in a child's fight, and with what was said and done, that is all it was. If you want it like that, then I shall remain out of it. I welcome you to Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. I expect you to uphold the will of fire, the will to protect this village and its people. Now that that is out of the way, tell about your life ever since you left, Naruto. Especially your father and grandfather. Naruto smiled. There was oh so much to tell. Well, first off, I was loved. I met Lord Mitsuhide when 3 crooks walked into nothing but dango. Ooh. Naruto walked out of the tower at around 11. He headed back to the academy to find out that they had gone to lunch. With a smile on his face, he flipped a coin, leaving it to luck who he visited first. Icharika Ramen. Naruto entered and sat down on his favorite stool. Tucci raised both his eyebrows when he saw the daisho. What would you like, Samurai-san? Well, I am really hungry, so give me the Uzumaki special, 2 beef, 2 miso, 2 chicken, and 2 shrimp. Tucci blinked a few times before walking around the counter and looked him in his sapphire eyes. Naruto? His answer was the boy grinning before Tucci wrapped him in a powerful hug. How have you been, my boy? I have been great, Tucci-san. I have missed both you and Ayame-chan. Yes, of course, Ayame. Ayame, come down and greet a good customer. Yes, father, she said, coming down the steps and walking through the curtain door to the stairs. Hello, thank you for coming to our shop. The honor is all mine, Ayame-chan. She looked at him in surprise and instantly recognized him. Jumping on him to give him a hug, she said, Naruto, where have you been? I was adopted. My father is Akechi Mitsuhide and I live outside the village in the 120 minutes away just down the main road. Why didn't you visit? She demanded. Because my father was teaching me to use these, he said with a gesture to his swords. I'm a samurai now. She dropped her jaw and him. Wow. Just wow. I never would have thought that. She looked him up and down. You really have changed. So have you, Ayame-chan. You're so tall now. He only came up to her shoulders. He then hugged them both. I really have missed you, and I have been dying for good ramen. I'll go make you some then, Tucci said. The Uzumaki special, coming up, and this is on the house. No, I couldn't accept that. You can and will, Naruto, Ayame told him forcefully. And now that you can visit, you better come by here more often. He is so kawaii. She scooped the little fox up and cuddled him to her face. Who is this, Naruto? My partner, Kitsu, Naruto said, rubbing his ears. My friends at the academy has a dog and the other has a ferret. I doubt they are as cute as this little guy. Naruto could have laughed. Kitsu was obviously enjoying the attention. So, looks like you are on your way to become Hokage. Nah, I found a dream that is far better. Oh, Ayame-chan, this is a picture of my father and grandfather. Naruto pulled out one his father had taken when he gave Naruto his swords. Naruto still laughed at the face he made when he got them. Ayame obviously thought it was funny too because she laughed as well. But then she blushed as she looked at Mitsuhide's image. Your father is very handsome, Naruto-kun. You actually look a lot like him. Yeah, I just wish I was his real son or that his wife was still alive so I could have a mom as well. But I am more happy now than any other time in my life, so I won't complain. Hard to believe I have a grandfather, an aunt, cousins, and other family. And they are all arranging their affairs and moving here. His grin couldn't have been bigger. And I am clan heir, isn't that something? His nose twitched when the first bowl was set on the counter. Ramen. Belatedly, he thought about his dignity. But as he was already digging in, all he could do was salvage it. Pardon me. Normally, I have more control than that. Tucci smiled before turning to Ayame. Let that fox breath while you close the curtain so Naruto can be himself while he is here. Arigato, Tucci-san. Naruto sat before he ate the bowl of ramen. Ooh. Naruto walked back into class content and full. With a sigh, He sat back down in his chair and waited as he had arrived 15 minutes early. Only the Uchiha was there. But he wasn't going to let him ruin his good mood. "Hey Dobi." No, he wasn't. I said, "Hey Dobi." His reply was just another content sigh. "I'm talking to you." "You talk too much for a person that is dead to rights." That stung Sasuke's pride, but he was right. Had Iruka not stopped him, that sword would have gone through his head. He remained quiet until everyone else arrived. Nothing of really much interest happened the rest of the day. Sasuke and Naruto glared at each other but made no other move to fight. For which, Iruka was glad. He did not need two of his students killing each other. When the final bell rang, they all stood up to leave. "Hinata-chan," Naruto said to her, "may I walk you home?" She blushed and nodded yes. Kiba wasn't sure if he should growl or laugh, so he just shook his head and headed home. Naruto walked in silence, his hand never leaving the hilt of the fox fang. Ahead of them, Hinata saw her cousin and started falling back. Naruto noticed this and stopped. "What troubles you, Lady Hyuga?" Nothing, Naruto-san." Hinata-sama came from behind Naruto, and Hinata looked even more pale. "Who is this with you?" Naruto turned around and saw a boy maybe a year older with pitch black hair and the same pale eyes as Hinata. "It is customary to give your name first when you ask for someone else's," Naruto told him. "I am Hyuga Neji, Hinata's cousin." Naruto looked at Hinata for confirmation and she nodded, still pale. "I am Akechi Naruto. Why is your cousin so afraid of you?" "Because she is weak and is afraid of even a mouse." Naruto straightened his back. If she was weak, then she wouldn't be trying to become a shinobi. "You know nothing of her," Neji said, his voice still impassive. "I know enough." He turned back to Hinata. "Let us continue, Lady Hyuga." He wrapped his arm around hers and walked away. No one has ever dismissed him like that," Hinata told him. "My respect is earned, not given," Naruto told her. He could feel Neji seethe behind him but couldn't care less. When they reached the gates to the Hyuga estate though, he found Neji already there standing next to a man around the age of Mitsuhide. He was frowning at them. "You, young man, let go of my daughter." Naruto complied and bowed to him. "I was merely walking her home, Lord Hyuga." Heishi looked him up and down. "Why are you dressed for war?" "I am dressed for combat, as that is what I am to be learning." Heishi focused on his swords. "Akechi, was it? By any chance, would that be the same Akechi clan that my clan fought with before the founding of Konoha?" "It would," Naruto told him. "My father, Akechi Mitsuhide, is the clan leader as was his father, Hidemitsu, before him." Heishi nodded. "Then I trust you had nothing but honorable intentions walking her home." "I had none other." "Hinata, head inside. Neji, next time you bother me, make sure it is for something of importance." Heishi turned and walked inside. "By the way, Akechi Naruto, please invite your father to visit some time." A moment later, he was gone. Both Hinata and Neji had dropped their jaw. They had not expected that. "Just who are you?" Neji asked again. "Neji Nisan, he is an Akechi, the same clan that is allied to ours for over 100 years before Konoha's founding." From the clan history scrolls, Hinata reminded. "You mean his ancestors are some of the strongest warriors ours has ever fought?" Naruto brushed a hand over his Akechi crest on his chest. "Lady Hyuga, I must bid you farewell. I have something I must do before I return home." He gave her a bow and walked away. Heishi watched the exchange and took it in. If the boy was an example of most of the clan, then he would do well to strengthen old ties. And a glance at the interaction between him and Hinata made it clear his daughter was the key to it. He was about to go read up on some of the old clan laws when he stopped. The Akechi were notorious for their ability to judge a person's mettle. And they only respected those they thought strong. He had given Heishi the proper respect for his station. He had given Neji none. But he held Hinata in a higher position than himself. Maybe he had misjudged her. He looked back and saw his daughter writing a note and was about to give it to a servant. "And who is that for?" Hinata froze and turned to face him. "It was for you, father." "Well, I am right here, so tell me. And stop stuttering, it makes you sound weak when you shouldn't." Hinata looked downtrodden by that, but then she noticed that his voice lacked the usual harshness. "I was planning to go and learn about the ninjutsu." She took a deep breath to calm herself some more. Her father just challenged her to be strong, not told her she was weak. She would be the Inuzuka use, so I will be better prepared if I ever have to fight those that use animals in combat. She let out her breath, proud of herself that she forced herself not to stutter. Heishi nodded. "A wise move. One that will be beneficial for yourself and the clan if it works out well. Did not Akechi Naruto have a fox with him?" "Yes, father, and I assume that fox can help him in combat?" "He has said so." Heishi considered this bit of information, and you have been inspired to take initiative to find out about those that use animals in combat? Hinata almost felt that newfound courage crumble away, leaving her with only enough to say, yes, father. All right. Heishi told her. I shall call Inuzuka Sume and let her know that you are coming over. I believe she has a son around your age that will show you some things if he can. Why yes father, thank you so very much. She was about to run off to them. Oh, and Hinata, Heishi called after her, try to see if some of those skills will be useful to you and Bandit as well. Hinata almost fell at that. Her father had obviously seen through her plan. I will father. I shall see you tonight for dinner. She gave him a bow and ran off, not wanting to stay around to give him the chance to change his mind. Heishi just walked to his study and called the clan head of the Inuzuka. Yeah, the elders probably wouldn't like it that she was learned from outside the clan, but he didn't care right now. So he would run interference for his daughter until she either gave up or succeeded. Ooh. Hello, welcome to nothing. I know you, Boss-san said when Naruto entered. Hello Boss-san. Naruto, what a surprise, she said with a smile. I will be right back with some tea and my husband. Please take a seat. With a smile, he sat down, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He loved the smell of this small tea house. Well, isn't this something, came from behind him. Looking at the source, he saw the only person that visited here more than himself. Mitarashi Anko, a pleasure to meet you. Ah, you must be that Akechi Naruto, Anko said as she sat down. You caused quite a stir today. You visited the Hokage and it ends with him in a better mood than he has been in 2 years. You go to the academy and an Uchiha is knocked down a peg in his arrogance. You walk a Hyuga home and leave more than a few dumbfounded. You are shaking up the very routine of this village. Despite it sounding like a bad thing, she couldn't have been smiling more. Just wait until you hear the details. Put the Uchiha down a peg. And I'm sure you will, considering the whole class saw it. Word has it you kicked his ass. It isn't far from the truth, Naruto told her. Hello, Ji-san, Naruto said when he came out. Naruto, it has been too long. I was wondering when you would come by again. My father and I moved, Naruto told him. We live outside the village now. Ji-san looked Naruto up and down, noticing his change in how he held himself and his cloths. Yeah, how is Mitsuhide-san? Good, but having trouble getting the clan back together. The families went separate ways to find a new lord to serve. I missed something, Anko asked. I am a samurai, Anko-san, Naruto told her. And because of the kindness and honor the Lord Hokage has shown, I have sworn my loyalty to him. It is still too soon to say that my whole clan will as well, but we will have a station in the town just beyond the walls if nothing else. Well now, that is something, Anko mused. How skilled is your father? I have seen him kill at least 3 former nin and 6 noob nin. He has been busy, Boss-san said. A hazard of being the defender of a town, Naruto told them offhand. Finishing his tea, he stood and bowed to the elderly couple. It has been a pleasure to see you again, Boss-san, Ji-san. Now, just because you are a samurai now, Boss-san said, doesn't mean you can just leave without a hug. Naruto grinned. No, I guess not. He gave them both a hug and promised to come by tomorrow. With a smile after introducing Kitsu to them, he headed for home. Today was a good day, he told his friend. I hope tomorrow is just as good. He was so happy that he even encouraged Kitsu when he curled into a ball in the crook of his neck that night when he laid down to sleep that night. The sword is all there is, one with his wielder. Part of the 3 sword states of mind, Naruto meditated. Another day at the academy, another fight against Sasuke, another victory in his belt. The first achievement is the unity of man and sword. Once this unity is achieved, even a blade of grass can be a weapon. The second achievement is where the sword exists in one's heart, when absent from one's hand. One can strike an enemy at 100 paces even with his bare hands. The ultimate achievement is where the sword is absent from hand and heart and one is at peace with the rest of the world. He vows not to kill and to bring peace to mankind. The last words of the nameless hero, his father said. Calming, Naruto stated when he stood up. That there will one day be the day we can protect those around us without our swords. That we truly can bring peace to our lands. Naruto stretched and smiled to his father. But until then, I shall have to use everything in my power to protect them. There is no other course I would want. Glad to hear that, Pipsqueak. Naruto was knocked to the ground as someone jumped on him. Even as he fell, he twisted his body and grabbed the hands of the person that attacked him. What he saw was a girl 2 years older than himself with hazel eyes and black shoulder-length hair. Koma. When did you get here? He gave his cousin a hug from the floor and let out a laugh. He should have realized it was her at Pipsqueak. She returned the hug but quickly returned to seriousness. Well, as serious as she got. Finally finished everything in lightning, so I ran my horse ragged to get here as fast as I could. We finally have a home. Helping Naruto stand, she took a good look at him. She had seen him only a few times while he traveled a little with his father. You getting taller on me? Either that or you are getting shorter. He hadn't seen his cousin in almost a year now, and he was glad to. It had been 3 months since the first day at the academy and progress reports had gone out. Naruto was ashamed that he was very lacking in chakra control and ninjutsu. But when he saw he was at the head of the class in distance fighting and kenjutsu, he could barely contain himself. He truly wished he could spar with someone that knew what they were doing with a sword though. I can't wait until you meet my friends, Naruto stated. We are actually heading into Konoha to visit an old ally clan, the Hyuga. Koma brightened. So that is why you are dressed like that. Naruto had foregone his armor and was wearing the light blue-colored hakama, the colors of the Akechi clan. Over his chest was the Akechi Sakura symbol. Waiting by the door was a set of Geta sandals. His swords were still at his side. You better change over as well. We are meeting the clan head of the Hyuga clan as well as a few in Izuka. He turned to his father. I shall go get the spare clothing for her. He walked out of the room, smoothing out his shirt as he did. Once Naruto was gone, Mitsuhide let his grin show. It was hard not to laugh when he showed his niece where his son was so she could ambush him. How did your adventure go? It went well, Lord Uncle, Koma replied. I even met a Jinchuriki while in lightning. He arched his brow. Do you know which one? The 8-tailed snake, Orochi. His name was Kadaj and he uses 8 swords. At once. Because I was polite to him, he said he wouldn't attack me. I even talked to him for a bit. Told me that another was in Cloud, Ni Yugito. And that she would be only second in strength to him when she took full control of her abilities. Uncle, there is something else. He told me the Yugito-san had the slanted eyes of a cat. And he had this birthmark on his back in the shape of 8 tails. Aunt Yumi told me about the Jinchuriki she met in Earth Country. He had these black marks under his eyes. And Uncle Shoji wrote saying there was one in Suna. He has tanuki rings around his eyes. She hesitated to say more. But Mitsuhide understood where she was going with it. Those lines on Naruto's cheeks were not scars, they were birthmarks. Or so he had thought. And he knew that it took something truly powerful to kill a demon, so they were often sealed in shrines as the legends went. It doesn't matter. Koma, have you told anyone else of this? No, Lord Uncle. Then you shall tell no one else. We will explain our suspicions to Naruto when he is older. A child doesn't need to think about that. But it will be up to him to tell the clan or anyone else. Yes, Uncle. I kind of wished I didn't know myself. Her mood brightened a moment later. I better go get ready. I am sure grandfather will want to hug me once he finds out I am here, so I don't want to cover him in dirt. I will have Naruto lay your clothes outside the door. Koma stopped after a few feet and chuckled. Uncle, you are lucky your house is so big. Why? Because if Naruto is one, you know he will storm off and drag the others back here, kicking and screaming if necessary. Mitsuhide smirked. Yeah, he would. Others would take it for the wrong reasons though. He would just want them to be free of the pain he has felt. Koma went into the bathroom and showered. When she stepped out, she was wearing a kimono of the same color as the others. Naruto had to say it. Koma-Nisan, you almost look like a lady wearing that. She gave him a pleasant grin. I will hurt you for that later, Naruto. Naruto smiled all the wider. Behind you. Before she could react, Hidemitsu scooped his granddaughter up in his arms. Got you, young lady. And what were you thinking, wandering off on your own? Grandfather, I wanted my own adventure. I wanted to help find a lord and home too. That is for adults, not 10-year-old girls. He gave her a kiss on the cheek and set her down. I took the liberty to clean them, he said, giving her swords to her. Your spear is in your room. Thank you, grandfather. He rubbed her hair, earning a glare as she put it back in place. With a smirk to his cousin, he walked out, and breathed in the afternoon air. I love it here with my family. Thank you, Kami, for giving them to me. Kitsu mewed atop his head. His fur had been combed and thoroughly cleaned for this meeting. Kurara walked over and sat down next to Naruto. He was coming along as well as the partner to his father. Kawaii. Naruto knew his cousin just found the litter of fox kits. You know, you are going to get too big to stay up there forever. Kitsu mewed. Yeah, well, make sure not to mess up my hair too much. We have to make a big impression. Kitsu gave a sigh. I don't care that you would rather go play in the dirt. Tonight, we have to be clean and show our friends we aren't always warriors. Kurara yawned and Naruto turned to him. Yeah, well, who asked you? Getting it down, Mitsuhide asked. Not yet, Naruto replied. There are still gaps, but I can get the gist of what they are saying. After spending so much time with them, Naruto noticed that he understood what they wanted a little better. And that started to turn to words. It was like listening to a person that had trouble pronouncing their S or couldn't smack their lips for P and other things. They also had the tendency to roll their R's. Nothing could remedy it but time listening to how they said it. It still escaped his father though. Mitsuhide had gotten the first part, a better understanding of what they want, but he was still trying with Naruto's help. You know you are going to be very busy, Mitsuhide told his son. The image of Koma trying to catch and cuddle all those startled and running kids almost broke his bearing. No doubt once she learns that you can talk to them, she will demand you teach her how. Naruto nodded and then glared down at Kurara after he made a few pants. I know that she scared the daylights out of them. It isn't my fault she did. Well, how could I have known? Mitsuhide shook his head at the display. Son, are they ready to go? They are, father. Kurara, under your tail. The fox lifted it and looked under. A kit had hid there was looking rather sheepish to those that knew how to read their features. Go on back in. The kit yipped. Kitsu is older and my partner. Now go back, I'm sure your mother is worried about where you were with the squealing terror on the loose. The foxes made no attempt to hide their laughter while Mitsuhide coughed. Naruto, talk nice about your cousin. Yes, father. I'm going to hurt you for that one too, Koma said, walking over with a particularly fuzzy kid in her arms. I see the others got away. Her face dropped at that. They did. The kid in her arms struggled but couldn't get free. The look she gave to Mitsuhide and Naruto was one of help me or kill me now and end my misery. Naruto walked over to his cousin and she sensed he was going to take the kid, so she held on all the tighter. Koma, stop, you are acting childish. Just because you decided to grow into an old miser at the age of 8 doesn't mean I have to. The beauty of being a child is acting like a child. She cuddled the kid again. Naruto sighed. Then at least hold her so that you aren't hurting her. He readjusted her arms, making no attempt to grab the kid. When he stopped, the kid was lying on her arms and having her ears rubbed. He then growled up to Kitsu. Think I should mention she is shedding? Kitsu shook his head. No. Naruto looked at the sun. There is no time to get her ready to come with Koma, so she has to stay here. No, Koma. Naruto was interrupted by his grandfather. Let her bring her. They already know about the foxes, so I doubt it will cause anything. Naruto nodded to Hidemitsu but still frowned. His grandfather laughed at him for it. He had been working long and hard to make sure everything was just right ever since he learned they were going. He was obviously very nervous. Don't worry, Naruto. Nothing we can do about it now. So relax and have fun while you are there. Naruto gave a defeated sigh. Hi, grandfather. Ooh. Welcome, Lord Akechi. The woman that met them at the door said to them, Hidemitsu-sama, Naruto-kun, we have been expecting you. Oh, who have we here? This is my niece, Akechi Koma. Koma curtsied to her. It is an honor to be welcomed into the Hyuga house. The woman smiled. I see where she has gotten her manners. And are these all the foxes you are bringing? Naruto nodded, shaking Kitsu a little from his perch. There, ma'am. This is Kitsune Kurara, Kitsune Kitsu, and Kitsune Faji. They were the ones that chose their family name and they decided to keep it simple. He reached up and set Kitsu on the ground next to his father. Kurara made the display of looking regal to her. But it was almost ruined when Kitsu almost pounced on his twitching tail. I will announce you to Lord Heishi and the elders then. Please follow me. She took them in, noticing the foxes recognized how important this was. Kitsu was trying to remain as calm as his father. But Naruto knew he was anything but. Kitsu loved attention, to be petted and carried. The complete opposite of Faji. She preferred to walk and get attention in a calming way. Like lying on your chest when you lay down and for you to absent-mindedly scratch her ears or smooth her fur out. Maybe he should switch Kitsu with Faji. Before he could think about it more, they were already in the room, bowing before those gathered. It is our honor to be accepted into your home, they all said. Heishi stood up. We welcome you to our home, Akechi clan. Please, come and sit down. The children can sit with the others. Naruto and Koma headed to the end of the table where Hinata and Bandit, her sister Hanabi, Kiba and Akamaru were. Kitsu followed Kurara to the adult side of the table but realized his mistake quickly and scampered after Naruto's heels, making a few adults chuckle. Good evening, Hinata-chan, Kiba, Bandit, Akamaru. You must be Hinata's sister. Hanabi, is it not? I am, she gave a short reply, looking him up and down. You don't look like much. Because I am not trying, Naruto told her. Everyone, this is my cousin Koma. Hello, she said, all smiles. Woof, came from the direction of Kiba. Naruto glared at him only to realize it was from Akamaru. His cousin laughed at him for it. I don't need you protecting me, Naruto. Now don't forget this little girl. Yes, of course. And this is Faji. The name is well placed, Kiba stated. Nothing but a little fuzzy right there. Another thing Naruto discovered about Faji that night was that she had her pride as well. She slipped from Koma's arms and bit his hand with her baby teeth. She couldn't break skin, but no doubt it still hurt. Ow, 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 ow. Faji, behave yourself, Naruto told her. She nodded to Naruto and gave Kiba an apologetic bow, and ran away. Faji, come back here, Koma said as she ran after the little blur. Once she was out of sight, 2 orange ears came up from Hanabi's lap. Naruto grinned as Faji came out of her hiding spot. Kitsune afterimage, he explained to them. Apparently, foxes are naturals at things like that. At the head of the table, the adults watched the little fox run away, followed closely behind by Koma. And then, even the elders started laughing when Faji revealed herself hiding on Hanabi's lap. That is quite a skill, one of the Hyuga elders said. How long until your niece notices she has been tricked? I don't know, this is the first time she has ever met our foxes, Mitsuhide told them. I apologize for her running around in your home. It was worth the laugh, Heishi told him. I have something to show you. It took me several weeks to find it, but here it is. He placed an old scroll on the table. This is the original agreement between our clan and yours. Akechi blinked his surprise as he just stared at it. May I see it? At a nod, he unrolled it. It was very informal but covered all the political angels that at the time was necessary. Then he noticed a clause in it that said should ties start to become loose between the two, an inter-clan marriage will take place. Is this still valid? Oh yes, the first elder told him. But there is no such tutu. One of them cast a glance at Naruto. My son is the clan heir. He cannot be married into the Hyuga, which I am sure you would prefer. And even then, who would he marry? The elders were quiet. The only choices was Hinata and Hanabi. One was too weak and the other is 5 years his junior. Point taken, the second elder said with a sigh. The third one snapped his normally droopy eyes wide open. He has a niece, he stated. Yes, my sister's daughter, Koma. Why is this of concern? Heishi rolled his eyes. Because I have a nephew named Neji, who turned down the invitation to join us this evening. Ooh, Faji. Faji. Where are you, girl? She rounded a corner and bumped into someone a little smaller than herself. I'm sorry. Have you seen a fuzzy fox run through here? Neji stood up and helped her up. I have not. Do I know you? No, but you might know my cousin, Naruto. He is friends with a girl named Hinata. You are an Akechi? I am, she said proudly. Akechi Koma, and you are? Hyuga Neji, Hinata's cousin. A pleasure, she said with a smile. Can you help me find her? I am afraid I have no idea where she is or where I am. Neji frowned. I cannot help you find her, but I can lead you back to the dining room. Follow me, please. He led her back the way she came and stopped at the door. Here you are, Lady Akechi. Thank you, she said sadly. Opening the door, she said, Naruto, I lost Faji. I already found her, Naruto said, pointed to Hanabi. The 3-year-old was scratching her ears and not getting any struggle from the kit. Koma dropped her jaw followed by her head. But she is part of my clan. Don't just grab next time, Naruto told her. He looked to Faji. What do you say, forgive her? Or give her a second chance? The kid moaned before lifting her head and letting Hanabi scratch there. She said maybe, Koma. Your son can understand them, Heishi asked. More or less, Mitsuhide informed them. It is just emerging in him. And so far, he is the only one that can. Although, with some help, I have grown more emphatic to what they want. Really, it just takes time to understand their accent, and he still doesn't fully. I see, Heishi said. So this is how bloodlines are birthed. Appears so. He is also the reason the foxes have stayed around and even joined our clan. Koma turned around. Thank you, Neji-san, for showing me the way here. You are welcome, Koma-san. He was about to turn to leave, but was called by Heishi. He went up to him and said, Yes, Lord Hyuga? The elders were just talking about you and Koma, Heishi stated. Neji narrowed his eyes. How so? Part of the alliance agreement was that if our clans become too distant, an arranged marriage can be done to strengthen the bond again. But both sides must agree to this. And you want me and Koma to be married? He assumed he was right. Personally, no, Heishi replied, surprising everyone there. I will not force you into it. I am merely telling the chance to help your clan and leave it up to you. I have a different thought and would actually like to speak with Lord Akechi alone later. The samurai there arched an eyebrow. I would say I see, but I don't. You are not going to force me into this? I just said I would not. And neither will the elders. The look he gave them quieted any objections. All I ask is that you give it a thought. Turn it down or accept as you wish. This is your fate to make. And if I accepted, would I stay a Hyuga or would I join the Akechi? Now that is the complicated part, the first elder told him. By tradition, it would be from the lower rank to the higher rank. For example, a low-rank samurai could marry a commoner if he wanted and she would join him. But if he wanted to marry a woman from a higher samurai family, he would join her family. But we are no longer samurai, Neji stated. Thus the problem, Mitsuhide stated. Ninja are held as assassins by the old traditions while it is the samurai that fight honorable combat. But now, the ninja are fighting in the open with samurai for the most part. They are still masters of stealth and skilled assassins, but that isn't all. The line is too vague to say. So the easiest thing to do. The elder was stopped by Heishi. He was going to say have two marriages, one from both going to the other. Would be to consult the Hokage about this. Unless your plan covers this very thing, Heishi. It does. Now, Neji, I have asked of you what I wanted, so I have nothing else for you. Unless you would like to say something. He did in fact. That if he agreed, he wanted to join the Akechi. Nothing, uncle. Then you can go if you wish. Or go and talk to the other children. Neji bowed and walked down to the end of the table. They were eating dessert. With Hanabi laughing at Faji suddenly being in a playful mood and batting her hands as she ate her watermelon. Naruto, he said with a nod as he sat down. Neji-san, it is good to see you in good health. Training going well? As expected. He cut a slice from the watermelon and put it on his plate. How about we go outside to eat? It is a nice night. I don't mind, Naruto said. Koma? Sounds good, I love the night air. Hinata-chan. Why? S. Naruto-kun. IW. Old like to as well. She was still forcing herself not to stutter, but it was still an improvement. Can I carry Faji? Hanabi asked. Naruto smiled as he picked up her plate for her. Kiba, what about you? It sounds better than just staying here. As they walked out, Sume walked in. Again, I apologize, Heishi, I was busy with an important clan matter. It is quiet all right, Heishi told her, before grinning. How many pups were there? 7. How did you know that was what it was? Kiba was very excited as well as his dog Akamaru. Hinata made the comment that he was only this excited whenever more pups were born. Both Akechi still inside stood as she entered. Inuzuka Sume, I am Akechi Mitsuhide and this is my father, Akechi Hidemitsu. It is a great honor to meet the mother of one of my son's closest friends. The honor is mine, Lord Akechi. Your son has definitely made my son want to strive more. Rivalry often does in my clan. Ooh. They were eating when Kiba's ears perked. Do you hear that? Hear what? Neji asked. Sounded like a scream. Naruto sniffed and wrinkled his nose. No, but I do smell blood. Where did it come from, Kiba? He pointed to the wall. Naruto set down his watermelon and ran to the wall. He jumped, kicked his foot against it, the tree at the spot he jumped at, and grabbed a branch. When he climbed atop it, he looked at the source. Oh my god. This time, he saw the person screaming. It was a woman as she was cut down by a man wearing Enbu armor with one of their swords. He was about to shout for them to get their parents, but this woman holding a baby was his next target. Naruto jumped down and ran as fast as he could. The Anbu did not expect it, so he was stunned when his sword was stopped by another. I will not let you do that, Naruto growled. Out of my way, the man said, impassively. This does not concern you. It does, Naruto replied. I have the power to stop her from dying, so I must do just that. If I didn't, I would have to kill myself for it. Bushido demands it. I see now, you are the samurai that is always beating my brother. The Uchiha grinned. He really dislikes you. And your efforts are really just for waste. She will die and there is no one else to save. They, myself, and my brother are the last Uchiha. Up at the wall, Neji climbed the tree and saw the exchange. Get our parents, someone is killing the Uchiha. Itachi frowned and pushed Naruto back. You have cost me time. Time that is precious and can never be made up. Out of my way, boy. Naruto just kept his sword across his chest, but they both saw it was shaking. Naruto was afraid. No, he was terrified. The Uchiha were the best. And he had killed all of them about. There was only two options for him. Run and survive. Or fight and die. And he didn't want to die. Please, the woman said to them, don't do this, Itachi. Don't kill my daughter. A samurai can never fail in his mission, Naruto, his father's voice said in his head. Even if we die, if it is to complete the mission, then we still complete it. Naruto stopped shaking. I can't fail, he muttered. He slashed his sword down and then returned it to the saya. Behind him, the woman was afraid he was going to leave her. But Naruto crouched down, his right foot ahead, and right hand over the hilt of the fox fang. Even if I die, if they live for 5 more minutes, then my life will have meaning. Bato Ijutsu, Itachi said, recognizing the stance. He considered this new information. If he was off by a fraction of an instant, he would be cut in half. And no doubt help is coming even then. You win this one, Akechi. The woman and child will live and so will you. Sheathing his own sword, he turned and vanished. Naruto didn't move, refusing to believe he would leave just like that. A hand fell on his shoulder and the woman said, in a voice still shaking from her fear, "Thank you. Thank you so very much, Akechi-sama." A footstep was heard behind him and he spun to cut down this person. But his sword was blocked by Hollow Edge, his father's sword. Job well done, my son, he is gone. Naruto let out the breath he had been holding as well as the fear he had forced back. Dad. He grabbed his father's waist, shaking so much he was ashamed of himself, but he couldn't stop. It is okay, you truly forced him to leave. It is okay now thanks to you. His hands rested on his back while his son sobbed. Are you okay? Uchiha Yoriko. And I am fine thanks to you son, Lord Akechi. Both my daughter and I are. But my husband. Tears started to fall as she looked down the street at the bodies that were everywhere. Sume, we have to try and stop him, Heishi said to the head of the Inuzuka clan. Lead the way. The two jumped off, following the scent Itachi left behind. Who did this, Naruto? Hidemitsu asked kindly. He knew the woman couldn't answer as she tried to stop her tears and the child's. He was Uchiha Itachi. The two swallowed the lump in their throat. Even living outside the village, they had heard stories about his skill. Naruto was truly lucky to be alive. And he said only himself. Yoriko, her daughter, and Sasuke were still alive. Even the children. Hidemitsu turned back to Yoriko. Dear lady, let us get you away from here. You have been through so much this evening. He took her by her arm and carried her to the Hyuga grounds. He was going to kill me, father. Just like all of them, I was going to die. Hush, Naruto, it is over. No, I can't. I almost ran. I wanted to so much. But I heard her say please don't do this and I couldn't. But I still wanted to. Koma up on the wall swallowed as she heard that. It must have taken a lot to admit it. Naruto, do you believe I have never felt the same? Mitsuhide asked. Naruto couldn't answer. My first battle was even worse than this was for you. I came against a Jinchuriki, a boy from Suna that held the one-tailed Shukaku inside his body and controlled all the sand of the desert. I wanted to run as I saw my comrades die around me, but my father's words rung in my ears and I stayed. Do you know the reason I am here today? Because he withdrew. Not because of what I did but because those strong enough to kill him were coming while he was trying to deal with me. Not because I was stronger, quicker, more powerful. But he did not win and I can still look at myself in the mirror. Naruto couldn't even imagine his father afraid. Nothing scared him. And I still get afraid, Mitsuhide told him. When I heard you were fighting for your life against an ANBU, I thought I was going to lose you. It was that fear that drove me to get here even faster. Naruto was shocked. He was also growing colder. Father. I don't feel well. He started to fall and the fox fang slipped from his grasp. When Itachi had pushed him back, he had slashed his shoulder. And even cut his collarbone in half. The last thing he saw was his father shouting but he couldn't hear what. Ooh. Naruto opened his eyes and found he was staring at a white-tiled ceiling. Where am I? Naruto. Koma jumped on him and he groaned in pain. I am so glad you are awake. The medics used a jutsu to mend your bone and flesh back together and said you would be fine in a few hours but we could barely believe them. You were so pale. I am going to get uncle. Grandfather forced to go sit down and get some sleep. She ran from the room. Before the door even closed all the way, his friends burst in. Naruto. You're alive. Kiba about shouted. Man, I never would have believed it. You fought Uchiha Itachi and came out with only a scar on your shoulder. I was so worried, and Naruto-san, Hinata said, on the verge of tears. Don't cry, Naruto told her. Even as he did, he realized how weak his voice sounded. I'm fine, nothing a bowl of ramen and a plate of dango won't cure. He gave them a wry grin as he said that. Kiba smiled. I think we can get some for you. I will wake up Icharaka and nothing but dango if I have to, Mitsuhide said as he ran in. How do you feel? Naruto swallowed. My throat is dry and my shoulder hurts. Otherwise I am fine. Where are my swords? I think I dropped Foxfang. Hinata rushed out of the room and back in. I had been holding them myself, Naruto-san. No one else has touched them. Thank you, Hinata-chan. He yawned and found he could barely keep his eyes open. And Yoriko? She is in shock but will come out of it. She is still afraid though. Should we let her stay with us for now then? Mitsuhide nodded. I will see to it that she can. Naruto, someone else is here to see you. He opened the door and beckoned the person in. It was Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes met Naruto's and he looked down. Go on, son, Mitsuhide said to him. Thank you, Naruto. Because of you, I still have everything I have left in the world. I am sorry, you almost lost your arm because of my clan and I. He couldn't go on. He had been spared the sight of seeing his family dead. But the Chunin couldn't stop him from seeing the rest of them. He dropped his head. His own brother had killed almost all he cared for while the person he had thought an enemy saved all he had left in the world. He felt a hand grab his and saw it was Naruto. As Kiba once told me, I will tell you. No worries, mate, that was all he had left in him. He dropped his hand back to his side, closed his eyes and fell back to sleep. He doesn't even hate me for it. I would hate me, Sasuke said. Naruto has seen and felt hate, Mitsuhide told him. He has seen and felt enough. He was injured for his choices so he doesn't blame you. Alright, let's go and let him rest. Hinata-sama, please hold onto his swords for now. Hi, Lord Akechi. Ooh. Even though Naruto was told he should rest, he was back at the academy the next day, his arm in a sling. Naruto-kun. His eyes went wide when he heard that. If there was nothing else, Naruto had one thing in common with Sasuke. The dreaded creature known as the fangirl. And several were running at him now. What happened, Naruto-kun? Do you need help? It was Sasuke, wasn't it? There was an attack and I was injured, forcing the person to retreat. No, it wasn't Sasuke. But do you need help? They all about yelled. Naruto was looking for a way out of this. He couldn't lie. But he couldn't tell them he did either. He saw his salvation in the form of an indigo-haired girl carrying two swords close to her heart. Pardon me, ladies, I have to go retrieve my Daisho Hinata-chan. He pushed his way through, grabbed Hinata's hand, and ran into the building. Why the hell does she get to hold his swords? Inside, he was able to hide from them. We lost them. Thank you, Hinata-chan, for caring for my swords and for your impeccable timing. He looked at her and saw her face beat red. She was looking at her hand, which he was still holding. Ah hey. Sorry about that. He was about to reach for the fox fang and claw but remembered the sling. Can you help me put them in my belt? She just nodded, her face still red. As he pulled on his belt, she slid them into place. Thank you. You are welcome, Naruto-kun, she said in little more than a whisper. Naruto and Hinata walked into class and took their seat. Kiba was waiting for them, and so was Sasuke. Here, he said, holding out a big scroll. He almost smacked his head when he noticed the sling. He gave it to Kiba instead. It is a contract of some kind. I don't understand what it means, but I know that Kabuto is a helmet. So you can have it. No one in my clan used it anyway. Thanks, Naruto said to him. He didn't say that he didn't have to. No doubt his pride was hurt enough as is. Iruka raised his hand and tried to quiet them down. Students. Shut up. That last part was from his sign less big head no jutsu. Now, Naruto, Sasuke, I have been told what happened so you both will not have to train. But if you want to, I will help you. Naruto, it is strongly suggested you don't train today. Hi, Iruka-sensei. Now, for today's lesson we will be continuing learning how to draw out your chakra. While the other students went about the lesson, Naruto could do nothing but read. So he decided to take a look inside the scroll. But it wasn't a scroll with instructions to some great technique. Just a scroll full of blocks, and the first 7 had been signed by a person in blood with the bottom holding a hand print. The blood on the latest signature had turned black with age, meaning that no one had signed it in quite some time. Oda Nobunaga, Naruto said as he read the first name. And it was one that he knew well. Nobunaga nearly conquered all of the land, but when he died, it was divided up into the countries that existed today, 1,000 years ago. He studied it for another 5 minutes before his thumb pushed the fox claw a bit from its saya. He slid his thumb along the blade, cutting it and drawing blood. He took a cloth between his 4 and middle finger and cleaned it off before returning it. With his thumb as the pen, he wrote, Akechi Naruto, in the first open slot along with the Akechi symbol. He then wrapped his fist around his thumb and squeezed. When it pooled in his palm, he spread it to cover his hand and he pressed it to the paper on the bottom. He didn't know what this was, but he would sign it as Sasuke did give it to him, and if it was important enough for Nobunaga to sign it, then he would as well. Even if he never used it. Rolling it back up, he loosened the sling on it and put it around his back. You know, sensei, some of the best Kenjutsu fighters use their left hand as well to give them the advantage. Maybe it wouldn't hurt if I did a few dances with my left, he said it hopefully. That is a valid point, Naruto. Fine, I will allow you time to do so. Naruto nearly cheered in victory. after you have fully healed. He hung his head. Damn. Ooh. Before any of them realized it, the time to graduate had already arrived. Naruto and Sasuke were running neck and neck to be Rookie of the Year. They both still hated each other but only in a rivalry sense. Naruto held close combat, in all its forms, as the top student as well as distance. But Sasuke had ninjutsu and chakra usage. So while Naruto had more, Sasuke held the more important. And concerning hating each other, it was hard to hate someone that lived with you. Alright Naruto, Sasuke, perform the Bunshin no Jutsu and make as many as you can, Iruka said to them. You two literally have the same score, so this is what was decided to decide it. Naruto hung his head. Damn. Bunshin no Jutsu. He made 12 perfect but the 13th was miserable. Sasuke just smirked before easily creating 20. Sorry, Naruto, looks like you are number 2 student. But think of it like this. Because you two are right next to each other, you will not be placed on the same team. They both looked interested at this. Why not? We try to balance the teams by rank. If we can, and that is not to say we don't try, we put the Rookie of the Year with both the exact middle student as well as the student that almost didn't pass. But, Naruto sighed, I was hoping to get teamed up with Kiba. Iruka laughed. He wasn't dead last, Naruto. Close, but not dead last. His skills in ninjutsu saved him from that. But I can't say for sure yet that is in fact who you will be teamed up with. Sasuke, this is your headband. Sasuke went up and took it before leaving the room. Naruto watched him before looking to Iruka. What about me, Iruka-sensei? He smiled. You have a special one, Naruto. A gift from both myself and the Hokage. He reached under his desk and put a box on it. Congratulations, graduate. Naruto opened it and found he was looking at a metal dome. Lifting it out, it turned out to be a Kabuto helmet. On the inside were straps that could be tightened so that he would only have to loosen it as he grew. On the rim above his eyes was the leaf symbol. The metal was very sound and without flaw. That once belonged to the Hokage, but he thought you would want it. Sarutobi had even had it changed from black to dark blue to match his armor. It is beautiful, Naruto said. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he put the helmet on. The straps were loose and he was about to take it off to tighten them. Channel chakra into it, Iruka told him. Following his orders, he focused his chakra to his head and the straps began to move until Naruto stopped. It fit perfectly now. I don't know what to say. Then say the words inscribed on the inside. Taking it back off, Naruto read it aloud. All the ninja of the hidden village of Konoha have a will of fire. A strong will to protect Konoha. As long as they have that will of fire, everyone in this village is family. Sarutobi, the third Hokage. He looked around and saw another one. To abandon your duty is not courageous. Below the courageous, there is nothing. Namikaze Minato, fourth Hokage. He wanted to make sure that you knew those. Now go on, I am sure there is a whole clan outside waiting for you. And here. Iruka gave him a normal headband. For when you can't wear the helmet. Naruto nodded his thanks and tied the spare around his waist and armor. He walked out and smiled as Kiba ran up to him. The two clapped their hands together. Looks like we made it, Kiba said. Akamaru poked his head out of his coat and growled. Looks like, Naruto replied. Sasuke announce it? Announce what? Hinata asked, still a little shy after 4 years, but she no longer stuttered. Guess he didn't. Naruto cleared his throat, catching the attention of the whole room. To Uchiha Sasuke Teme. The brat finally beat me at something. He is this year's Rookie of the Year. Sasuke scoffed. I could have beaten you whenever I wanted. Right, Kiba said before sneezing. Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit. Sasuke gave him a fake glare before turning it on Naruto. That is it, outside, right now. We'll finish this. Sakura and Ino looked to each other and nodded. This is going to be epic, they said. They came very close during the second year of ending their friendship because of Sasuke and Naruto. But they decided that whichever one got Sasuke or Naruto, the other one could have the remaining one. Outside, Sasuke drew his kunai, while Naruto watched him carefully before he sat down on his knees. Everyone was wondering why except Sasuke and the watching Akechi clan. Sasuke ran forward. There was a click and Naruto was now standing, the fox claw drawn and the kunai cut in half. The sitting Batojutsu strike was hard but Naruto had been practicing on it for a year now. Naruto pushed forward, using his free hand to wrap around Sasuke's head and he put Sasuke into a nugi. Say it. Never. Naruto just rubbed harder. Say it. No, you're messing up my hair. Say it. Fine. You are the better swordsman. Naruto just laughed and let him go. And don't you forget it, all the other students' sweat dropped at that. When they said finish this, They were expecting something along the lines of jutsus and a battle to the death. The two glared at each other before they cracked and started to laugh. Naruto clapped him on the back. "Nah, you deserve the title Rookie of the Year." Sasuke tapped his knuckles to Naruto's helmet, before smiling and hitting it harder, making it ring. "Dobi." Ah. He took in a deep breath and looked at the trees. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Mitsuhide stepped out from behind it and walked up to his son. "Just waiting for the moment to pass. Congratulations, son." "Oh. Lord Akechi is as handsome as every," one of the girls in backside. Making Naruto roll his eyes. He looked down at his side and saw Kitsu had done the same. Then the rest of the clan mobbed him, saying how proud they were. He had aunts, uncles, a few cousins, as well as Yoriko with her daughter Shiruka. But someone was missing. His helmet was taken off and someone bopped him on the head. "Just because you are a ninja now, Naruto-kun, don't think you can beat me," Koma challenged. "I don't think, Nisan, I know," Naruto said with a grin. "Father, do you know where I got this from?" Mitsuhide leaned in close. "It is a gift from the Hokage." He nodded. "Then make sure his support is not misplaced." He straightened and turned to Sasuke. "Congratulations, Sasuke. You are deserving of that title. Let's go home." Ooh. Naruto looked behind him and saw the box. "Would you like to handle them or should I?" he asked Sasuke. "You do it." Naruto nodded before jumping up into the air and landed behind the box. He put his mouth close to the eye holes and shouted. "Hey, does something seem odd with this rock?" Sasuke looked at him, then it. "Nope. I see square rocks all the time with holes in them." "Are you sure? I swear I smell something akin to brats." Naruto swore he could see the box sweating. "I am certain there is nothing odd about that rock." Kitsu hopped off Naruto's shoulder and started sniffing at the holes. Naruto heard a voice say, "Shoo, shoo, go away." "See, even Kitsu smells something here." "Naruto, it is just a rock." Sasuke could barely keep from laughing. Konohamaru did a really bad job this time. Udon and Moki at least had no experience being a ninja. "You know, Sasuke, my legs are kind of tired. Maybe I should sit down for a bit. And this rock seems the perfect spot to." That sweat was pouring down now. A whisper came from inside, followed by a snicker. Shrugging, Naruto turned around and lightly sat on it, almost all his weight still on his legs. He jumped up, gripping his butt when he felt a kunai poke him there. Amonta de doiya, Carrera Pazari Sasareru mai Ketsunoana. He cursed in 2 different languages for that. As he hopped around, he made everyone around him laugh. Before he turned a glare that promised death to the 3 inside the box. That sweat returned as a waterfall. They abandoned the box and started running. He was about to run after them, but someone grabbed the back of his collar. "Let me hurt them, please. Let me hurt them." "Now, Naruto," Yoriko said to him. "You can't do that to your lord's grandson. He would understand. It was all in good fun to terrorize them. He honestly didn't mean it that much." "Ah, I'll get them later." Konohamaru blew a raspberry at him as he turned around. Then again, "Now does seem good." They ran off, laughing at him. Ooh, Naruto, I have some important news for you, my son," Mitsuhide said to him that evening in the study. His home was really crowded now, with a total of 12 families living there. But that was why he had it built very large and with several other houses. "What is it, father?" "It concerns you and Hyuga Hinata." Naruto tilted his head as he wondered what it could be. "You remember that night at the Hyuga mansion?" He nodded. "Hishi said he had a plan he wanted to tell me in secret. Well, it turned out to be a good one. He proposed to have an arranged marriage between you and Hinata and have Hanabi become the next clan heir for the Hyuga." Naruto smiled at that prospect. He did care for Hinata. "That is great news, father. I can't wait until I tell Hinata." "You can't, son. This is to be done in secret. It will be publicly announced 6 months before your wedding, and that is when she will find out." "But why tell me?" "An old tradition. The men know so that they can get them to fall in love with them before they turn 16. As they and you are ninja, if you become chunin before then, you will start the 6-month time then." "I see, father. I will do it." "I know you will," Mitsuhide said with a smile, and not just because Naruto had an easy job to get her to fall in love with him. Ooh, Hinata, Hishi called her into his study. "I have important news for you, my daughter." "Yes, father. You are no longer to be considered clan heir, Hinata. I have decided that Hanabi is, and you are to be put in an arranged marriage." Hinata looked heartbroken. "Yes, father. At least hear me out. Who it is that you are marrying? You actually know him." "Father, the only person that I would care to marry is Akechi Naruto." "I see. Well, it is a good thing that happens to be who you are engaged with." Hinata threw away her Hyuga bearing and jumped on her father, giving him a hug. Thank you, father. You are welcome, Hinata. Now there are some stipulations you need to know. She got down and stood in attention. Hi. First off, he does not know and is not to know. Second, he will be told only when he turns 16 or you both become chunin. Once he has been told, 6 months later, you are to be married. Now, you are to use this time to get him to fall in love with you, Hinata. There will be nothing beyond holding hands, understood? Once I say otherwise, you may allow him to kiss you but not until then. But, of course, that depends on if you can get close to him. Hi, father. She went to her room and she chuckled. Right about now, Mitsuhide was telling his son much the same thing. With a smile, he leaned back in his chair and relaxed. The elders would be more than happy with this. So they would stay off his back and he can focus on Neji now. If only he knew what his answer to the question was. Ooh, peace, tranquility, calm. When you think of these, normally you would think of a garden. Or even the home of samurai. Too bad that home was not the one where Naruto lived. Several foxes jumped on him to wake him up. He grabbed the first one he could and scowled at it as he held it up in front of him. Name one reason I shouldn't throw you across the room. I'm cute, the kid told him confidently. Normally, this statement would mean nothing, but to an Akechi, it meant Koma adored the little guy. And to hurt the fox she adored was just a death wish. Low, Mina, very low. He didn't throw her across the room. He rolled her out his door and shut it behind her. The kid squeaked as a pair of legs walked by her. Good morning, Hidemitsu said as he patted the girl. Didn't go so well, eh? The kid rolled back to her paws and nodded. Well, remember, he is ticklish. He slid the door open a little, just enough for the kids to get back in. And walked away, under his knees, on his stomach, and the bottom of his feet. Mina ran in along with her siblings. Not 30 seconds later, Hidemitsu heard his grandson laughter, trying to throw off his attackers, and finally begging for mercy. Good morning, son, he said when he sat down at the table with Mitsuhide. As usual, by his side was Kurara. Seems that somehow, they had followed after the Inuzuka dogs, living for a much longer life than normal and growing far larger than normal. Kurara was twice his adult size and still growing now. Morning. The kids having fun? They are. I guess they decided Naruto has slept long enough. Naruto glared at his grandfather and looked at the kits he now held. Sick him. Simple crawl up his shirt, go for the armpits and the stomach. His grandfather was soon begging for mercy from the furballs as well. No, peace, tranquility, calm does not describe this home. Ooh. Sarutobi looked at the list of Jonin and then at the teams. Team 8 was the one he was having trouble with. All three had one skill that was very powerful, thanks to one of the three, but only one clan knew how to teach it. And the Inuzuka had no Jonin on the list. Then there was the fact that they all also knew the basics of sword combat, thanks to another member. Gekko Hayate would be good for them to improve more. Finally, there was the last member. She shows great promise with Genjutsu while the other two needed great help with it. Naturally, Yuhi Kurenai would also be of great help to this team. Team 7 had been easy. Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino went to Kakashi. Sasuke because he needs training with the Sharingan. Sakura because even though she turned out a good student, she need to be able to fight without Ino. When together, those two were just dangerous, but alone, they weren't sure how to fight. Kakashi will change that. Finally was Ino. A natural leader when the shit hits the fan. Sasuke would be thought to be but he had seen for himself. Sasuke preferred to rely on his own strength but Ino knew to look to herself and others. She also knew power, unusual for her clan, but she learned early in her friendship with Sakura that she was better at carrying out the plans than coming up with them. She actually knew a powerful ninjutsu besides her family jutsu. Kakashi could help her use her head more and that was all she needed. Those two really were the strongest kunoichi duo. Together, none of the students could beat them. Not even Sasuke or Naruto. Team 10 was also easy. Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji went to his son Asuma. Shikamaru's and Choji's fathers had actually tried to get their kids on the same team with Ino but Iruka had told him that Team 7 and Team 10 would work better like this. Iruka swore up and down that Shikamaru was smart but lacked the motivation to actually apply himself. He also swore he wished he befriended Naruto as well when he first came. Maybe then he would have some initiative. Hopefully, Sarutobi's son could break him of his laziness. But seeing as how that is almost a keke genke for that clan, it is unlikely. Choji was Shikamaru's best friend, fulfilling the same role as Ino with Sakura, though they didn't talk at the same time. Supposedly, Shikamaru would come up with the plan and he and Choji would carry it out. Seemed natural that they are together. Finally Shino, He had an analytical like all his clan that gave him a better view of the whole picture. No doubt, if he was given Kakashi's test, he would see right through it from the start. But Team 8. He looked up at the still waiting Jonin. Hayate, Kurenai can stay. Everyone else, you have your assigned duties. When it was just the two, Sarutobi continued. You both are being considered at the Jonin Sensei for Team 8. Akechi Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. Naruto has shown the other two basic swordsmanship. Kiba has taught the other two how to best use their partners in combat. And Hinata has skills they lack in genjutsu. It is that first and third that I have decided it should be one of you two. But I want to know from you which of you would be best for these three. They were silent for a moment. Hayate saw the raw potential still left in Naruto with his swords. He may be learning the Batoijutsu style, but he hasn't even scratched the surface. He would probably be even better than himself. And if the other two are willing to learn how to fight Kenjutsu, then he would do his damn best to teach them everything they could learn. He didn't even realize he said that aloud. Sarutobi nodded at him and looked to Kurenai. She also wanted this team. Kiba is hot-headed and needs self-control. Hinata has little self-confidence. She is much better than when she started the academy but still lacking for a ninja. I know I can teach them both. And Naruto. He has a strict code of honor that will no doubt get in the way. I know he will not abandon it, but I plan to show him how to get around it. I haven't been studying up on it for nothing. You have wanted this team for a while, haven't you? Since mid-third year when it became apparent that they would be teamed together, Kurenai told him. Sarutobi took a deep pull from his pipe and held it. One promises skills in a near-forgotten, but still essential, art. The other promised control over their emotions. Either way, Team 8 would no doubt become a hunter-nin team. With Naruto and Kiba able to track through sense and Hinata able to see anything around her, it was almost predestined. But which would get them there better? He wished he didn't have to decide in. Sarutobi chuckled, finally letting the smoke from his lungs. I have decided. I decided I won't choose. I am making you both co-leaders of Team 7. Kurenai, you will be teaching them emotional control and genjutsu. Hayate, you will be teaching them kenjutsu. They stared at him blankly. Cough. Has that ever, been done before? Yes. Last time it was done was by the second, but if the situation calls for it, I am allowed to assign such a team. I believe that for the betterment of their development, it is called for. And Hayate, stop that coughing. I know you do it to make people think you are weaker than you are. He straightened up. Hi, Hokage-sama. Now, might I suggest you two use Kakashi's bell test? One on each of you. After all, you will be fighting 6 instead of 3. They are already that far along in the Inuzuka Jutsu, Kurenai asked. Kiba is naturally farther, but the other two are close behind. Good luck trying to tell which is which. Only they can. The two Jonin nodded to each other and walked out. Sarutobi chuckled. He would have to watch this test. It promises to be interesting. Ooh, no. Naruto was shifting through his cloths, looking for something good to wear. Hinata had called him and asked if he wanted to get lunch. Of course he did, but he only had his armor and his ceremonial robes. He should have asked what she was wearing. He finally settled on a blue and black version of his normal attire. This one was more for combat ceremony with how polished it was. He set his helmet on his head and ran from his room, scooping Kitsu up as he went. Bye father, I shall return this evening. Naruto set the adult-size fox on the ground and kept running until he reached Konoha. He flashed his passport as he entered the gate. Finally, he came to the gate of the Hyuga compound and entered. I am to meet with Hyuga Hinata, he explained to the guards. They nodded. She informed us you would be coming, Naruto-san, the one on the right told him. We have instructions from Lord Heishi to remind you of the tradition not to tell her, the one on the left said. I will not, he told them. With a nod, they allowed him to pass. Naruto was shown to the waiting room where Heishi was waiting. Occupying his time. Cleaning a sword. That had a wicked edge on it and had been used before. The name on the blade said, The Suitor's End, and then Heishi turned this evil smile on him. Come on in boy, sit on down. So you like my daughter, do you now? We really think she's something else. She my little girl, her mother's world before she passed away. She deserves respect and that what she'll get, ain't it son? Now you two just run along and have some fun. I'll see you when you get back. Bet I'll be up all night, just cleaning this sword. Naruto only tore his eyes from the blood-stained sword when it was announced Hinata was there. Hinata came into the room. She was wearing a silk kimono with her headband around her neck like a choker. Her kimono was sky blue over her chest and grass green from her hips down, making it look like a field. Sakura petals dotted over her left shoulder. Naruto immediately felt underdressed. He bowed and said, "Hinata-chan, I apologize. I didn't think this would be a formal occasion." Hinata blushed as she replied, "No, Naruto-kun, I should have told you, but you look very nice as you are." "And you look beautiful," Naruto replied. "Stupid, stupid, stupid, of course it would be something formal. You should have worn the hakama." "I really don't." "You do," Naruto insisted. "When have I ever lied?" "And never." "Hinata-chan, you are beautiful. Even the most perfect sakura blossom to the rarest desert rose would pale in comparison." "Akechi-sama," Heishi said behind his daughter. "Are you trying to make my daughter blush until she faints? Or possibly fall in love with you?" He had stopped straightening the edge and was now standing, facing him. Father." He looked at her, shocked. "I am simply asking a question out of concern for your health, Hinata. If you fell and hurt yourself, I would be rather upset." Hinata wrapped her arm around Naruto's and dragged him off before she could be further embarrassed. Heishi waited until they were gone from the grounds before sitting back down and laughing. He glanced at the blood-stained blade and laughed. A special coloring during the crafting, and look at the results. This was one of the most used Hyuga tradition. But nothing compared to the Akechi version of the same tradition. He thought they actually had torture implements being examined. Briefly, Heishi remembered when he had been first introduced to the suitor's end, the same way Naruto had just been. Ooh. They ate at a fancy restaurant and were now walking through the park. "Anyo," they both said as they looked at each other. "You first, Hinata-chan." "No, you can go ahead, Naruto-kun." Who do you think our sensei will be?" "Someone we know." Hinata sighed. She had been hoping for real conversation. But Naruto was nothing if not duty-bound. "I do not think we will know them, Naruto-kun. It would seem very unlikely. There are so many jonin and so few students. Hokage-sama has other things to do than put a jonin we are comfortable with as our team leader. I was wondering, Naruto-kun, do you have normal cloths?" "Normal?" He tilted his head. He did have them once, but that was so long ago. What had he worn when he was a kid? He only remembered always carrying his swords and wearing his armor. He knew that he was from Konoha, originally, but no longer remembered it. Like what Kiba and I wore to class. Just pants, a shirt, and a coat if necessary. What everyone else would wear to class, Naruto-kun. Naruto had a blank look on his face. He had just gone through his clothes and knew he had no such items. Hinata guessed as much from his lack of answering. "You should buy some, Naruto-kun. So you could blend in easier when on missions." Both sighed as they had said something they in fact didn't mean to say. "I will try to find some, Hinata-chan." He sighed again. They still had 4 hours. He lifted his head and looked at Hinata, inspiration suddenly hitting him. "Can you help me choose them, Hinata-chan?" Why? "Hi, Naruto-san." Naruto smiled before offering her his arm and about to take a step. "You don't know where a clothing store is, do you?" She giggled when he shook his head. She then turned him around and started walking to the market. Ooh. Naruto liked what Hinata had chosen out for him. He wore denim pants, black combat boots, a white collar shirt, a dark blue long coat, and a black leather belt that had a piece on it to hold his swords. "How'd I look, Hinata-chan? Is this good enough for our next date?" He slapped his hands over his mouth. He had meant earlier to ask if she wanted to go on another with him. Another date with Naruto-kun, she asked in barely a whisper. That was also the subject of what she meant to ask. Normal clothes for the next time they went out. A samurai must not hesitate. To hesitate is to die. Too bad the person that made the code of Bushido did not also make it usable with women. Isn't that what we are on? I just thought that we would go on one again. If I overstepped. No, I mean, you did not, Naruto-san. I would be happy to go on another date with you. And, personally, I like your armor. It must be heavy yet you move so effortlessly in it. And you are able to hide just as well, and I know you feel uncomfortable without it. But it doesn't blend in with others. Isn't that what we have the Henge no Jutsu for? Naruto nodded. That is, isn't it? Well, if you like it, Hinata-chan, I will keep wearing my armor. He went back in the changing room and put his armor back on. He carefully folded his clothing and took them to the register. They were paid for and he took the bag in hand. Shall we go, Hinata-heim? She smiled and they walked out the store. It was silent as they walked. So, where is Bandit? Hinata resisted giggling as she reaching into the bow her belt was tied into on her side. She pulled out the sleep ferret. She had insisted to come with me. Wouldn't stop that huffing that you told me meant she wanted something and was agitated. But she lacked the interest to stay awake. Naruto rubbed a finger under the ferret's chin. Kitsu moaned, feeling left out, so Hinata crouched down and rubbed his ears. Naruto smiled at her and looked around. Ahead of them, he saw two Jonin meet. One was Asuma, Konohamaru's uncle. The other was a kunoichi he didn't know. She had pale skin, black hair and red eyes. The chain smoker smiled and presented her with white rose with red highlights, almost making Naruto slap his forehead. He had compared Hinata to a rose, but he didn't even have one to give her. He began to panic but took a deep breath and relaxed. He simply had to think, plan, and react. He simply looked around and smiled. Not 10 feet away was a cherry tree, sakura petals in full bloom. He walked over, took out his tanto, cut off a 3-inch branch, then proceeded to cut the excess sticks and flowers from it until it resembled a hairpin with 3 flowers on it. Naruto sheathed the knife and hid the hairpin as he turned around. Hinata was looking at him questionably. "Hinata-chan, close your eyes a moment, please." She hesitated before she did. She peeped for only an instant before covering her eyes with her hand. Naruto walked over and slipped it in place. "I think that looks good on you, Hinata-chan." Hinata opened her eyes and felt the silky smooth flowers in her hair. She wanted to see it so badly, but there was no mirror. She didn't even have a makeup kit to look with. But what truly mattered to her was that Naruto had shaped it and gave it to her. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." If either had thought about it, they would have realized right then that it would not be very hard to get the other to love them. They were already well on their way. Ooh. Team 7 is Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Yamanaka Ino with Hitaki Kakashi. Team 8 is Akechi Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba. Your Jonin Sensei is to be announced. Team 9 is still in circulation. Team 10 is Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji with Sarutobi Asuma. Of all of them, Team 10 was the just barely more satisfied with the team arrangement. Only because Team 8 didn't know who their sensei is. Shino felt nothing. Choji was glad he was with Shikamaru. And Shikamaru was happy that he was with Choji and grateful to Kami that it was Shino instead of Ino. Did he ever thank Kami for that? While Team 7's Ino and Sakura nearly squealed at both being on the same team as Sasuke, he was less than thrilled. They may be the strongest pair in class and nearly unstoppable, but they were still fangirls. Less annoying fangirls, but fangirls nonetheless. Alright, as you know your placements, you are dismissed until noon. The students all got up and ran out except Team 7. Sasuke didn't run so the other two wouldn't. Team 10 was either too laid back, lazy, or controlled. And Team 8 was wondering why they didn't have a sensei. Ooh. Soon only the 3 teams were left. About a half hour after noon, Asuma came in. Naruto. "Asuma-san. How is Hokage-sama? You know the old man. Too stubborn to admit some things and call it quits. Let's face it. That paperwork is going to kill him before he kills it." Naruto nodded. "Too true. Well, good luck with your team." Asuma turned to Team 10. "Nara, Akamichi, Aburame, follow me." He turned and headed to the door. To find another Jonin walking. "Hello, Kurenai." He whispered, "Chan," to her but was still heard by Naruto and Kiba. "Asuma-san." She gave him a curt, cold nod. "Ouch," Kiba said. "That train has crashed. Call off the rescue, no survivors." "Looks like you will have to try harder than to get her affections, Asuma-san," Naruto said. It wasn't a jibe like Kiba. It was simply a statement. He frowned. "I guess so." He walked out and Team 10 followed. "Team 8, you are to follow me to be introduced to your instructor." She left and they shrugged before following. Ooh. She took them to the top of the Hokage Tower to the waiting Hayate. She stood beside him, facing them. "We are your instructors," Hayate told them. "Your team could not be assigned a single instructor to teach you in all your strengths." His hand gripped his sword and all 3 students became self-conscious of theirs. Naruto had gotten each a sword for their first birthday together. Hinata had a ninja hidden under her coat. Kiba made no attempts to hide his. He couldn't. He had gotten twin, narrow scimitars. He had them crossed at his lower back where his hands could grab the hilts in short notice. He proven his clan's jutsu, the Gatsuga, was even more dangerous with the blades, turning it more into a drill. "Obviously, I am talented with Kenjutsu," Hayate told them. "I am the foremost expert with it. Personally, I would rather do something else. But the Hokage himself asked me to." He purposely twitched his right eye, to see if they caught it. Hinata tilted her head. The other 2 were not trained in avoiding giving things away by subtle facial movements. But she had been learning ever since she was 3. And normally, now, she could do it. The right side of the head meant that he was using the left, creative side of his brain instead of the logical, right side. "You're lying," Hinata said. "Very good," Kurenai said to her. "I am Yuhi Kurenai, Konoha's Genjutsu mistress. I will be teaching you Genjutsu as well as keeping a cool head and stone face." She looked at them and judged their reactions. Kiba was as open as a book. Hinata held very little, while Naruto told the most as well as the least. His face was written all over with loyalty and duty. The only time that changed was when he glanced at Hinata. Now, it has come to our attention that you three have been sharing skills with each other, particularly your swords. Hayate looked pointedly at Naruto. Your partners, he looked at Kiba. And your composure, he finally looked at Hinata. Naturally, you are each strongest in what you brought, Kurenai said to them. This is correct, the three nodded. We can't help you with the things Kiba knows. But between the two of us, we know just about everything there is to teach you. Hayate coughed. Now, we will do introductions. This is to get you to know us and us to know you. I will start it. My name is Gecko Hayate. My likes are few but simple. But I care the most for my girlfriend Yugo. My dislikes are those that think that Kenjutsu are outdated. That in modern warfare, there isn't a place for the sword. Our very history is from the sword, because our land was formed when the gods were making a sword. Naruto finished for him. They dipped it into the ocean and lifted it out. 5 perfect drops fell from it and mixed as they landed back into the ocean, forming the elemental continent. Yes, Hayate told him. My hobbies are weapon practice and maintenance. My dreams are not for children. They frowned before Naruto straightened. Akechi Naruto. My likes are my family and friends. My dislikes are those who would hurt them. My hobbies include painting and woodcarving. Kiba looked at him weirdly. What? You didn't expect me to wear this all the time, did you? Actually, I kind of did, Kiba replied. Anyway, my dream is to show the world that ninja are not the only force there is. That samurai still exist and are still as powerful as before. Kurenai nodded. My turn. I am Yuhi Kurenai. My likes are kind of private, sorry. My dislikes are cigarette smoke, rude men, and those that judge a person's strength by gender. My hobbies are hanging out with my friend Mitarashi Anko and something very private. My dreams for the future is to be able to have a family and be there for them. Anyo. I am Hyuga Hinata. My likes are lavenders. Dot and Sakura. Her hand caressed her preserved Sakura hairpin. I also like something else, but I am sworn not to tell anyone of it. My dislikes are those that judge before they know a person and a person blaming fate when they can't blame anything else for something wrong happens. My hobbies is pressing and collecting flowers. My dreams for the future used to be to make a good clan leader. But I have a different one now. To live a life of no regrets. Best for last, Kiba stated. Inuzuka Kiba. God is memorized. I like dogs, hunting, and proving that no one can beat my clan. Naruto coughed but Kiba ignored him. I hate fleas. To no end I hate them. Akamaru growled in agreement. My hobbies are training with my friends, of course. And my dream. I plan to be the strongest in my clan. Nothing is going to keep me from that. Good, now that is out of the way, introduce your respective partners, Kurenai told them. Naruto picked up Kitsu and put the fox on his lap. This is Kitsune Kitsu. He specializes in precision bites and tears. Saw him take down a deer once in a single bite to the throat. The fox yawned. They do not seem boring, Naruto said to him, making the other sweat drop. I'm sure they don't want to give you attention. They don't want to give you attention. He wants some attention, Kurenai-sensei, Hayate-sensei. Kitsu jumped into Kurenai's arms. Oversized kid, Naruto muttered. He also has a little control of fire. Kurara has better. Hinata pulled a ferret whose body was longer than her forearm and tail half that from the inside of her coat. Neither Jonin even had noticed when they examined the three. This is Bandit. She is fast, lithe, and agile. She is. She blushed a little. She is my spy whenever I wonder what is going on where I am not allowed to go. Though she seems to spend a lot of time asleep, she is only conserving energy for when she must move fast. She made a squeak sound and Bandit was wide awake. Show them your speed. Bandit stuck her nose in the air and looked around. She then crawled down Hinata, along the floor, over Naruto, around Akamaru's waist, and up onto Hayate's shoulder. All in the same instant. Both Jonin could follow her movements but knew that no Genin and half the Chunin couldn't. Bandit twitched her nose. Once, twice, 3 times before she climbed up on his head. She then stood on her hind legs, looked around, before climbing back down, climbing up Hinata, sliding through the opening at the top of her coat. Where the 2 Jonin could no longer find any proof that the ferret was there. No bulges, no movement, it was like the ferret no longer existed. And this is Akamaru, Kiba said. To which, the puppy barked. He is a powerhouse. He is the farthest along among the 3. Alright, now for our first mission as a team. Tomorrow, you will be at training grounds 8 no later than 0800, Hayate told them. Your first mission will be a survival exercise. Naruto slowly raised his hand. Is there more for us to pass to become a ninja? There is, Kurenai told him. There is a 66 failure rate, meaning that only 9 will actually become ninja. The others will return to the academy. She smiled at their determined looks. And you 3 plan to be 3 of those 9, don't you? Hayate didn't wait for their answer. Bring your ninja gear and be ready for anything. With a cough, he shushined away, followed by Kurenai. Training Area 12 was huge, one of the biggest training fields there was. Roughly 3 miles across at all points, it was an open field. But this morning, something else sat on it. 4 small forts made of wood without seams or joints. One of them looked more complicated than the others. Hayate and Kurenai stood outside that one in the center of the training field. When the alarm they had set went off at 8, they faced their students. It is very simple, Kurenai stated. You 3 will be having a battle royal to see who gets to stay and who gets to go back to the academy. On this battlefield, there are a total of 4 flags hidden in random locations. Meaning you might be given a keep with a flag, 2 flags or even none. Your goal is to collect all of them from their defenders. And that would be each of you. This one is ours. Inside, we will be able to observe your progress while be protected from any possible jutsu you throw around. Kurenai took a box from inside and held it out. Draw one and go to the assigned keep. After they did, Kurenai looked to Hayate. Think they will figure it out? No doubt, Hinata will find out where they all are in 5 minutes. She and her ferret make the perfect spies. They went inside to the monitors and began to set up defense for when they were attacked. In the most defensible position in the center was the 4th flag. Ooh oh 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 ooh. Akamaru, Kiba said as he gave his dog a soldier pill. Change into me and head to the fort. I am going to try to get the jump on one of the others. In a plume of smoke, Akamaru was no longer there. The second Kiba stood, nodded and ran off. Kiba crouched down on all 4s, growing more feral looking with each moment, and ran in the direction as Hinata. He didn't want to, but the choice was an obvious one. Naruto had as good a sense of smell as he did, always. Hinata could see all around her sometimes. His only worry was that Naruto would try the same thing. Or worst, leave his keep undefended, and both him and Kitsu were heading here or to his base. Hiding in the grass behind her keep, he began to do something he normally didn't. Think. Combat was all about reacting faster than the person you fought. The person that planned was too set following that course to be fast enough to alter it. Naruto proved that to him. But right now, he needed to. Hinata was just as dangerous as himself and Naruto. She was better with her hands than her sword, but her sword was lethal. So the front door was out. He could use the Gatsuga and just plow right through the wall. But that had no subtlety and likely draw attention that he was here. If Naruto realized that, he would make for his base to get his flag. If he had a flag. That was another thing he didn't like. Going on this with only the presumption that she had a flag. His last option was to dig underground. He could do it and quickly, but it was more time-consuming than the Gatsuga. Stealth or speed. Going up to the wall, he dug down and over. When he passed the wall, he took something from his pouch. Making a hole in the roof barely big enough for his hand, he raised the contraption up through it. Hello, beautiful. It was simply 2 mirrors placed at an angle to reflect an image around corners, or through dirt, to his eyes. And right now, they reflected a flag just 5 feet in front of him. Looking around, he saw neither Bandit nor Hinata. A good and bad thing. They weren't there to stop him. Nor were they accounted for. They could be anywhere. Not daring to go up personally, he pulled down his periscope and dug to the flag. When he had enough room, he pulled it directly down and made a beeline out of his cave to his keep. 1 flag down. Naruto either had the 1 or the 2. He did not look forward to this. Ooh ooh ooh. Hinata nodded to Bandit and put a finger to her mouth. Both were up on the wall of her fort, looking down. Kiba had just stolen her flag. She knew because Naruto would have gone to the gate and issued a challenge for it. Which meant that only Akamaru was guarding their flag. The 2 women ran to the end of their wall and jumped off. Kiba had to dig back out as he pushed the dirt behind him. So they had free reign of his keep, and as they had nothing to protect, they didn't have to worry about Naruto. They crouched by the wall and pointed up and nodded. Ferrets were not just burrowers, they were great climbers. Hinata's claws easily dug into the finger and footholds that no one else could use. Beside her, Bandit was making better time. They both had something about them that made them cringe, but they lived with rabbit blood. Looking down, they saw Akamaru waiting, watching the door. They knew he would use the Gatsuga at a moment's notice. And with what he thought, as only 1 entrance, he was in a very dangerous position. Not to mention, he knew the scent of all those coming. He sniffed and smiled at the scent of rabbit. No doubt he wished he could be chasing it. Hinata went around to the other side and held up a hand. When she dropped it, they both jumped down on Akamaru. They had him pinned to the ground and Bandit raised a fist to knock him out. But Akamaru still used the Gatsuga. Throwing both of them off, he growing at the two. They had the advantage. And he couldn't smell Kiba anywhere near them. But had to hold them off until he came back. Hinata flexed her claws. Juken was dangerous. But with her claws, what was simply a strike that stopped chakra to the arm nearly took it off. She rushed forward while Bandit waited for an opening. Akamaru knew he was at a disadvantage but fought back as hard as he could. When he saw Naruto and Kitsu standing at the door, flag tied to Naruto's back, he let out a groan. Ooh! Kiba skidded to a stop when he saw Naruto standing there, his arms crossed. He would only be doing that for one of two reasons. Waiting for him. Or waiting for a fight to finish. Kiba, Akamaru is in trouble. The second one. Damn, he jumped over and saw a bloodied-up version of himself fighting a fanged and clawed version of Hinata. Bandit, looking like Hinata, was not 5 feet away, flag in hand, watching for an ambush. She locked her eyes on Kiba and crouched a little. Kiba wanted to deal with her first but Akamaru needed help. Hinata saw him behind her thanks to her Byakugan and heard him through her increased hearing. It wasn't as good as either Kiba or Naruto but it was good enough. She ducked the punch, letting it fly into Akamaru. Or it would have. But Akamaru ducked with her. He grabbed the flying Kiba, spun him around and sent him at Hinata. She hit the wall, having been too committed to the attack to do anything about it. Bandit jumped in front of Hinata, the flag held like a staff. Kiba absently wondered if she could use it as a weapon or if she was going to just flail it around. Now that we are all here, Naruto said, pulling both the fox fang and claw out. He gave the fox claw to Kitsu, who was also in his hybrid form. Kiba didn't wonder about the same thing with Kitsu, he knew he could. He jumped back to Akamaru and they looked at the two pairs around them. Each held a flag. His brain was still warmed up from when he was thinking about what to do so it clicked. Hinata, I hate to admit it but we can't likely beat Naruto and Kitsu by ourselves. You are probably right. Work together on this and then finish it between us. Final winner takes all 4 flags. Silence stretched out after he said it. Then they all asked. Where is the 4th flag? As one, they looked out the door facing the center keep. The keep where Kurenai and Hayate were at right now. And the only place to hide the final flag. We have been tricked. No, they said it would be in a keep. Just not which one, Naruto stated. We can try it alone and fail or together and maybe win. Don't sound too pessimistic, Kiba grumbled. Yeah, there are 2 Jonin in there. But there is still 6 of us. 6 genin, Hinata corrected so very lightly it was only thanks to their increased hearing she was heard. Kiba, how did you get Hinata's flag? Naruto asked. I dug under her keep. Can you do it faster with Akamaru? Faster than you could believe. Hinata-chan, you and Bandit can climb the walls. Kitsu and I can hold the door. He was compiling their skills to see what they had. He thought about it for another minute. I have a plan to get it. After we do, if we do, we can settle it. Ooh. Cameras are all out, Hayate said to Kurenai. They are coming in. She checked her watch. Faster than I thought. The other 3 keeps were just 4 walls. But this one had more thought put in it. The outer wall had a door to a courtyard. It led to a cube pretty much. There was a roof that was blocked by 3 feet of the hard wood. The door to the room faced the rear to the keep. And in the covered hall waited some interesting surprises for the genin, which were heading down the hall in 2 groups. Water clones and earth clones of the 2 were there, waiting. They weren't that powerful but they were able to hold them off a bit. Maybe even injure them. But definitely not enough to kill them. There came a powerful slam against the door. Then another. Finally, it broke and standing there was a battle-worn Naruto and Kitsu. Just the 2. On his back were the 3 flags. The 4th flag, surrender it. They were shocked. They had heard Naruto was powerful but not this strong. In the hands of the 2 look-alikes were his swords. Cough. I have this one, Kurenai, Hayate said as he drew his own sword. Impressive, Naruto. You completed what we said, but not what we meant. I don't know, Naruto stated while the 2 entered the same stance. They ran forward, making sure to flip over each other to help confuse him. The 2 locked swords with Hayate, pushing him back. Having not choice, he fell back. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Several clones appeared, attacking Naruto. While the real Hayate jumped into the air and brought the flat of his blade down. But it was only met by the swords the 2 carried. How? Bunshin don't have a scent, Kitsu told him. It was hard to make out but possible now that he had lips and a tongue that could make the proper sounds. The 2 raised a foot up and slammed them into his chest. Hayate hit the wall. And you, Kurenai-sensei? She looked at Hayate beside her, then at Naruto. What was it I said I would teach you? Genjutsu, Naruto stated. Thank you, I have been waiting for you to say something, go ahead. Gatsuga. It came from both the ground and the roof. 4 drills went into the air. 2 from the ground, 2 right through the roof. They hit the Jonin against their chest. They hit the far wall and slid down it, unconscious. The 6 then faced each other. Now what? Hinata asked while she grabbed the last flag. Naruto faced them and hesitated. These were his teammates. His friends. He didn't want to hurt them. I quit. He tossed another flag to Hinata and the other 2 to Kiba. They dropped their jaws. Even Kitsu was surprised. You can't quit, Kiba stated. I mean, we're a team. Always have been. You quit, then you get sent back. I know. But I can't fight my friends, and we can't be a team without you, Hinata said. Kiba groaned before sticking his flags in the ground. I guess I do as well. Kiba-san, Hinata asked nervously, you too? Yeah. I know you are going to as well, so no point of me staying. We're a pack, and a pack member doesn't leave others to get ahead. Besides, whoever heard of a one-genin team anyway? Hinata nodded before placing her flags next to Kiba's. And there is next year, right? No hurry. Just means we will be stronger than others when we finally get to it. Hinata smiled at him and Naruto both. Then we better wake our senseis up and tell them. She turned to them and was about to shake them when they disappeared in a plume of smoke. That was interesting, Kurenai said with a slight frown. She took a few dollars from a pocket and gave it to Hayate. So, you 3 would rather be students than be without each other? Hi, all 3 said. I guess there is no choice. Naruto, I will inform your father, Hayate told them. Kurenai-san will tell Kiba's and Hinata's parents. As the instructor for this team, I inform you that you passed. She smiled at them as it sunk in. Kiba. Naruto said, looking at him. Does the increased hearing sometimes cause you to hear things that aren't being said? I thought Kurenai-sensei said we passed. You did, Hayate informed them. The truth is, you 3 have a lot of talent. The problem with that is that those with talent often places themselves above others, viewing them as worthless in comparison. I am sure you noticed that Sasuke slightly holds himself above others. The exception being Naruto, of course. Right now, he should be beginning his test with Kakashi. Naruto thought about it for a moment. He will charge in alone because even though they're his teammates, they're fangirls. And he has only seen them as weak. I have spoken to Ino and Sakura. I know they are both not the strongest, nor the weakest, out there. And in the practice spars in class, I have beaten both of them. But together, they know what to do without even asking. If their test is similar to ours, I will say that Sasuke loses. Probably, Kurenai told them. But I didn't see that with you 3. We both did and asked the Hokage to teach you. That is why we are here right now. That plan was perfect. Who came up with it? Taking back the foxclaw, he raised his hand. I did, Kurenai-sensei. Kitsu was covered in smoke as he returned to being a fox. How did you come up with it? Hayate asked. I was just thinking about it and took in what I knew that they did when they took each other's flags. Just needed to figure out how to apply it against you. But they were after the same things as you, Hayate pointed out. How did you know they would not betray you? I didn't, Naruto replied. But the fact of the matter was that none of us could win while the greater enemy was out there. I figured they had at least 2 ideas how to win once Win took the flag from you. I did. But I couldn't forget they were my friends. So instead of victory, you chose loyalty, Kurenai stated. Yes, Naruto replied. Same here, Kiba told them. Anyo. I'm not much without my friends. Ignore that, Naruto said with a smile to Hinata. She is very capable. She quit for the same reasons, whether or not she is sure of it. Well, I have nothing else for them, Hayate said to Kurenai. You? No. Then be at the park fountain tomorrow at 0800. You are dismissed. Ooh. Every ninja has a vision of what their first mission would be like. Rescuing a princess. Fighting off one of the remaining Biju that is hidden somewhere in the land. Defending a town from a horde of bandits or enemy ninja hell bent on your death. Not rescuing Tora the cat for the daimyo's wife. Nice kitty, Naruto said, holding his hands up placatingly. Come here, little guy. The look like you would as long as he remained calm. Come here and we will go get you a saucer of milk and then return you to your owner. Wrong thing to say to this particular cat. Medic. Ooh, ow. Ow. There was so much that armor cat protect against. But once the offending object got under it, then it has become a hindrance to remove it. Naruto-kun, are you hurt bad? Hinata asked when she came running. Naruto was sporting cuts, bites, and scratches everywhere. He was grateful the cat had been too busy trying to hurt him to get away. Said feline was hog-tied and struggling to escape. I will be fine. He glared down at Kitsu. And where were you during my torture? Kitsu gave him a pant. What did he say, Naruto-kun? Naruto glowered at the fox. He said he couldn't move. He was laughing too hard. Kitsu gave a cry that sounded between a laugh and hiss. And there he goes again. Bandit squeaked at him. What did she say? Have you begun to figure it out yet? No, Hinata said dishearteningly. I haven't yet. We understand what we feel. I can tell when she wants to play, when she is tired or hungry. But only things like that. Well, you can't really expect things like this to happen just because you want them to. Give it more time. Also try unusual things like putting chakra in your ears and such. You never really know what could trigger it. They heard a sniff behind them. A Kodak moment, Kiba said. The two jumped away from each other and blushed. Kiba, you ass, Naruto growled. Ah, they don't appreciate us being here, Akamaru, Kiba said to his partner. Akamaru moaned and barked a few times, making Kiba laugh at an inside joke. Mutts, Naruto muttered. Cough. I see you got Tora, Hayate said when he appeared. We will head back then. After a few weeks of this, and catching Tora at least once a week, even Naruto's patience was running thin. He had learned a great deal of it through meditation. But even a monk would be hard-pressed after this. Hayate-sensei, Kurenai-sensei. We can't take it anymore, Kiba yelled. If I have to rescue another cat from a tree, I am going to hang myself. And being calm about this has gone out the window, Naruto said with his hand over his eyes. Kiba, I thought we agreed I would do the talking. Well, I can't. We have. You are making Hinata-chan nervous, Naruto warned. He understood why. Kiba could be scary when he was really agitated. Because he brings out his canine features without meaning to, as well as having this sense of foreboding about him. That he was dangerous to everyone there. He calmed down right away. Sorry, so you three feel you have done enough D missions? Kurenai asked. Yes, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata replied. D-rank missions are to build teamwork, but it has only built stress for us. We need something that will not waste our abilities. Everyone was staring at her. Despite not stuttering and only rarely needing a moment to regather her courage when talking, she never spoke out like this except when she felt most comfortable. There you have it, Naruto said after a moment. If even Hinata feels we need something tougher to sink our teeth into, then you know we have been at this too long. A thought struck Kiba, though he didn't say it. He did not want someone asking if it hurt. And if nothing else, getting a good beating will make us stop complaining. The two Jonin looked at each other. That was all they needed to say. Ooh. Well, if you two are sure they are ready for something like this, I see no problem, Sarutobi said when he was told the request at the mission's brief. Actually, Kakashi took his team out on a sea mission just this morning. Now let's see. There is a merchant caravan leaving Konoha that will make its way to a gambling town to the northeast, then make some stops along the way to the land of waves. There is a request to help find a woman to be named later to collect gambling department. A request for bodyguards in the near future for a movie production. He shuffled through more papers. Then there is the rumor of a monster along the coast. When does that bodyguard request take place? Hayate asked. 3 months from now. They put in the request to find out ahead of time just who will be protecting them. That would be good for them, Kurenai stated. Reserve that one for us, Hokage-sama. He nodded and gave the paper to Iruka. And for today? The two thought about it for a moment. The sea monster, Hayate asked. That would let them run off some steam, Kurenai told him. Where will it take place at, Hokage-sama? The monster is said to be in the triangle between the land of waves, the peninsula of the land of moon and the island to the east. It is rumored to be some sort of shark. The perfect chance to work on water walking, Hayate muttered. He then turned to his genins. Go get your equipment. Bring enough to survive for weeks. Naruto, this will be on the ocean, so consider your armor. I fall, I sink, Naruto said, dropping his head. Correct. If you feel you must wear it, there is a store that sells less constricting and heavy armor, but it is also less protective. I will be fine, Hayate-sensei. Then everyone, meet at Naruto's home in an hour. From there we will head out. Ooh. Naruto frowned, a lot as he untied the secure straps of his armor. Keep frowning like that and it will crease your face, Yoriko said kindly to him. Training end early today? No, Yoriko-Nisan. We are going to a mission to the ocean and, he didn't want to say it. And armor and water only equals drowning. She stepped up behind him and wrapped her arms around him. Remember, it isn't your armor that makes you who you are, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled. Is this what it was like to be held by your mother? I know, but last time I didn't wear my armor was the time I needed the most, Ka-san. He didn't even realize he said that until it left his mouth. I'm sorry, Naruto, If you want to call me your mother, you may. She squeezed him a little to her chest, not caring about the edges. Thanks, Mom. Now let's get you out of that. Sometimes I think you feel that armor is your skin. She began fussing over him like any mother would, making him feel embarrassed. Mom, I have been taking this off and putting it on ever since I was 7. I can do it myself now. I'm just worried about my son is all. She hugged him again and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Be careful, son. Just remember that you don't have to do things yourself. I will. Ooh. Naruto felt odd. He had packed his armor and helm inside a scroll like the Hokage had shown him to, leaving him to wear his hakama and headband. But he also felt good. He had a mother and father waiting for him at home. Friends and teachers waiting for him outside. Life is good, Kitsu. How so? Gotten something to eat? The fox sniffed Naruto and sneezed. Is food all you ever think about? I think about other things, Kitsu replied. If we are going to the ocean, does this mean Koma won't be petting me for a while? Yes, it does. Naruto grunted when Kitsu jumped up on his shoulders and wrapped his tail around his neck. You got to take care of me then. Spoiled kid. Foxes are able to keep themselves clean. Despite what he said, he still reached up and scratched Kitsu's ears. Ready for this. The 9 tails couldn't stop me. No, he would probably call you a bad kid and stick you in a corner. He laughed when Kitsu growled at that. Ooh. There is really only 2 paths to take to get to the triangle that the Hokage spoke of. One was through the Land of Waves itself. Another was Port City just up the coast of the mainland. They actually needed both. The land so they would have a place to stop at while investigating. The port so they could search the triangle itself. After a day of travel, they came to a fork. Hayate and Kurenai had already decided. Time to let these 3 make some decisions and know the consequences of those decisions. All right, you 3. Which way do we go? Hayate asked. The Land of Waves or Port City to the north, Kurenai stated. The 3 talked amongst themselves for a minute. Finally they nodded in agreement. We go both, Kiba said to Kurenai and Hayate. Naruto, Kitsu, and Hayate-sensei should go to the Land of Waves to search for a place of landing where we can rest while not on the mission. While Hinata, Bandit, Kurenai-sensei, Akamaru, and myself go to Port City to get a boat. The 2 nodded, a sound call. But how will we contact one another? Kurenai asked. Naruto took off his quiver and ran a thumb over the only seal on it that was different than the others. 30 arrows with an unusually silver head appeared. These are magnesium, shrieking arrows. The arrows, when lit, are viewable at night for over a dozen miles with normal eyes. Hinata-chan can see that easy. While this notch in the hollow shaft makes a loud noise. He lifted one to his mouth and blew in the hole. Even with that slight breeze, it resounded in their ears. If Hinata cannot see it, Kiba will hear it. Again they nodded. Good plan, Hayate said to them. Naruto, come with me. Kurenai, we will see you in a week or less. With a wave, they went their separate ways. Ooh. Naruto and Hayate were walking down the path at an even pace until Naruto smelled something. Team 7 had walked this path just hours before. But now, 2 new scents were present. And they smelled of iron and poison. Hayate-sensei, I think Kakashi and his team were attacked here. By ninja or prepared bandits. I smell some strong poison. Hayate looked around and found further proof. He tapped on Naruto's shoulder and pointed at a tree with a disgruntled pair of mist ninja tied to it. What the hell you looking at, Guza? The one with the single spike from his headband and 2-port breathing mask, yelled at them. As if this wasn't bad enough, Maizu, the one with the 2-spiked headband and single-port breathing mask muttered. Now we are being mocked by wandering ninja. Samurai, Naruto corrected. Big fucking deal, they both said. Not much meaning to that title anymore unless you are an Oda, Akechi, or a Hosogawa, Guza continued. The Oda and Hosogawa are all related to mine, Naruto told Hayate with pride. Theirs as well as my clan lead to the creation of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Both the demon brothers went wide-eyed. You are an Akechi, Maizu asked tentatively. Naruto moved the clasp of his cloak so they could clearly see the Akechi Sakura and the daisho at his waist. Should we be grateful or consider ourselves dead men? Maizu asked his older brother. How so? Naruto asked. The Akechi are still known as the best swordsmen from Mist, even after what happened. Naruto flinched at that and Guza wisely decided to hurry along. So our deaths at your hands will be fast. But, again, all that awaits us at your hands is death. Should I have reason to kill you? Naruto asked. They hesitated. We are missing Nin. So, Naruto replied. The Mizukage is a sadist that killed many good men and women to save his neck. He should have committed seppuku long ago. They breathed a sigh of relief. So what happens to us? Lord Akechi? Mizu asked. Naruto frowned. I am not clan leader yet, only clan heir. Sensei? Leave them or kill them seemed the answer. They have been defeated and captured, no reason for the second, Naruto told him. But that gives them the chance to escape. Naruto tried to find an answer. We could bring them with us, he suggested. Now it was Hayate who frowned. Naruto, what is wrong? They are from my family's home, and besides, they can't escape restrained like they are. Hayate nodded. You are right, and it doesn't concern us either way. He turned to the two ninja. You may thank Akechi Naruto for your life. My choice wouldn't have been so kind. They continued down the road, at a faster pace than before. The Akechi are making a comeback, Guza stated, looking at his brother with a smile. Can't wait to see how they stir the waters this time, Mizu replied. Why wait? I am going to love seeing Zabuza-sama's reaction to this. He leaned his head down and over. You going to respect me in the morning? Mizu joked while his brother cut the bindings with his horn. Shut up. Better make sure we keep a good distance behind them. Ooh, Naruto, are you familiar with water walking? Hayate asked when they came to the ocean. They had still to catch Team 7 but they weren't that far behind them. They would have caught them if they jogged a little. After all, they had to walk with a civilian. No, I am not, Sensei. You use the skills you learned during our tree climbing exercises to walk on the water. The difference being that the amount you use will vary with how the water is. Like so. Hayate walked out on the water. Right now, with the water calm as it is here, there is no trouble. But farther out with it churning like it is very hard. Naruto put a foot out on the water and tried it. Once it no longer sunk to the bottom, he started moving out. He quickly found this far more difficult than even the tree climbing. Are we going to walk across, Sensei? No, that is over 1.5 miles away. I am only demonstrating. We will use this. He pulled out a scroll and unsealed a raft with a motor. They took it across and touched shore outside of town. Their scent is over there, Sensei. Not 5 minutes old. They ran after them, eager to make sure they were all right. They weren't. Run! Kakashi yelled from where he was captured out on the water. Okay, what did we miss? Naruto asked when they walked in on the scene. Everyone from the Mist Ninja with the huge sword to the fat drunk looked at them confused. What are you doing here? Sasuke demanded. We got a mission out on the ocean to the north of Wave, Naruto explained. Hinata and Kiba went with Kurenai-sensei to get the boat while we were sent to prepare a suitable camp. What are you doing here? They are protecting that old man, Zabuza called from the water, which I have to kill. Zabuza. Hayate said, drawing his sword. I am, he replied. So this is more than a C-rank mission, Naruto asked Sasuke. What was your first clue? The Jonin on the water with the sword bigger than you. Actually it was the two you left behind. Maybe we should have questioned them. Hayate was about to step out on the water when a water clone formed in front of him as well as by the real Zabuza. Attack him and I cut Kakashi in half, the clone out on the water told them. Attack him, the clone at the shore told them, and I attack the kids and bridge builder. Water clone, Naruto said as he threw off his cloak. He looked to Sasuke, Ino, and Sakura. Ino, Sakura, think you two can hold him off if he gets past us? You know it, they replied. Go ahead and save Kakashi, Hayate-sensei, Naruto called to him. Sasuke and I can take care of the clone. Jujin Bunshin. Kitsu changed into a copy of Naruto and was handed the fox claw. Kanbi Henge. Sutu-ru, they said together and both grew fangs and claws. Ready sensei, they said. And Inuzuka, Zabuza asked. Nope, Akechi, Hayate replied. The look on his face would have been priceless if he didn't wear bandages. Akechi? As in samurai, the one, Naruto started. The same, Kitsu finished. They drew their swords with their hands at the end of the handle. They then raised their offhand and put it at the end of the blade while the foot of the same side moved forward. Zabuza recognized it as a thrusting stance. The strong leg was held back to push off. The offhand went with it to allow perfect balance. Bato-ijutsu. This is getting complicated. The clone by the original started to swing his sword down. Hayate was there in an instant to block the sword while the original jumped back, already on hand signs. Daibakuryu no Jutsu. The clone as well as both Jonin were pulled down into a maelstrom. Gashokuzame. He slammed his hand down on the surface of the water and 5 water sharks formed from there. The clone looked at the genin. So what are you going to do? While they are on the water, they are at their weakest while I am at my strongest. Right now, they are being eaten alive. Are you going to just stand there? Sasuke, don't move, Naruto yelled. Kurenai-sensei made water clones for my genin test. They can only move so far from the original before they unravel. He must be pushing his limit. But we can't do nothing, Sasuke yelled. Who said we would do nothing? Both Naruto and Kitsu began returned their blades to their saya. They started going through the same hand signs. Sasuke saw this and smiled before going through a set of his own. Diatapa. Gukakyu no Jutsu. The two blasts of wind went one after the other. The first hit the water clone, blasting it back, while the second merged with the fireball, making it stronger and went straight for Zabuza. Oh shit. Zabuza jumped off the water, dodging the now B-ranked fireball. He landed closer to them and made for the shore. Kakashi and Hayate shot out of the water, looking worst for wear but alive. The clone jumped back to his feet and ran for Tazuna. Even as he swung, Naruto and Kitsu crossed their swords and blocked him, while Sakura and Ino took on the same stance. Shadow mirror dance. They jumped up Naruto's and Kitsu's shoulders and did an axe kick down on the clone, dispelling it. I forgot how much those hurt, Naruto said to Kitsu. I haven't, Sasuke told him, having had it used on him just a few days ago during sparring practice. A couple of kids beat me, Zabuza said in disbelief. He raised the kiri and blocked the sword strike from Hayate. Raryu no Tatsumaki, Kakashi yelled before he spun in place and a ball of lightning that turned into a dragon took his place. It shot at Zabuza. Doryuden, Hayate shouted before a mud dragon rose from the bottom of the lake. In comparison, Kakashi's lightning dragon was little more than a lizard. After all, they were on an island on the ocean. Mud was plentiful there. The mud dragon roared before shooting projectiles of mud at Zabuza. They hit him in the trees, tearing those from the ground. A moment later, the lightning dragon cut right through the earth, gaining more power from it, and hitting Zabuza. He was thrown well over 50 feet. Love it when, jutsus work well together. Kakashi nodded. How do you like your devil, medium or well done? Suiryuden no Jutsu. A third dragon appeared over the water and glared balefully at the other two. It had the advantage here. Lightning couldn't hurt it while the earth dragon, its weakness, was weaker than it. It lunged at the lightning dragon. It became a battle to outmaneuver each other, but with two against it, the water dragon was held down long enough to be torn apart by the earth and lightning. I will not go down, Zabuza roared. Popcorn, Tazuna asked the genin as they watched. Where did you get that? Sakura and Ino asked. He just shrugged. Zabuza was in another string of hand signs when shenbons suddenly rained down on his body. Took him long enough to hold still, a voice said before giggling a little. A hunter nin dropped from the tree, landing next to Naruto. Are you really an Akechi? He is, Kitsu, the one she was looking at, replied. The hunter nin felt a blade by her neck. You are, Naruto asked. Well, you were kind enough to tell me your name, Akechi-kun. She disappeared and pressed a kunai to his neck. I am called Hyouden. Ice, Naruto asked in disbelief. Yes, the nin said. He was gone again and appeared hanging from the branch above his head. You're kind of cute, yes. Naruto fell backwards, his arms windmilling. What is wrong with you? He tilted his head. Wrong? What, you prefer boys instead? She cast a look to Sasuke. No. While Kakashi pulled a small amount of needles out to be able to check for a pulse, Hayate walked over to a confused Naruto. She is a hunter nin, Naruto. I know that. I mean, what is wrong with her? Oh, that isn't nice. She threw her arms down by her legs, turned around, and tapped her foot in agitation. Hunter nins have it hard, Naruto. Sometimes, actually most times, they develop these quirks. You call this a quirk? Hayate shrugged. She is a teenager. How did you know? She asked, her anger already forgotten as she was rubbing the fox ears of Kitsu. The fox had lost his jutsu in the first 5 seconds. Excuse me, hunter nin, don't you have something to do? Kakashi said, walking over and pulling his headband back down. Huh? Oh, yes. She vanished and appeared by Zabuza. I would do it here but too many witnesses that might try something. Yes. She and the body vanished. What an odd character, Hayate stated. He then turned to Kakashi. Need a hand? I might. He fell face down in the dirt. Need one. Ooh. The hunter nin was humming to herself as she began to cut the bandages off. Time to work, yes. Zabuza groaned as he came around. Don't tell me you were playing Hyouden again. The hunter nin shrugged, her personality calm now. It works better than the Sweden or Fuden. But at least those two are normal. So what if Sweden is a schizo or that Fuden is paranoid? He groaned again as he stretched his neck. How many did you use? 12. 16, one for all the pressure points on your neck, chest, and right shoulder. I think you got me with the first two. Had to make sure, Zabuza-sama. She lovingly patted his cheek, slipping back into Hyouden. Yes yes, I had to. Don't do that. And take off that silly mask, the time to act is over. The last two people either expected to see entered the clearing. I don't know, Zabuza-sama, Guza said to him. Seems like getting to know our enemy wouldn't be a bad thing. Yes, yes, Maizu said, know oneself, know one's enemy, and you have the key to victory. If I could lift my sword, I would kill you too just for acting that way as well. Never mind failing your mission. Haku removed her mask. What happened? The boy, Sasuke as he was called, is no mere genin. He is familiar with assassination and single-strike fighting. I would say high genin, low chunin, Guza said, all business now. The two girls, alone are only genin. Get them together and they synchronize to become a good team. And of course you met Sharingan Kakashi. You were not only outclassed, Haku stated, you underestimated them. This is why we went first, Maizu told her, to find out what we were up against. It took longer to escape our bindings than we thought. But it is a good thing, in a way. We know our new enemies as well. Tell me, Zabuza ordered them. Gekko Hayate, the top Kenjutsu master of Konoha. And the boy is Akechi Naruto, son of Akechi Mitsuhide, son of Akechi Hidemitsu. And a second-level master of Badoa Jutsu. The boy is dangerous in his own right, Maizu stated. But he obviously knows how to use the fox that travels with him in combat. During the second night, having to stay downwind of them for fear of him having the same senses as the Inuzuka, we saw him spar with the fox. He is excellent in taijutsu as well. He carries no kunai but at least 100 arrows sealed inside his quiver. And he has a set of armor that is as strong as his blades. Other weapons? He was trying to counter a Nagitana but he has little skill in it himself. I believe he is training to beat something that uses one. I know they are here for a sea monster to the north. Where is the rest of his team? A Jonin named Kurenai took Hinata and Kiba to Port City to get a boat, Guza informed him. When will they get here? Within 5 days. You will not be up by then, Zabuza-sama, Haku said to him. Then we will strike when I can. 3 Jonin and 6 genin. This is getting more complicated by the second. Maizu, Guza, help me up and get me back to the hideout. Haku, make sure to bring the kiri. Of course, Zabuza-sama. Ooh. Let me get this straight, Hayate said after everything was explained. Gatu has all but taken over the land of waves. Cough. The only thing that is a danger to him completing this happens to be him. He pointed at Tazuna. He has the money and connections to find and hire missing ninja of the skill of Zabuza. Cough. And you want to hold him off with 4 genin and 2 jonin, as we are at our current strength. Naruto nodded to all of it until the end, and 1 fox, but yes. Cough. When our mission is to, cough, find a sea monster. Our mission is to prove or disprove there is one out there, Naruto replied. Which we cannot do without a boat. And it is probable some superstitious fisherman afraid of an old legend. Ooh, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata called us something come up the port side, whales. The Jonin walked over to where her student was standing. Orca, she corrected. They're the largest species of dolphin there is. That one is huge, Kiba called from the other side. Kurenai looked and saw what must have been the pod leader. That she is, Kurenai said to him. Man, Naruto is going to flip when he hears about this. They are singing, Hinata said excitedly. Kurenai smiled at their excitement. These are the moments you don't imagine when you think of ninja. But these are the moments she treasured the most. Ma'am, the captain said to her, we are getting pretty close to the location it is said to be. Maybe we should turn back and move along the shore to wave. I know a lovely beach we can stop at for the night. He was very nervous. We'll keep going, Kurenai said to him. We are halfway there now, and as long as the killer whales are not concerned, we should not be either. Several started skyhopping. See? If you say so, ma'am, but I would still feel more comfortable going around until we have to. Think of it like this, your job is almost done. They moved along for another half hour before something happened. The songs change. Kurenai-sensei, is this normal? Hinata asked. The orca had stopped having fun and started swimming as fast as they could. They found something to eat. A much deeper, much louder, cry came from underneath them. The orca scattered. I think they are worried now, the captain yelled. Even as he said it, they saw Y rising up from the water in front of them. It was huge and green. A shell covered its back. In its fang-filled jaws was one of the orca, struggling pitifully in its grip. The creature threw the whale in the air and caught it again in its jaws, in a better position to eat it. Behind it, 3 massive tails were waving about. Kurenai once heard a comedian say that in bad situations, First you say a word that describes the situation. Then you do it. She heard the captain yell, "Shit!" followed by the smell of him soiling himself. Turn the ship slowly to starboard, making sure to disturb the water as little as possible. I am going to cast a genjutsu so that it doesn't see us. What seemed like fog filled the air and they slowly were able to get away from the hunting Icinade. When they could no longer see it, only then did any of them think about wiping away the blood that showered down on them. "Excuse me," the captain said before going to below deck. Kiba walked slowly to the side and puked in the water. "I think we just proved there's a sea monster in this triangle." Both Hinata and Kurenai slowly nodded. Ooh. Naruto was practicing his sword strikes that Hayate-sensei had taught him. These were nothing like Badoajutsu because it required both hands on the sword and for it to always remain out when fighting. While many strikes with Badoajutsu were from the sheath whenever possible. It was a concept that was so basic to understand but one that went against Naruto's training. But he wasn't one to quit. "Not bad kid," a guy said behind him. His tanned face and sun-bleached hair said he was a traveler. He had a bamboo staff in his hands, over his shoulders. "You almost look like you know what you are doing." Naruto arched an eyebrow at him. "I might at that." He made his flourish and sheathed his sword. "You are?" "No one important. Just a road-weary traveler. On an island that has no easy path to it? Some miles from shore?" "That is why I am weary," he said with a crooked grin. "So, those for show, or are you a warrior?" "A samurai." "Ah, I heard about those. Not many of them have been seen in the last 100 though. I heard that Gadu of Gadu Industries has 2 as his personal bodyguards." Naruto growled. "And when I meet them, I won't even give them the chance to have seppuku." "Hey there, easy tiger. Just saying. I always wanted to fight the best though, and even now, samurai are considered the best." He spun his staff and brought it level with the ground. "Think you can take me?" Naruto looked at it then at him. The greatest swordsman in the world only lost one fight in his life. It was against a farmer with a staff. "That a no. I am saying what I expect. I am a student, not a master. You hold that staff like you were used to it. You have a longer reach. And are able to turn aside blows from a sword with that." He arched an eyebrow. "What does that mean?" "That bamboo did not bend as you swung it, meaning you have an iron rod inside it." He grinned. "You are correct. Well, nothing for me to do here then. Bye." He walked away and Naruto watched him with mild interest. He then shrugged before continuing. Maizu was nodding to himself. Observant. Guess it will have to be Haku that finds out more about him, and through him, his sensei. Ooh. Kakashi woke up to the feeling that something wasn't right. "Hayate, Zabuza is not dead, I know," Hayate told him. "I only realized it after the hunter took him away." They said it at the same time. "Hunter nins destroy the bodies there." Kakashi sighed. "Can you take care of their training? Tree climbing?" "Yeah, but I will have Naruto water walk. He tried it on the way here. Wasn't too bad." The sound of sparring came from outside and Hayate looked out the window. Naruto had finished his training but still wanted more. "Sakura, enough of these love taps. You are a kunoichi, so act like it." As he finished those words, Ino kicked his knees out from under him and Sakura kicked him on his chest, gaining a thud from his armor. He fell to the ground and began to roll. When he came up to his feet, he said, "Looks like you are starting to get serious." "You are going to pay for that comment," they said to him. Naruto took on the tiger stance before his forward palm flipped to face the air and made the bring it motion, "If you can." When it was over, all 3 were on the ground. Sakura and Ino were grinning in victory, their knuckles, elbow, and knees bruised and bloodied. While Naruto had a black eye, dislocated shoulder from when Sakura caught him by surprise and twisted it behind his back, and several aches. He popped it back into place and looked at them with a smile. "Thanks, Sakura-chan, Ino-chan. I needed that. I guess from now on I can stop holding back on you." "Nani?" Naruto only laughed at them. Ooh. That afternoon, Hayate led them into the forest. We are going to train. No doubt, Gatu will hire more ninjas if Zabuza is dead. And if he isn't, we will have him and the hunter nin to contend with. Sensei, Ino and Sakura raised their hands. "Are you sick? You have been coughing a lot." "Never better. We are going to do tree climbing. Naruto will demonstrate as I am still worn out from the fight." He nodded to Naruto. He walked up and put a foot against the tree. Followed by another, and was soon hanging from a branch. "My team started working on this after missions the first day, so that is why Naruto is ahead of you. You do this by pushing chakra through your feet," Naruto explained. "This is the hardest part. After that, you just find the right mixture to hold you to it. Too little and..." His right foot fell from the branch before he put it back. He then stood on the trunk. Too much. The tree broke under his feet. Any questions? No. Then give it a try. So you can get used to it, start with lying on the ground to try it. Hey, Naruto, why didn't you tell me about this at home? I honestly thought you were doing it yourself. Sasuke frowned but nodded. It would make sense that teachers would start with something like this first instead of learning to kill. Make sure to mark how high you get. He watched Sakura go first. She made it pretty far and was able to sit on a branch near the top of her tree. Ino made it halfway up the tree before her chakra started to give out. She slashed the tree and got on a branch. That isn't easy. The more chakra you have, the worse your control, Hayate told them. Normally, I say both you and Sakura are about the same level of chakra, but Sakura naturally has better. Sasuke, you're next. He nodded and started walking up it. He obviously didn't start from a little and moved up because he began to break the tree with his first step. Stop and come back down, Hayate said to him. Now take a look, you used too much chakra. He growled as he looked at it and then at Naruto still hanging from his branch as he gave pointers to Ino. I'll get it right this time. Good. Naruto, continue with your training. He dropped down and landed on his feet. Hi, sensei. Sakura will work with him and I will guard Kakashi. Hi, Hayate sensei. Yes, quality time with Akechi-kun. We will be down by the beach, sensei, so that I can signal Hinata-chan or Kiba when they come this way. I will also camp down there until they get here. Hayate nodded and walked away. Naruto turned to Ino and gave her some last-minute advice. He then watched Sasuke try it. Relax, Sasuke. That is what you are doing wrong. Shut up, Sasuke said, with a slight nod of appreciation. Ooh. Naruto reached the shore and looked out on the open water. Been a long time since I last saw this. You have been to the ocean before? Yes, Naruto told her. My father and I traveled before we settled outside of Konoha. I saw the ocean a few times from the former land of whirlpools. Cool. No, not really. You know the phrase about how strong the Kyuubi was? About how a wave of its tails could level mountains and cause tsunamis. Yes. Naruto looked at her and let it sink in. Oh. That's right. Iwa controls that land, but really, no one is left who care for it. Which is a shame. I felt really at home there. From what little was left unravaged, it seemed such a quaint country. Nature is regrowing and people rebuild, so maybe one day. Naruto took a deep breath and reached into his pack and took out a scroll. Unrolling it, he placed it on the sand and wiped the seal on it. Camping equipment, survival gear, and other things appeared in a puff of smoke. I'm taking off my armor and show you how to do it. Then, while you train, I will set up my camp. Carefully taking it off and placing it on a silk blanket, he then pulled off his shirt. I don't have this down, but it is strenuous, so you might want to put on some swimming gear if you have it. He nodded to Kitsu, who changed into his human form and turned to Sakura. Turn around. She pouted but did as she was told. Damn it, I just missed the perfect chance to find out if he wears boxers or briefs. I'm ready, Naruto said to her. She turned around and almost got a nosebleed. He stood there in navy blue swimming trunks that gripped his legs tightly but, unfortunately, not the crotch. But it still gave her an idea. Do you have any cloths to change into? No, Naruto sighed before reaching into a bag. He pulled out a t-shirt and second set of shorts the same color and material. These shouldn't be that big on you. He tossed them to her and turned around. You too, Kitsu. The fox growled, changed back into a fox, and did as instructed. After changing, Naruto went to the water and did the same as he did before. He actually found it a lot easier without his heavy clothes and armor on. Just like this. Don't go too far out because if you fall in, you have to swim back. And there are undercurrents in the ocean. Get caught by one of those and you will be pulled out to sea. He walked farther out and soon began to sink a little. The deeper it is, the rougher it is, the harder it is because that is more chakra you have to expend to get a solid enough surface to walk on. That is why you stopped after going down a few inches, Sakura reasoned. I believe so. He dropped the rest of the way, sinking to his knees, and walked back ashore. While Sakura gave it a try, he set up his camp. Most of it was just pull in place, having been preset before being sealed. Sakura went back after drying out by his fire around 8. Naruto then changed to some dry cloths himself and watched the ocean. Him and Kitsu took shifts so there wasn't a chance that to miss them. Ooh, Haku, relax, Guza said to the teenager. What if he recognizes my scent, she reminded, or the fox does. That is why you have the perfume and the vixen. Maizu pointed to a cage with a sedated fox in it. She was out right now, but she was also in heat. She'll handle the kit. You handle the boy, no worries. She sighed. Who should I go as? Skip the false persona and be yourself. We are not looking to trick him right now, we are looking to gather information. She sighed. Myself? Only person ever interested in myself is Zabuza-sama. I will give it a try. She finished her shirt and grabbed her basket. Might as well get some herbs while I am out there. Ooh. She came to Naruto's camp and looked at them. She was downwind of them so she wasn't afraid they would smell her. She waited until it was Kitsu that was awake and released the vixen. Using a bit of chakra, the fox woke up and was spooked by Haku. She ran right through camp and instantly caught Kitsu's attention. The two foxes ran off into the forest, chasing each other. Waiting a bit to make sure that he wasn't coming back, she walked in. Luckily, it was after dawn. His nose twitched as she walked near him. She rekindled the fire before reaching down and shaking him. Hey, you are going to get sick if you sleep with your fire out again. Huh? What? His head fell back to the ground and Haku's sweat dropped. He was harder to wake than the fox. And as she couldn't use chakra, or she might give herself away, she had to do it another way. She took the worst-smelling herb she had, she placed it under his nose. His eyes snapped open and his hands came up to his nose. Gah! It burns. Rubbing his nose and rolling around in his sleeping bag for several minutes, he growled. Kitsu, I am going to make sure your next bath is. Kitsu? Where did that fox go now? Kitsu? Is that the name of your pet fox? Haku asked as she sat down next to him, making him finally notice her. Oh, good morning, miss. He stood up, wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. Somehow, he had slept with his sword still at his waist. He gave her a bow. Kitsu is my partner. Do you know where he is, miss? I saw two foxes running by just a few moments ago. One of them was a girl and had a musky scent about her. And you don't have to call me that. She was in heat, Naruto muttered. He sniffed the air and found Kitsu had gone after the vixen. Thinking with the wrong head. Excuse me, Haku asked. I'm sorry, and thank you for waking me. It is all right. Are you a ninja? Well, sort of, Naruto said with a hand behind his head. I am actually a samurai. She grew cold. Oh, she stood and was about to leave. Did I say something wrong? Naruto asked. The only samurai around anymore are the ones that work for Gato. Naruto growled at the mention of them again. And I will kill them when I meet them. Haku hid her smile. You don't work for him? I do not. I am the samurai of Lord Sarutobi, the Hokage of Konoha. But you said you were not ninja. It is a title, one I barely recognize as mine. I am first, foremost, and only the samurai Akechi Naruto, heir of the Akechi clan. Isn't that something that you shouldn't proclaim? Being heir and all? Anyone that is able to capture me deserves to. Oh, she smiled, placed her basket on the ground, and tackled him to the ground. I just did. Can I keep you then? Naruto laughed before his hands held her waist and lifted her off him. No, and why would you want to anyway? She looked a bit abashed. Everyone knows the stories of women getting a better life by falling in love with a samurai and marrying them. Naruto remembered the condition the town was in and nodded. I understand. But I can't do that. Perhaps I can help you some other way? Maybe I can stay with you for a bit. Gatu's men took my home. Of course, Naruto said instantly. You are? Haku. Haku, what is mine, is yours. I will be right back with some breakfast. He grabbed his bow and stepped into the forest. She knew he wouldn't find anything. There wasn't much to hunt on this island anymore. Naruto walked back in with 3 rabbits. Got it. I also got some potatoes, berries, though they aren't the sweetest, and I think I got some other things to make a stew. Where did you get those? He tapped his nose. I knew where to look. He skinned the rabbits expertly after setting a pot to boil fresh water. He reached into a dish he had filled with sea salt he had boiled away yesterday, put a pinch in the water, a cup of milk, cut up the potatoes, a few carrots, some fish chips, peas, and a few other things. After it had cooked for a bit and the scent filled the camp, making Haku's stomach growl, he gave her a bowl. Enjoy, Haku-chan. The truth was, even for her and Zabuza-sama, food was scarce for them. They always had some but not much. She almost cried as the excellent-tasting stew hit her tongue. Naruto chuckled as she quickly finished the bowl. That was very good, Akechi-san. Naruto, please. And thank you. Eat, I have more supplies. So, what brings you out this way? I was gathering medicinal herbs hoping I could sell them. Naruto nodded. Should have known that was what woke me up. Nothing taste or smell worse than medicine. She chuckled, still remembering how he reacted. So, why are you here? Waiting for the rest of my team to come here. Oh, you here to kill Gato and his ninja? Not originally. But I can't leave now that I know about it. We came to investigate the rumors of a sea monster to the north of here. He looked out over the water. I hope there is none. Enough monsters in the world as is. Like Gatu, like his samurai. Care to talk about it? Maybe that will help. We set out from Konoha 4 days ago. And Tora hit Akamaru, knocking him to the ground, and biting his ear, Naruto said before laughing. Haku joined him. I used this moment for the bright idea to get close to her. I said, nice kitty. I'm going to get you a saucer of milk and take you back to your owner. Big mistake there. She glared at me like her namesake and tore me apart. I do not exaggerate, she scratched me something fierce. I was kicking and screaming while Kitsu had fallen over, laughing. Haku's perfume had faded away, but Naruto didn't notice. Not only had that plant killed his sense of smell, his face was slightly red from a light sake he had to help ward away the night's chill. What did you do to it? Haku asked him. I caught her and took her back to her owner. And I saw why she ran away. Naruto hinged into the wife of the Fire Lord, and turned a discarded shirt into Tora. He showed her what she did and what the cat looked like, making her break up with laughter. Naruto returned to normal and sat back down beside her by the fire. I actually felt sorry for the cat and was going to give her some suggestions, but our senseis took us away before we could. Haku laughed a little more. Hey, why don't you want to marry me? Well, the truth is I am in love with a girl at home. From home. Does she care for you? I don't know, Kami, I hope so. Haku leaned against him. This is the best time I've had in a long time, Naruto-kun. Yes. The best time I've had since I had Usagi-chan. Who? My rabbit. She smiled at him. I know this. I would care for you. With those words, she started to lean in close to his face. She stopped when the look on his face changed. It wasn't disgust or anger, only realization. Haku-chan, is what's happening what I think is happening? Yes. I am about to kiss you, Naruto-kun. Naruto swallowed. I thought it was. He stood up. Haku-chan, I think we should stop. Because of her, Haku said sadly. Yes, and no, she looked up at him confused to see confusion on his face. We're drunk, Haku-chan. This could very well be the sake talking. And if it isn't, she asked him. I don't know. My father would, but I don't. I just know I enjoy being around you. Your scent, your voice. Naruto stopped there and put more wood on the fire. Go ahead and use my sleeping bag. I need to stay up and watch for my friends. Haku looked at him a moment longer before she got in his tent and sleeping bag. What are you doing, Haku? She asked herself. Losing control. You are losing control, that is very bad. And what does it matter if he cares for you or not? You can't go with him anyway. Outside, Naruto was beating himself up as well. I can't believe I let that almost happen. I love Hinata-chan. I do, don't I? I guess I just needed to say that out loud. But why did I almost let that happen? Father, I wish I knew what to do with matters of the heart. Ooh. Haku woke to the sound of Naruto berating his fox. Grabbing her herbs, she rubbed that plant she used on Naruto on her arms and neck to mask her scent. She walked out then. You lazy little kid. So, what if something happened while you were gone? Regardless, you shouldn't have left. So where is she? A fox came out from hiding behind the tent and looked at him. You have to take care of her. I don't care how. Just do it. No. Double no. Hell no. You are not getting into the supplies. Don't you dare. Threatening me with that won't work. What is going on? Haku asked. They looked at her. Kitsu mated with the vixen you saw yesterday. Which means they are mated for life, Naruto explained. And what was he threatening you with? Haku looked at Kitsu to see him looking at her with his head tilted down, his eyes shiny, what could be described as a pout on his lips, and even one of his ears flopping over. He looked so sad that Haku rushed over to him, saying it would be alright and that she would get some food for her, anything to get him happy again. Kitsune Jutsu 1, the Kitsune eyes, Naruto told her, scratching his cheek. Few can ever resist it. Oh, Naruto-kun, we just have to get her something to eat. If she is pregnant, she will need food for the kids. She did her best to imitate it. No, this is his mess, he can deal with it until we get back home. She added the final touch. Tears. No. I said no. They could tell he was weakening. No, oh, alright. I'll bail you out of this one as well. He turned to the vixen. Come in already, I don't bite. I was never mad at you, just Kitsu acting rashly. No, that wasn't an insult. Not to you at least. Now that's uncalled for. What'd she say? She just asked for enough food to feed a fox for the winter. You won't need it, you are coming with us. He turned to Kitsu. Why are you bringing that up? Now what did he say? Naruto turned back to Haku. That is a samurai, was he entitled to a mistress as well? I don't know, he said, turning back to Kitsu. Do I look like I am old enough for that kind of stuff yet? Old enough to kill my... He looked at Haku. Blades. Maturity is needed for that. which you obviously lack. Kitsu stuck his tongue out at him. Point proven. Don't go bringing that up as well. My cousin once said the beauty of being a child is acting like one. Now I am tired, and I am sure you have gotten sleep last night. So I am going to sleep and you are taking watch. He headed into the tent. Kitsu growled and Naruto froze. He was still for several moments. He said something big this time, didn't he? That I would be a bad host to leave a guest unattended. His shoulders sagged in defeat. Oh, don't mind me, Haku told him. No, I can't. My father taught me that bad manners had no excuse. Kitsu raised a paw in the air that Haku was sure would have been in a V if he had fingers. Wanting to help, Haku picked up Kitsu and began to scratch his ears. The fox fell limp to her administrations. I need to head into town to sell these herbs. I will be back in a few hours. She set him down, stood up, and started into town. Naruto sighed in relief. Wake me up when she gets back. Ooh. Haku walked back into their hideout. Good news, Guza asked. He told me what got him out here. His team split up to go find both a boat and a place to stay at while the search for a sea monster. He didn't talk much about skills, but he did say that him and his team, Kiba and Hinata, have trained together for so long that they had each other's skills for the most part. Though Hinata is going as a medic nin. Zabuza nodded. She will be trouble. She's a medic, Maizu stated. And so is Tsunade of the Sanin. No one doubts how dangerous she is. Did you get a last name? No, he left those out. He doesn't suspect me, but he doesn't trust me either, not with that. Zabuza-sama, I asked him about the Akechi once and he grew very quiet. What happened to them? Before the current Lord Akechi became that, he went out on a mission given to him by his lord, one of the last descendants of Oda Nobunaga. His mission was to win and help quell an uprising. But there was no uprising at the town. All there was a single man in his 50s. The men led there by Akechi didn't understand what was going on. But the man raised a hand at them and the sand around them came to life and began to attack them. Soon, it came that of the 50 samurai led there, only 5 were alive, all but Akechi were injured. He stood between them and him, ready to die to protect them. But he didn't die that day because he still had friends in the world. Myself, Raiga, and Kisame. I hit him was hit with one of my water dragons and he decided it was time to retreat. I understand that he was killed when he got back to the hidden sand. We went there when we found out that it was all just a plot for Oda to rid himself of his samurai. Some of the weapons they had are very rare and or important weapons. He could have ordered them to kill themselves but he could never get those weapons. So he made a deal with Suna to kill them for him and he would get them. Myself and the other 7 swordsmen found out and those that could went to save him. Why? The Akechi trained all of us. They're masters of almost every single style of weapons combat there is. At the time of the samurai, they were at the forefront. The Mizukage himself asked them to do it. Was he surprised when Hidemitsu resisted that eye of his and agreed to train those he felt to be worthy? Haku blinked in surprise. He trained you? And the other 7 swordsmen? Back to the question you asked. We told him about it and Akechi replied his life was his lord's to take. We couldn't believe that he would still be loyal to him when it was his own sword he was after as well. After bandaging the wounds, the 5 headed back. And became the first samurai ever to kill their lord. A very hard thing to understand, Bushido. It means to serve, and that is all they live for. Their trust in their lords is above everything but one to them. But their swords are their souls. That man betrayed their trust in him to profit the one thing they could not give him. They took his head and their clans left water. Of the 4 lesser clans, they have found service in lightning, fire, and earth. I have searched for the Akechi for years, actually hoping to gain their service. But it seems that someone else already has. Any idea why he wants to take the heads of the 2 working for Gatu? They claim to be samurai but do nothing for the people of this country or any country, Maizu said with a shrug. It only makes sense that he would wish them dead, heading back. I said I would, he might grow worried if I don't. Guza grinned under his mask. Isn't that cute? Haku doesn't want to make him worry. Oomph. His face was now driven into the floor with Haku standing over him, her hand in a fist. The righteous fury of a mad woman. Any chance we can get him to join us? Haku asked Zabuza. I don't know. His father owes me a life department so maybe, but we can't turn him from his course concerning the bridge builder. They say that to gain an ally, strike with the heart. What do you think of him, Haku? She blushed. Haku? Is something wrong? Maizu nudged his brother with his elbow. Seems the damsel has fallen for the hero of this story. He joined his brother on the floor. You could definitely make a worse choice, Zabuza said with a shrug. Before he groaned in pain. Not the face, not the face. Go for the face, go for the face. Ooh, thanks for the food, Haku said as she ate a soup. Naruto was about to say she was welcome, but he stuck his nose in the air and sniffed. Grabbing his bow and quiver, he ran to the water's edge, looking out across the water. What is it? Naruto was still for several moments. Then he drew an arrow, lit the fuse to the arrowhead with a match, notched it, and fired it into the air. The fire was bright enough to notice even during the day, and the shrill whistle could be heard for miles. A few moments later, Haku heard a boat engine. "Hinata-chan, Kiba, over here." "Hey," Kiba called. "Mission accomplished. Already proved it was nothing?" "Nothing. The damn thing ate a whale right in front of us." Naruto blinked in surprise. That was unexpected. The boat can pull right on up. Naruto caught a rope that was thrown to him and pulled the boat ashore. A girl stepped on the railing. "Naruto-kun, it is good to see you." She jumped off and hugged him, making Haku bristle a little. "Naruto, report," Kurenai asked. "Oh, right. Hayate-sensei has a few slight injuries as well as Kakashi-san from their fight with missing ninja Momichi Zabuza. Currently, I have been down here helping Sakura learn to water walk, as she is the only one ready for that. Kakashi is bedridden as he used too much chakra. And Hayate-sensei has a slight limp." "What's a noob nin doing here?" Kiba asked. "Apparently, Tazuna had more against him than just bandits. Gato wants this country as his own and is going about it by ruining the economy. Tazuna's bridge will keep his shipping company from holding the monopoly on shipping. And a person's with his money is not used to being denied what he wants. Money for a noob nin must be pocket change to him." Naruto, your clan is from water, what can you tell us about him?" Kurenai asked as she jumped off the ship and paid the pilot. "Not much," Naruto replied. "Thank you, Captain San, for safeguarding my friends." "Don't mention it," the captain said. "Ever. I am never going back into those waters again." Kiba and Naruto pushed the boat back out into the water. "All right, I set up camp over here." He turned and walked back to Haku-chan. "This is my team and sensei, Hinata, Kiba, and Kurenai-sensei." "Naruto," Hinata asked. "Who is this?" "I am Yukina Haku," she told her. Naruto-kun let me stay with him when he found out I didn't have a home." She smiled. "I am still trying to get him to agree to let me be his wife." Everyone looked at Hinata for that outburst. "Something wrong?" Kiba asked her innocently, letting Akamaru laugh for him as well. "Yes. I mean no, oh, I don't know. Is she her?" Haku asked Naruto. "Yeah, she is," Naruto replied. Kitsu growled at him and Naruto blushed a deep red. "You shut up." "What?" they all asked. "You should. I can tell you like them both." Naruto started growling and barking at him. "I said shut up. You know the clan rules. When a person falls in love with more than a single mate, they can take the others on as mistresses. I am far too young to even be talking about stuff like this. You are mature enough to take a person's life, but you can't admit that you may actually care for more than one woman?" Naruto drew the fox fang and started chasing after him. "I am going to skin you." "Naruto-kun," Haku called out to him, trying to get him to stop. "Don't bother," Kiba told her. "Those two do this at least once a week." Kitsu changed into his human form and stole the fox claw from Naruto's waist. The two traded slashes for several minutes. "Enough," Kurenai told them. "As you were saying?" "Oh, right. My clan taught him to fight back after the massacre and he became a genin. He started out with 20 others learning to fight with the sword. My grandfather and others of the clan eventually narrowed the numbers down to 7. I could give you more information on the whole of the 7 swordsmen instead of a single man. His sword is called the Kiri, the Executioner. He fights with nearly unparalleled strength, gained through wielding that sword, as you can guess. Obviously a water user. Oh, he is a master of silent killing, often using mist to cover his movements. Honestly, Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino could tell you more about his current style. In the fight between him and both Hayate and Kakashi, he used a jutsu that created a whirlpool, 5 sharks made of water, and a dragon of water." "That it? All I can think of," Naruto told her. "I got some soup ready if you are hungry." "I am, Naruto-kun," Hinata said as she moved up to him and led him back to the fire, while both Haku and Hinata glared at each other. "So a sea monster, What was it like?" "It was huge, its mouth could have swallowed the boat. And the fangs? You should have seen it, Naruto-kun." Ooh. Now, being the object of the affections of 2 women, Naruto knew why Sasuke was always cold to those in class. Naruto had them as well, but he was polite and so were they. Sasuke had the hardcore fans where things got violent. "Haku-chan, Hinata-chan, please stop," Naruto said to them, stopping the passive hostilities for the moment. "All right, you two, either make peace or I will put you at either ends of the camp." Hinata and Haku both frowned but stuck to only glaring at each other. Better. Oh man. What now? Kiba asked him. Well, now that you three are here, no reason for me to stay down here at the beach. Think that Haku-chan can stay with us? That will up to the Tazuna, Kurenai said to him. Okay. Kitsu and I will get started on packing camp while you all eat. And Sakura should be arriving soon to start training. While Kitsu rolled up the sleeping bag and readied it to be sealed, Naruto broke down the tent and gathered supplies. Let me help, Haku said as she stood up. No, you don't have to, Naruto said to her. Yes, let me. She started closing containers and sorting them. It is the least I can do. Kitsu's ear as well as Naruto's twitched as she said that. Alright, I guess. It was silent for several minutes. Haku kept glancing at Akamaru and Kiba. Does your partner change as well? Akamaru. Yeah, he does, Kiba said proudly. Haku looked over at Hinata. Looks like you were the odd ninja out, no partner I mean. I guess so. She looked over at Kurenai and got a nod. When Naruto had it all sealed, he sat down on a rock and waited for Sakura. There she is. Sakura, over here. Akechi-kun. How are you this morning? She called as she ran up to them. Oh, your team is here, she said as she came to a stop. Kakashi-sensei and Hayate-sensei wanted me to tell them when your ship got here. I'm supposed to take you to Tazuna's house. Ooh. A week passed by with not much happening. Once Kakashi and Hayate were moving again, the bulk of the group went with Tazuna to train down at the bridge as well as guard him in it. During the day, as they were busy, Haku went off to get herbs or to fish to help bring some money in. Sometimes she brought some back, sometimes she didn't. While Naruto stayed and guarded Tsunami and Inari. He was sitting in front of the house, on his knees meditating when he heard them. The sound of a pair of saya hitting each other reached his ears along with the voices of two men. His eyes opened to look across the yard. Behind him, he heard Tsunami singing as she cooked and Inari was moping on the porch. Inari, head inside. Why? Because two men I have been looking forward to meeting is coming. As he stood up, putting his helmet on as he did, the two samurai of Gadu walked clear of the trees. Waraji grinned as he looked at Naruto. If it isn't one of those fledgling ninja. He drew his sword and was about to rush him. Zori held up his hand, stopping him. The crest on his armor. This is no ninja, this is an Akechi. Kitsu changed into his Naruto form and reached for the fox claw. No, Naruto said to him. Not this time. Naruto drew both swords. How will you fight? They looked at each other and Zori motioned Waraji ahead. Waraji grinned at him before his eye focused on Inari. Freeze. Inari tripped as his legs stopped working and he fell to the ground. Kitsu rushed over to him. He isn't breathing, he told Naruto. What did you do? Waraji began to laugh. A simple technique passed down along my style. The Shin no Appo. He grinned as he licked his blade. Now, once I kill you, I will kill the brat and then take the woman. He locked eyes on Naruto, paralyzing him as well. There are several different forms to the Shin no Appo. The forms I just used paralyzed his lungs while I just paralyzed your body. You won't die until I want you to. His grin was clearly insane. Naruto tightened his grip on his swords. I know this style. He closed his eyes and then forced his arms down, breaking the spell. Long ago, the masters of hidden Mitsurugi Ryu, the origin of Batojutsu, and the Shin no Appo fought each other. This was before chakra and no one had a way to fight it. No one but a swordsman of equal or greater spirit. I pray that isn't your only trick. Waraji wasn't deterred by this, he grew excited. Yes. This is it, this is what I have been searching for. He rushed at Naruto, his sword leading. One hand stab. Crossover slash. Overhead strike. Now, Naruto intercepted the downward strike with the flat of the fox claw. He slashed, cutting Waraji across his chest. The fox fang would have pierced his heart had he not leaned back. He entered a new stance with the fox claw leading and the fox fang above his head, so both points were even. Tojutsu, the art of sword strikes, Naruto said to him. You are deadly with it, that is sure. But that isn't where my strength lies. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Time is running out for the boy. His grin increased as he wiped some of his own blood off with his hand and licked it. You are now familiar with two forms of Shin no Appo. I shall show you my favorite. He flipped his sword so it reflected his eyes. Do you know what it is? Shin no Appo is the art of hypnotism. You use it through your eyes into whoever looks into your eyes. It is this that developed into the first Aikeke Genkai, the Meimugen, the illusion eye, which led to the creation of the three-grade Dujutsu. The Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the Rinnegan. Smart boy, Waraji said as his muscles grew bigger. Very smart boy. He lowered his sword, his body now 3 times larger. I just did something similar to releasing what is known as the chakra gates. But instead of releasing the chakra of my body, I release my real strength. Naruto nodded. Instead of just using the 30% of your muscles, you are using all 100%. It matters not, I will kill you. Naruto sheathed both his swords and entered his Batojutsu stance. Just like over 1,000 years ago, Waraji said as he watched him excitedly. But this time, it would be different. His saya was still in his belt. And his swords were going for the kill. It was impossible to call this one on history. Make me feel it. Make me feel alive. Waraji drew his Warzaki and charged Naruto. But Naruto didn't plan on using his Batasai. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Waraji found himself against 3 Narutos. He stabbed 2 to find they were Bunshin clones. He kicked the 3rd one to find it was as well. His mind ran as fast as it could to think where he would come from. He realized it just before Naruto killed him, above and behind. Naruto flicked the blood from his blades as Inari was finally able to take a breath. Taking a deep breath, Naruto faced Zori slowly. His life for the lives he has taken, his department is paid. But mine is still up, Zori said, stepping over Waraji's head. I will not be so easy. He drew his Warzaki. The two ran at each other and crossed swords. Pushing against each other, Naruto slipped the fox claw free and went for the kill. Zori twisted and the blade took him in the shoulder. Naruto roared in pain and stumbled back. A sword blade was sticking out the backside of his left shoulder. As the claw was removed from Zori, though it was not coming out his shoulder, so did the blade with no hilt. I once heard of a man that twisted space around him, and now I have met him. Naruto, let me help. No, Kitsu. I will kill this one alone. It matters not if you have help, Zori said in a much more sane voice than his counterpart had. Naruto reached up and felt the cut. It was made worse when the blade was forced to the side by his armor. That is why I don't wear armor, Zori told him. Naruto found himself on the defensive for one of the first times in his life. He had chosen his Warzaki because it was faster and easier to twist and turn than his katana. And Naruto couldn't attack for fear of killing himself. Ooh, Hayate-sensei, is there really such a thing as an absolute defense? Kiba asked. No, there is none. But what about the Hyuga Kaiden? Hinata asked. How long can you hold it? Kurenai asked her. Even my father cannot hold it long, Hinata told them. A defense is something that never falters, even if it isn't the best it is there. Naruto's armor is a form of ultimate defense, Hayate told them. The Kaiden is a strong defense, no doubt, but not the best. Then, Naruto started, sounding deflated, the one I developed isn't much after all. Hayate and Kurenai looked at him, surprised. You have won, Kurenai asked. I made it observing Hinata and Kiba, and using the Kenjutsu Hayate-sensei taught me. I haven't perfected it yet but I am close. Hayate stood up and drew his sword. Show me. Ooh. The Warzaki slipped past his swords and went for Naruto's chest. Naruto twisted and spun, catching the sword in his. Not good enough. Kaiden and Gatsuga, the principles of these were very similar, using chakra to cause the body to spin as a fast rate. When combined with his armor and swords, he is able to deflect all weapon strikes coming at him or take hands and limbs off of taijutsu users. Naruto started spinning again, his swords driving the Warzaki down. He ended it with his swords crossed over the blade. Naruto raised his boot and kicked Zori in the chest. The impact wasn't given to Naruto. So it is only something that breaks skin, Naruto surmised. Which you lack beyond that boot, Zori taunted. He can't win, Inari told Kitsu. He is too strong. Naruto will win, he replied. Naruto doesn't know how to lose. The two circled each other, their blades meeting every few seconds. On one of these, Naruto came away with a cut on both arms. Naruto narrowed his eyes at that as he only hit him once. Naruto waited for his next opening, which was soon in coming. Zori didn't care about them, understandably so. When it came, Naruto went for his head. The fox claw drew a vertical slash across his face, going over his right eye. The same cut appeared on Naruto. Zori stopped moving when he felt it, a deep burning pain in his chest and he could no longer move his arm back. Looking down, a sword was coming out from under his left arm. Looking back up, he saw Naruto had driven the fox fang into his chest while their bodies were connected from the sword slash on his face. Naruto pulled his sword out, bleeding from the cut but not wounded beyond the broken skin. Zori stumbled backwards, his lungs already filling up with blood and his heart bleeding. A few moments later, he fell to the ground, his sword slipping from his fingers. Naruto smiled a little. He had received that second cut on his arm from Zori, but it had still appeared on his arm. As he began to fall, Kitsu caught him. I got you, Naruto. You did good. Kitsu turned to Inari. Don't just stand there, open the door before he bleeds to death. Inari looked from them to the two on the ground and back again. How? They killed my father. There is no way they could just be defeated like that. Though Naruto couldn't look at him, he smiled at him. Because the hands of the dead hero guided my hand. He has finally received justice. Those blades are yours. Kitsu carried him inside. Oh my god. Naruto, what happened? Tsunami asked as Kitsu laid him down. I'll go get the bandages. She came back and asked again. Justice, Naruto said again before falling unconscious. Ooh. Naruto found himself inside a traditional castle. It felt comfortable and warm. A 5-petal sakura decorated almost everything here. Naruto knew exactly where he was as he had been here before a few times by meditating. He was within his mind. Although those trips had never lasted more than 5 seconds. He was already here for 10 seconds, so he figured it had come about for him to escape the pain. Naruto decided to look around. There were codes of conduct on wall scrolls everywhere. His swords and armor holding a place of honor must have represented his skill in war. He came to something he did not expect. On a door in the outside wall, he saw a paper that had the kanji for seal on it. Climbing up the wall, he looked out. There, in the field, was a giant fox. That must have represented his bloodline, Naruto decided. But he noticed something almost right away. That fox had a mind. Hello, Kitsune-sama, Naruto said to him. So, the owner of these fine lands finally decides to visit, the fox said to him. Must be my old personality, Naruto stated. The fox laid down and ignored him, for a moment. No, I am not you. That would be incredible as this is my mind. If you are not me, who are you? Naruto then felt like he was choking from all the killer intent being directed at him. Whoami. I am the Kyuubi no Yoko, you pathetic human, just like all the others, honestly believing that one of your kind can kill me. Naruto shook his head, forcing his body to calm down. Now that truly is incredible as I know for a fact where your body is. And while it may not be decaying, it is certainly dead. The Kyuubi growled at him before calming down a little. Alright then, what am I? Naruto sat down in the lotus position. I don't know. I had thought you represented my bloodline, my ability to talk to foxes. But with that attitude, maybe you truly are an uninvited guest. The two looked at each other for a few minutes. So now what? Not what I imagined what the great Kyuubi would ask. What do you expect? First I was locked in a cell, now I have the world to explore except that castle. The only thing I don't have in here is company. I also have a powerful host, if the way you dealt with those two is any sign. The only thing that could make me more content is if you ripped off that seal. Never gonna happen. So, like I said, now what? Go chase a rabbit or something, Naruto said as he stood up and headed back inside. A rabbit the size of a horse appeared, took one look at the still larger fox, and ran off. About time I had something to do. Ooh. Naruto opened his eyes to hear Inari talking excitedly. And he reappeared, taking the head off the one called Waraji, and Naruto closed his eyes again and stopped listening. He hasn't been able to stop talking about it, Kakashi said to him. How you brought justice to the two most powerful men he had met before he met you. I know it was reckless. How so? You took them on one at a time instead of at once by having Kitsu stay out of it. Just to warn you, that girl and Haku are waiting to rush in once they find out you are awake. Kakashi stood up and was about to leave. Kakashi-san, just a moment. I heard her say, yes. I missed it the first time because it was late, I was tired, and also a little drunk. My team doesn't talk much about our abilities because of spies. So, if your team hasn't already, tell them not to mention there to her. Just in case she is the hunter Nin. Kakashi nodded. I'll make sure Hayate and Kurenai knows. By the way, that cut over your eye is going to scar. Tsunami has already stitched it up and did a good job. But those will just make it more evident. My shoulder. Fine. Kurenai knows a few medical jutsu and was able to restore it. He walked out the door and said, he's awake. Hinata and Haku walked in, glaring at each other and smiling at him. Good afternoon, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she hugged him. Haku did the same, and she said, you had us really worried. In a whisper, she said, making me realize that wasn't the sake talking that night. Naruto groaned but put it off as being squeezed too hard. Hinata-chan, did something happen at the bridge? Over 100 bandits appeared, Hinata told him. They said they were there to kill any ninja in their path. One of them even said, especially if they're those damn mist. Looks like Gato is planning on betraying them. Haku looked at her surprised. Are you sure? Hinata furrowed her brow. Of course I am sure. 150 armed men showed up, and were killed, saying that and you think I'm not sure. Hinata-chan, Naruto said in a scolding tone, please not while I am like this. Sorry, Hinata said, dropping her head, although she brightened when Naruto put his hand over hers and rubbed his thumb over it. Naruto sat up and Hinata turned a little red. What? Don't see a six-pack on a 12-year-old that often, Haku stated. Naruto looked down and saw he didn't have a shirt on. Just to make sure, he lifted the blanket to check, and quickly put it back down. Kind of happens when you wear 100-pound armor every second of the day. Can you ladies leave so I can get dress? In what? Haku asked him. Tsunami is cleaning and sewing up your clothes. You have nothing to put on right now, Hinata informed him. Naruto laid back, sighed, and quoted the Kyuubi, now what? Zabuza was seething. No, he was more than seething. He wanted blood, enough to fill a balding midget. I'll kill him. Haku smiled a little. She never liked violence, but this time, she would make an exception, and since Naruto-kun killed his guards, there is nothing protecting him. Maizu, Guza. The two appeared, kneeling before Zabuza and her. He will try to run now that his protection is gone. Destroy his boats. Hi, they replied before vanishing again. What is the most painful thing we can do to him? Zabuza wondered as he stood up and tied the kiri to his back. Justice, Haku quoted. Justice? He killed a hero and drove the country into poverty. I think we should hand him over to the men and women of Wave for them to deal with him. Zabuza raised his non-existent eyebrows. That would be evil. He would be tortured, quartered, and his body desecrated. I'm in. Ooh. Tazuna and the Leaf Ninja were walking through town, on their way to the bridge. It was while going there they heard a commotion. We really can't thank you enough, sir, the last remaining magistrate said. No, you need not thank us, a feminine voice replied. Yes, we're just glad to bring this man to justice, said a gravelly male voice. All three genin of Team 7/10, they knew that voice. Kakashi widened his eye while Hayate grabbed the hilt of his sword. They ran forward and saw Zabuza shaking hands with the magistrate. Behind them was a short man in a roughed-up business suit, hod-tied, and screaming through his gag to be released. Ah, our fellow shinobi. What is going on here? Tazuna asked. Hayate giggled. Turning in wanted criminal, yes. Sasuke tilted his head in confusion, but you work for him. Nope, Zabuza stated. So, turning to the magistrate again, what will happen to him? The man looked down at him. Branding comes to mind first. Maybe we will drown him to finally kill him. But that is a long way away. That made Gato scream a lot more. Deserves it, yes, Hayate stated. She then smiled at the confused ninja. Well, confused except Naruto. Betrayal met with betrayal. Naruto nodded at that, understandable. So, what now? Want to ask you something, Zabuza stated, you and your family. Naruto arched an eyebrow. I cannot deny you that, Naruto replied. Everyone looked at him shocked. Long story that I do not feel like going into. Hayate-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, since Gato has been secured, should we not return to Konoha to report our mission complete? Yes, Kurenai said slowly. Zabuza and his men are not traveling with us. I would not expect to, Zabuza stated. Maizu, Guza, the two Chunin they defeated appeared, making the genin growl wide-eyed. Are you done? Not a one is still serviceable, Maizu replied. Even if Gato somehow escapes, Wave is now out of his reach. What with his fleet of boats beached and ruined? Nothing but scrap metal anymore, Guza finished. Zabuza nodded and turned back to Naruto. We shall meet you at your home. Naruto nodded. It is in the village of Kenji, outside of Konoha. All four nodded to him before Zabuza and the Chunin vanished. Hayate appeared behind Naruto. Thank you for letting me stay with you, yes, she whispered before she too was gone. I was right, Haku was the hunter. They were shocked by that save the Jonin. Ooh, so Isanade has been found, Sarutobi stated. This is important. Now, Naruto, why did you agree to speak with Zabuza? My family owes him a department, Naruto supplied. If he wishes to speak with my family, then he will. Naruto, I don't need to say how cautious you need to be with him, he did. And I still hold myself to my belief. The current Mizukage is a bastard that should be killed. Then Shodem Mizukage, the one that asked my clan to train the 7 swordsmen, was one worth of respect and loyalty. You actually agree with him trying to kill him? Kiba asked. I am only saddened that he failed, Naruto replied. If he had gotten the other 7, it would have been different. Hokage-sama, Hayate said after a moment. Zabuza was trying to gather money and men to complete his dream. I see. Naruto, Just how big a department does your clan owe them? Would they leave Konoha for him if that is what he asked? He was quiet for a moment as he thought about this. He knew he couldn't leave, so that likely meant that his father and grandfather would not. Most likely, some would be more than willing to follow his lead, but not all. Would you follow him? Naruto nodded. He is a natural leader, in my opinion, and if he was a leaf, then yes. But I have sworn my sword to you, Lord Hokage. That is where my loyalty will be until one of us dies. Sarutobi nodded, relieved. You are all dismissed then. Naruto, good luck with this meeting. Naruto bowed his head before he did an about-face and walked from the room. Ooh. Naruto walked into his home and set both foxes on the ground. Now go take her where she can rest, Naruto told Kitsu. While the two ran off, Naruto went to see his father. Taking his shoes off at the door, Naruto walked to his father's study, still dressed in his armor. He knocked on the door before saying, Lord Father, I have returned and have something of great importance to talk to you about. Come in, Naruto. Mitsuhide smiled at him when he entered. So, how did your mission go? It went well, though it was completed before I played a part in it. That is how it goes sometimes, son. I know, father. I am actually envious of Hinata-chan and Kiba. They not only saw whales while on the ocean, they saw Isanade. The three tails, Mitsuhide asked. Now that is something. What is you wish to tell me? While on the mission, I came across Momichi Zabuza, his apprentice, and his men. They are coming here, wishing to ask you a question. I see. He closed the scroll he had been reading. Do you have an idea what that question would be? I do, father. I do not believe he has given up his dream to become Mizukage, so he will likely enlist our help if he can. Mitsuhide sighed. If only he had asked anything else. We can return to water. Naruto, go inform your grandfather his student is coming. Before you tell Yoriko-san that you have returned. Hi, father. He stood and left. As he walked, he was greeted by his family. One of his younger cousins jumped in his arms. Naruto-Nisan, when did you get back? She asked. I just did, Oichi. Have you been a good girl? Aha, she replied. Can you, please? Naruto set the 6-year-old down. Okay. Which story do you want to hear tonight? The Elf Queen of Shannara, Oichi exclaimed. Naruto smiled. Of course she did. That was her favorite book. The monsters in it still scared her, in part because he used henge to show her what they looked like, but she always wanted to be read it. Are you sure you don't want to hear about a different Omsford? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer. No, I want to hear Ren. Okay, Ren it is. He rubbed her hair. Now run along, little bit, he said, using her nickname. He smiled as she did before going to find his grandfather. Naruto, give me a hand, will you? His uncle asked as he was moving a large vase. Naruto picked up the other end of it and helped him get it in place. Thanks, this wine should be enough to last us a while. Lightning wine? His uncle grinned. Now would I honestly get any other? Naruto replied no before continuing. A disturbing thought was in his mind. He did things like this all the time with his family. Reading to his cousins, helping family, if they did decide to follow Zabuza, he would never be able to do any of it again. He didn't want to think that could happen. Relax, Shiruka, Naruto heard his grandfather say to the 5-year-old girl. Now, stand just like this. Yes, that's it. Naruto walked out onto the training field to see Hidemitsu giving his little sister a meditation lesson. But grandfather, I want to learn the sword like big brother, she said. Before Hidemitsu could explain, Naruto did. Then first you must become one with your center, Naruto said as he sat down next to her. Then, once you have achieved that, you must learn to fight hand to hand, followed by hand to weapon. Then weapon to hand and finally weapon to weapon. Hidemitsu nodded. He knew Naruto would still remember. Now why do you want to learn to fight? To be like big brother, she said, hugging him. No, that shouldn't be your reason, Naruto told her, though he returned the hug. It should be to protect those around you. When you learn this, you must be willing to die for anyone to protect them. That is what it means to be Bushido. She kept hugging him. And that is how I met big brother, she said. You saved my mom and me. Naruto nodded. I did. Now, sit back down and relax. Let go of everything. You will know when you have reached your center because you will know everything around you. Like this. Sitting on his feet, Naruto slowed his breathing and heart rate until you would almost think he was dead. His mind was clear and focused, and he became aware of everything around him like he said he would. Though it was nothing much to see, those watching knew what he was doing. You cannot let the world intrude on this, Naruto explained, his eyes still closed. Because when you do, you can't feel it. Shiruka nodded and sat down like he was. After a few minutes, she asked, what is it that I won't feel? Life in every breath and in everything, Naruto told her. Oh. She was quiet for a long time before she fell over with a look of surprise on her face. Whoa. And she felt it, Hidemitsu stated. That is enough for today. Now go play. Shiruka nodded before running off. And hello Naruto. Finally come back I see. Yes, grandfather. I hope you are not mad about me interrupting your class. Of course not. You will make a fine teacher when you take on your student. Naruto nodded. He wasn't so sure, but if his grandfather believed in him, he would try. Speaking of students, I have met one of yours and he is on his way here with his own. Really? Which one? Momichi Zabuza. I fear he might ask of us to fulfill our department? Naruto, that is not something to fear. Nor do I fear fulfilling it. It is what he might ask of us that I fear. Yes, I see your point. But, if that is what he wants to ask, then he will. The sound of someone hitting a practice dummy came to their ears. It was from a young woman. Tell me, are you any closer yet in beating your cousin? I train but I know not if I can yet. Her skill with her Nagitana is unmatched for the most part. In time then, Hidemitsu, just remember, everyone has a weakness. They do. And for Koma it is something cute and fuzzy. Speaking of which, Kitsu mated while I was away. That is good, Hidemitsu replied. Though I imagine Faji might be mad about that. Naruto laughed. Faji had grown to like Kitsu but he is so dense, he missed it. Well, if she had just made it clear, then it wouldn't have happened. True. I must go say hello to Kasen. Bye, grandfather. Naruto went to her room and saw the door open. Yoriko was standing by some pictures. One was of her and her husband before he was killed. She was holding her stomach, looking about 7 months along with Shiruka. The other was one where she was being held by Mitsuhide and Naruto in front holding a baby Shiruka. She was a part of the family and had been like a mother to Naruto for the longest time. She hung the picture of her husband back up but held the picture of her new family close to her heart. Though the memory still hurt, she had been moving on. Her husband was now just a pleasant memory. This was her family now. Naruto wrapped his arms around her. Hello, Kasen. Hello son, she said, returning the hug. I think it is about time I accept his offer, she thought. Ooh. Zabuza knocked on the gate of the Akechi estate and the door swung open, revealing 2 men with a daisho at their waist and Jumanji Yari. A spear with a crossblade at the end. Yes, the guards asked. I am Momichi Zabuza, student of Akechi Hidemitsu. This is my student, Haku, and these are my men, Maizu and Guza. The 2 stiffened when he said his name. We have been expecting you, Momichi-san. The one on the right raised his hand and the archers on the walls appeared and lowered their weapons. Both the demon brothers dropped their jaws, having not noticed them. Even Zabuza and Haku were surprised. I am Akechi Sanada, the one that held up his hand said. I am to show you to Lord Akechi. But I must ask that you remove your weapons. The demon brothers thought Zabuza would never agree to it, so they were surprised when he removed the kiri from his back. Haku removed her mask and shenbons. The brothers took a moment before they took off their gauntlets and gave up their kunai and shurikens. Why the high security? Maizu asked as they walked. They even passed a man in armor wearing a claymore. The Akechi are always ready for combat, Sanada replied. Of the 15 families, there is always one as guard here in the compound. Though it is kind of relaxed right now. Plus, there are those that wish to make a name for themselves by beating the unbeatable defenders of Kenji. Zabuza smiled. Some things never change. Yes, Sanada agreed. We were always getting challengers back in water as well. He looked at him over his shoulder. Though you may not remember it, we have met before, sir. And he grinned. And Lady Yumi is still waiting for you. Zabuza went wide-eyed. I thought she would have gotten over me in this time, he said nervously. Oh no, she has followed your career closely. He came to a room. Please wait inside while I get those you have come to meet. After they entered, he closed the door. Akechi Yumi, Haku asked. I was young and she had a nice smile. Lay off. The brothers grinned at him. I said, lay off, he growled at them. A few minutes later the door opened. Naruto walked in first, wearing an hakama instead of his armor. His hand was on his swords and he looked around. A moment later, after looking around, he stepped out of the way. His father and grandfather stepped in along Yoriko. Lord Akechi, it is good to see you in good health. It is good to see you in the same, my friend. Mitsuhide shook his hand. Before smiling, when Yumi heard you were coming, she stormed though the grounds, going on about looking her best. Zabuza sighed. I still can't believe she fell for me. And you better marry her this time, Hidemitsu growled a little, squeezing his hand harder than necessary when he shook his hand. Marriage? Haku asked, her eyebrows raised. It's not what it sounds, Zabuza said. making all three Akechi men cross their arms. It is exactly how it sounds, Naruto told them. Just because we left before the wedding, doesn't mean you are out of it. Zabuza swallowed. Luckily, they decided to end this discussion. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Mitsuhide asked. I was going to call in that favor. Mitsuhide held up a hand. Know that we have sworn to a new lord and will not betray him. Understood. I wasn't going to ask that. Well, after what happened in Wave anyway. I was planning on asking you to join me to take over Mist. And why did that plan change? Hidemitsu asked. Naruto had the most surprised look on his face. Dreams change with time, I guess. Recently, I have been losing the interest I had in it. Raising Haku has taken a more important role. This caused the two brothers to snicker. Hold on a minute, please. He hit both of them over the head. I just want a place to go that the 100 nins will stop chasing us. Naruto smiled. He had a feeling he knew where this could go. I see, Mitsuhide replied. Then, you are welcome here. You need to be here anyway. I am not letting you out of it now that you have so willingly walked into our home. The door was thrown open and they all jumped a little. There, in the door, was a woman standing a total of 5'10". She had golden hair, unusual to the Akechi as most had black, and her eyes were emerald green. She was wearing a dress. Momichi-kun. That did. They couldn't hold it back anymore. Haku, Maizu, and Guza began to laugh while she flung herself on him, pulled down his bandages, and kissed him. When they broke apart, Zabuza said, I have missed you too, Yumi-chan. Naruto stood up. I believe we are no longer needed, he said to his parents. Going to the door, he remembered he had some things to finish now that he had some free time. Haku-chan, demon brother, shouldn't we give them a few moments? Ooh. Naruto, holding the carving knife as steady as he could, took the last bit from the wooden saya in his hands. Placing the glue in place, he carefully set the mother of pearl dragon in it. Pressing a finger against it and wiping it along it, the dragon was flush with the wood and the saya was finished. Very nice, Koma said as she looked over his shoulder. How long did this take? A week to carve both saya, 3 days each for the figures, and another 2 weeks for the blades. Plus a day for the stand. Standing, Naruto went to his project cabinet and opened the middle drawer. Taking out the stand, he set it on the workbench before reaching back in for the rest of it. In his hand was a wakizashi made of wood. Sliding it in the saya, he placed it on the top of the stand before grabbing the second piece, a wooden katana of the same style. They were given a dark stain and glossed to shine. On the hilt of both blades were a mother-of-pearl phoenix as well as the end of the sayas. Between the dragons and the phoenixes were 2 clouds and the sun. What wood is this? Koma asked, examining it. Oak grown with chakra, Naruto told her. Impossible to break through normal means, especially if you have chakra running through it. Her jaw had dropped. Wow, you not only wanted a daishobaken, you wanted them as realistic as possible. You have no idea, Naruto said, holding out the katana for her to examine. The solid oak and the oak's branch, he said, referring to the katana and the warazaki respectively. Koma pulled the blade from the saya and marveled at it. The weight was exactly like a sword. It also had the same thickness. The handle was made rough to improve the grip on it. These were made to be used, even in combat. How much did these cost to make? You don't want to know. It's beautiful, Naruto. Are all your works this good? Naruto reached into the top drawer and pulled out a small box. He opened it and gave it to her. It was a wooden ring made for a finger a little bigger than hers. On it were different carved flowers and even a bee on one of them. I guess so. How did you get this good? Just grandfather showing me what to do and me expanding on it. Trying new things and tools. He went to his tool chest and lifted one of his carving knives. It was perfectly cared for. These are my favorites. Amazing. I wish I could do something like this. I mean, these swords are perfect in this ring. You could make a real living from this. Grandfather told me the same thing, Naruto said with a grin. Haven't you noticed it? Noticed what? Check the inside of the ring. There, carved in it, was, made by An. Where have I seen that before? Replacing the ring and returning it, she closed her eyes to think about it. No, you made the table? As well as the desk and other furniture. As father said, it is what keeps a person sane, finding that thing for them outside of combat. Naruto around the room, seeing other things he had made. From the first, a clock to his latest. With each, you could follow his progression. There you are, Haku said as she entered. Wow, I didn't know you were a woodworker. A hobby, Naruto replied. Think you are going to adjust well to living in one place? I will manage. As I was saying, I am hungry so I was hoping to get you to cook a meal for me. Well, I might. He placed solid oak back on the sand before leaving his shop. Ooh. Sarutobi was finishing his last scroll of the day and gave a relaxed breath. Finally, his aide gave a nervous tap on his door. Enter. The door opened and the fire daimyo walked in. Well, isn't this a surprise? Sarutobi said as he stood. Sit old friend, he said with a smile as he took a seat. Tell me, how have you been doing? Things are fine, Sarutobi said, sitting back down. The village prospers, the children grows, life continues. Though, at time, there is more work than we can handle. Good, the daimyo said, save that last. I have troubling news, my friend. Oh, what? Well, one of my advisors, one Akechi Shoji, has informed me of the account books of Konoha. One of Naruto's clan. What did he tell you? He has told me that for the last 20-odd years, there has been a significant amount of missions coming in such numbers that you have had to turn some down because of a lack of men to do it. Is this true? Yes, it is. Though I fail to see the reason why this is being brought up. He did a little investigating in why, and the reason is Suna. Suna? What do you mean? Though I hate to admit it, my fellow daimyo has been searching for a way to cut funding to the village. So he has been directing missions to Konoha. Sarutobi looked affronted. No wonder the Kazekage has been in a foul mood. What do you suggest we do, since you brought this to my attention and are never the sort to not have a plan? He smiled. Why, yes I do. A joint mission assigning. Now, we both don't want Suna as an enemy. But if they don't get funding, they will get desperate to get rid of the thing taking it. Konoha, Sarutobi stated. Of course. So I am proposing that you contact the Kazekage and tell him that I wish to add to the treaty so that missions will be handled by which every village is the closest to it or some such. I'll leave the details smashing to you too. Sarutobi nodded. It will be good to have friends again. Is there something else? Actually, yes. There is a meeting of the feudal lords and their families soon. The children are to have dates if they are old enough. Protection, of course, is also a must. Ah. You need someone with skill and strength while at the same time, etiquette, charm, and, of course, knowing which spoon to eat a soup with. If you could. I know that some of the clans teach their kids that. His eyes drifted down to an open file. It was the report of Team 8. He really stabbed himself in the chest to kill the enemy? Huh? Oh, Naruto. Yes he did. He came away more than a little injured and the scar on his face will never leave him, but he bears it. Sarutobi grinned. Anyway, as for the clans, there are a few that still do that. Back before they were all killed, the Uchiha did. Sadly, the only surviving son doesn't value those skills and was too young to learn them when he was a child. Then there is the Hyuga. And while they do have a male ninja around the right age, he is less than pleasant. The daimyo sighed. I knew it was a long shot, but thank you anyway. He was about to leave. Well, there is a new clan, Sarutobi told him. One of them works for you in fact. Who? Sarutobi pulled Naruto's file from under the report. Him. As the daimyo read, his eyebrows slowly joined his hairline. No person is this perfect. What is the catch? His is engaged and his fiancée is on his team. And, as they say, the good ones are all taken. I am sure Hinata will be willing to let you borrow him for a night. Perhaps you would like to visit him and see for yourself? The daimyo thought about it for a moment. Yes I would. Ooh. Sanada was still on watch when someone knocked on the door again. Answering it, he saw the Hokage there. Good evening, Hokage-sama, we were not expecting you. His eyes widened a little, when he saw the man next to him. Nor you, daimyo-sama. If you wish to speak with Naruto or Lord Akechi, I am afraid they are in the middle of dinner. Perfect, the daimyo said. If it is not too much trouble, I would very much like to see the manners of Naruto. Sanada was confused by the request, but one does not deny a feudal lord. Motioning for the guards to lower their weapons, he led them inside. They are inside, gentlemen. Ah, would you like to be announced? No, the Hokage said. Inform Mitsuhide-sama that we are here to observe the manners of Naruto. Hi. Sanada went in and told him. Mitsuhide arched an eyebrow at it but said nothing to Naruto. He didn't have to anyway. Naruto behaved perfectly. May I ask what this is about? Sanada asked the two. A mission that may be given to Naruto if he is seen fit in manners, the Hokage told him. Ah, politics, Sanada realized. Would you like to see his wardrobe then? Lead the way, the daimyo told him. They took him to Naruto's room. In his closet were his hakama and his one set of normal clothing. His normal armor was displayed on a chest. This is likely what Naruto will wear, Sanada said to them, opening a secretary. Inside was his ceremonial armor. Black and highly polished, it was well cared for. The care of a person's equipment is the best judge of their character. He always makes sure everything is in good working order when he is done with it. What would you say about him, personally? The daimyo asked. Personally, Naruto has a way with words and people. He can reach anyone and get them to follow him. I would follow him to the gates of hell and help him storm it. And how would he fight a battle of words? By saying things that would leave your tongue twisted. What else may I be of service, gentlemen? Nothing. The daimyo. He will do nicely, Sarutobi. The Hokage chuckled. I thought he would. Ooh. And finally, Kazekage-sama, the aide to Sabaku, said to him, I have a message from the Hokage. The Kazekage scowled. What does he want? To revise the treaty a little, she said after reading a bit. It has been brought to their attention that we are struggling more than we show. How did they find out? He demanded. I know not, sir. But he is proposing a charter in the treaty that will share missions. He suggests something like whoever is closer to it. It goes on to state that they do not have the manpower to handle all the missions and would like to pass a good number over to us. The projected numbers are staggering. Sabaku almost dropped his jaw. And it goes on to state that until we are back on our feet, they are will to give us a loan. How big? That is a lot of zeros. She muttered. 2 million Ryu is readily available as of now. All he asks is for a meeting to hammer out the details. Sabaku smiled. Of course I will. Why would I ever deny a friend a meeting? Of course I will meet with him. The end of the week at the latest. Sir, you will have cancelled the meeting with the Sannin, Orochimaru then. I never liked the whelp anyway. Give my reply to the Hokage that I will meet with him as soon as I can. Will he be coming here? It says that he will be attending the meeting of the feudal lords and ask to meet you then. Again, it is in a week's time. I want you to go as the date of the daughter of the fire daimyo, the Hokage replied. Naruto, this summit is very important and you know the most about etiquette. You are the natural choice. But, if Hinata finds out, you are being ordered to do this. She will hate me instead of you if you show the right amount of discontent. He grinned in victory. All he had to say was order and Naruto would do it. He didn't like being able to do something like that to him. In most cases. But this was just too funny. I was able to get the files on the other ninja going. He gave them to Naruto. Make sure you are prepared. And remember, Naruto, use what you are good at, charm. Yes, Lord Sarutobi. Naruto left to go find a place to sit down and read the files of those there with him. He sat down under a tree in a nearby park and began to read. From Lightning, the daimyo's son was taking Ni Yugito, rank Shunin, age 16. Naruto couldn't help but feel that she was kind of cute. But when compared to Hinata, only cute instead of beautiful. From Wind, the daimyo's son was taking the daughter of the Kazekage, Sabaku no Tamari, rank Genin, age 13. While his daughter was taking being escorted by Momichi Tamba, rank Genin, age 15. Naruto arched his eyebrow as he read that. The picture showed a boy with blue hair and eyes. His face was a little narrow but not what women would call unattractive. In his hands were two ninja too. He looked nothing like Zabuza but Naruto made the note to ask him. From Water, Mori Renmara rank Shunin, age 14, was going with the younger daughter. He was feminine looking and it said he was an assassin so Naruto assumed he used his looks to his advantage. He was sitting in the lotus position, holding a Nodashi upright on his left leg. While Hattori Hanzo, rank Shunin, age 17, was going with the elder. He was also an assassin, judging from his Kusarigama. Naruto swallowed at the thought of how this will go. And from Earth was Honda Tadakatsu. He is the oldest going, age 19 and a Jonin as well. He was going with the daimyo's eldest. While a girl only known as Okuni, rank Genin, age 12 was going with his youngest child. And Nene, rank Shunin, age 15, was going with her fiancé, the middle child by the name of Hideyoshi. And the final count, 1 Jonin, 4 Chunin, and 4 Genin, Naruto said, rubbing his hair. Not counting any of the smaller countries that may be coming. Standing, he stood and headed back. Old man, Naruto said when he closed the door behind him, do you know what you are sending me into? Yes, but in this I am confident that nothing will happen, if you remain diplomatic. And if a fight breaks out, I can only pray that the Jonin doesn't come after me, on the assassins being sent by water. Naruto, causing a problem there will be a declaration of war. The battles will be done with words, not swords. Plus, I will be there as well as the Kazekage and the Raikage. The Mizukage? Absent. Good, Naruto replied, to which Sarutobi nodded. They are all being chosen for the same reason you were, Naruto-kun. Don't worry, just be your normal charming self. Naruto let out a defeated sigh. Hi, Lord Sarutobi. I am going to go home and then ride out and meet her so I can get ready. Already? Yes. A day to get there. That will give me 3 days to make sure I don't step on her toes and such. He left, regretting what he now had to do. Ooh, gentlemen, Naruto said to the Hyuga guards as he entered the estate. Akechi-san, they replied with a bow of respect. Naruto entered the main complex and was escorted to the dojo. There, he saw Hinata giving lessons to Hanabi and Riki Tiki Tabi, her ferret, about combat while their father watched. Good afternoon, Lord Hyuga. Good afternoon, Naruto. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Lord Hokage has given me a diplomatic mission, Naruto said with a frown. I am to go as the guard, escort of Maeda Matsu, the daimyo's daughter to the conference of nation leaders. Hinata froze at that and looked at Naruto. That is great, Naruto-kun. Huh, Naruto asked. That is a great honor, Hishi told him. I was actually hoping that Neji would get it. The Hokage told me it was because he is unpleasant to be around, too stiff. Sasuke was also turned down though. Fair choices both, but I see the wisdom in it, Hishi said. I admit, though Hinata-chan might be a little jealous. Naruto-kun, do you think so little of me? Hinata asked him. No, of course not. I just thought that as we are going out, you wouldn't like someone getting too close to me. Naruto said that, unsure of how she reacted. Naruto-kun, she said with a sigh, we may be going out, but I do not own you. If you want to be with others for a bit, or a mission requires you to get close to another woman, I will understand it. Naruto let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. Thank you, Hinata-chan. I am very sorry for ever doubting you. He gave her a hug and left, relieved. Hinata watched him leave with a smile on her face and slightly swooning from the hug. That was very mature of you, sis, Hanabi told her. Right before Hinata turned and swung a fist at a training dummy, taking the head off it. If she so much as even brushes against a part she isn't supposed to, I will tear her head off. Her family sweat dropped as she tore the dummies apart. Ooh. Naruto finished securing a saddle to his horse, Murasama. Ready, girl? Over in her stall, her sister, Matsukaze, was tossing her head, wanting to get out and run as well. Okay, I'll take you as well, he said before putting her saddle on as well. As he walked the two horses from the stables, he smiled as he spotted the two tired and defeated forms of the demon brothers. Maizu and Guza were on the ground, panting and begging for mercy from their trainer. Get up, Koma told them. I said get up. You two are the ones that asked to be taught a little of what Zabuza was taught. Now get up or I will make sure you don't eat. And what did I say about your spears? Don't just drop them, there you life. Would you just drop a lifeline? Naruto chuckled as he leaned against the building frame. Haku-chan, I have a mission I need to go on, he said, not looking up. She moved her head over the edge of the roof she was resting on. How long will it take, Akechi-kun? I should be back in a week. Take care. Leading the horses out by the reins, he climbed up on Murasama and kicked her flanks, making the eager horse start running through the forest. He changed which horse he was riding every hour to give them a breather, but beyond that, only stopped to let them drink water. They were the best horses his family had, able to run all day without resting. Before nightfall, he had reached the daimyo's estate. To his surprise, a man in his mid-30s met him at the entrance. Akechi-san, when the guards said they saw someone coming in haste, I could only think it would be you after the call I received from Sarutobi. Come, you must be tired. I am honored to meet you, Lord Maeda, Naruto said as he climbed down from Matsukaze. And while I mean no disrespect, I must first see to my horses. The kind-looking man smiled. Yes, of course. I was told you always saw to your equipment first. I guess it makes sense that your horses would be no different. I shall show you to the stables. Sir, you need not. Nonsense, you are doing a great favor for me. It is the least I can do. Naruto kept his face smooth and made no comment, but he expected something else from the leader of his country. He looked in no way the type that has stared down many leaders of countries determined to have their way on many occasions. Besides, this will just mean you will meet my daughter sooner. She is fond of horses herself, though. Is there something I must know, sir? No, not like you mean, Akechi-san. Only that she is afraid of horses is all. She freezes whenever she climbs up on one. A common enough fear, Naruto stated, and it is just Naruto, please. He smiled at Naruto when they came to the stables. Here we are, Maeda said, opening the doors for him. Matsu, dear, your escort to the conference has already arrived. After a moment of no answer, Naruto about let go of the reins and draw the fox fang, fearing an attack. Naruto, I know where she is, don't worry. He led he inside and instructed Naruto to put the two inside their stables before heading to the back. Naruto followed him and looked inside the stable he stopped by. He saw a young woman maybe a little older than him with her back to them bottle feeding a foal. That's it, that's a good boy, she said as she pet his mane. Naruto watched for a moment before he began looking around. He found the formula she used and sniffed it and gave it a taste. He frowned at it. This isn't good enough for a foal, Naruto said to Kitsu on his shoulders. Excuse me, Matsu said, turning around and glaring at him. Her eyes were green and seemed to burn with an inner fire. Her hair was red and actually looked like a fire. She was currently wearing light leather to work in. I said that this is not suitable to give to a foal, Naruto said to her again. The daimyo covered his eyes. This would end badly. I will deal with you in a moment once this baby is done eating. It didn't take long before the bottle was empty and for her to come out and close the door. Then she turned on Naruto. I will have you know that this is the formula that my mother made. And I will not let some metal-bound, know-it-all ninja samurai would ever tell me it isn't good enough. If you say that one more time, I will slap your face off. Naruto looked her square in the eyes, took his kabuto off so she wouldn't hurt her hand, and said, it is unfit to give to a foal. The sound of a slap filled the building. Because, once again, it has. She slapped him again, growling. Shut up, as she did, expired. She slapped him once more before she realized what he said. What? Though it will not make him sick, the nutritional value is all but nothing now. It has been in the can for too long, it has gone bad. She looked ashamed as she turned to the can and tasted it for herself. It was tasteless and made her stomach a little sour. No wonder he has been upset. Ahem, her father said. I believe you owe him an apology. Yes, father. She turned to him. I am sorry, jerk. She turned and walked from the back to get a new can. Naruto stood where he was for a moment. Her father sighed, before saying, I apologize, Akechi-san. She is very prideful and doesn't like to be proven wrong. He followed her to get her to give a proper apology. What a nice family, Naruto said before he went to make sure Matsukaze and Murasama were okay. It was while he was brushing them down that he saw Matsu again. Yes, Maeda-san? I was only measuring your horses for which is better. You do not compare the sisters to each other, Naruto told her, not stopping. You compare them to all other horses. Is that a fact? It is, Naruto said as he finished Matsukaze. He gave her a carrot before he lifted each hoof to check for wear on their shoes or cracks in the hoof itself. He found a nail that was coming loose and was starting to bend and be driven into the hoof. He pulled it out and took a medicinal scroll from his pack. He gave a chakra-infused herb to her that made her hoof begin to regrow to fill the hole left so he could replace the nail the next day. He then began Murasama. She tossed her head as he brushed he sighed, her most common reaction to that spot. Kind of a tickle spot. After checking her over, he gave her a carrot as well. Good night, girls. He turned around and found Matsu still there. I thought you had left, Matsu-san. You were so quiet. Just making sure you didn't do things to harm these magnificent creatures. Baka. She walked away again, leaving Naruto alone. Such a lovely young woman. I pity her husband. Luckily, I only have to put up with her for a week. I heard that. You were supposed to, Naruto replied. She is worse to be around than Faji on a bad day, he told Kitsu. At least then, she is only mad until Koma starts to pet her. Are you comparing me to a dog? She demanded, stomping back in. No, I am comparing you to a fox. A vain, sometimes arrogant fox. She slapped him. Now that one I deserved. Now that we have said our barbs, may we get to the introductions? I am Akechi Naruto and I was selected to be your escort. I am Matsu Maeda and I am determined to make you head back. Well, at least you were blunt about being my enemy. Naruto turned back to what he was about to do. He grabbed the first saddle and rubbed an oil into the belt to keep it soft. He did the same to the other. Checking over the bridle and reins, he nodded when he found them ready to be used again. May I ask why you are still here? I am to show you to your room, Matsu replied. Your father has a twisted sense of humor, Naruto stated as he sealed the last of his tools. Lead the way. As they walked, Matsu said, would it kill you to show manners? I was showing manners, you insulted me first. You overreacted when I tried to help you, and you are the one that keeps it up. He took off his greaves as he entered her home. I am trying to be civil and polite. Then apologize. Formality says the person that gave the first slight is first. You called me a jerk after that apology for slapping me and never apologize. So, if you want mine, you must be first. Samurai are supposed to listen to their betters. The next step, more like a stomp, stopped both of them in their tracks. Let me make this clear, he growled, his hold over his patience and anger slipping. She gasped, his eyes became slits. I listen to my lord, not his lord. And you are not even that. You are merely his daughter. Where is my room? I will get there myself. She pointed to the room at the end of the hall and he marched off to it. Don't you even want my apology? She called after him. No, the door shut behind him, silencing anything else she might have had to say. Ooh. Naruto stood in a room he had clear in one of his less baggy hakama made for dancing. Alright, we have just a few days so let us begin, he said, sounding like their conversation last night had never happened. He turned on the music from a CD player and a waltz came out. This is Waltz for the Moon. You know how to dance to this, yes? I do. Then let us begin. Holding his hand out to her, she took it and Naruto pulled her close, moving his left hand out and his right hand above her hip. He waited a moment to get in tune to the music and he began to move. Left, right, left, right. He extended his arm for her to spin and she bumped into him. Her steps were also too big. That is all right, new partner. She has never danced before, Kitsu stated. I know, Naruto replied. Now relax, just watch. We'll try again. Left, right, right. This time, he extended his left hand forward, still holding hers while moving his right behind his head. Matsu went too far and pulled him with her. She let go and started to walk away. No, you're not getting out of it that easy. We only just started. This is useless. So is most of politics but the world puts up with it. That got her to giggle. Huh, there's a person under that ice. Well, I will only try harder to bring her out now. Once again. He restarted the music. Left, right, spin. She did it without it going too bad. Better. Right, extend. She still pulled too hard but much better than before. Good, 3 more times. Now, here is where we let go but grab the other's right hand. Just like that. Just a minute, I'll show you. He looked to Kitsu who transformed into Hinata. Does this mean we're going steady? He joked so Matsu could understand. Shut up Kitsu and dance. When they came to the part they were just at, they twisted a little so their right hip and shoulder faced the others. Followed by their left. Naruto then spun Kitsu under his arm before repeating for a total of 3 times. They then let go and spun around each other twice before they came back to the extend position. Where Naruto spun Kitsu back, caught him with his hand to the fox's back to push him out. After the second time, Naruto spun him back to end the dance in the same stance they started in. Kitsu got an evil glint in his eye. Kiss me, Naruto-kun, he said in Hinata's voice. Naruto hit him over the head, dispelling his henge. Can't you stay serious for 5 minutes? The two looked at Matsu when she groaned. What's wrong? What's wrong? You did that perfectly, even the fox is better than me. You two obviously know I can't dance. I haven't tried to a little jig. She dropped her head and was about to go somewhere to sulk. No, I said I let you out of it that easy, Naruto said, grabbing her hand. Don't worry, you'll get it. Trust me. And in 5 days, you will blow them out of the water. Now let's try again. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, here we go. Left, right, spin. Left, right. Extend. Again. Now let go and grab. It took a few hours but Matsu had gotten it. They came to a stop to hear clapping. Very good, Matsu, one of the servants said. This one is a great instructor. If I was 20 years younger, I would have to steal him away from you. She giggled when she saw Naruto blush. You can go now, Matsu told her, her face flush. When she left, Naruto turned back to her. That was very good. Now we need some dance partners. Huh. Why do we need more? To get you used to dancing with people around us. Great, more people to see my embarrassment. I don't know, I think I might be able to come up with a few couples that won't care. Where? She asked, skeptically. Kitsu, how many kits do you think stowed away in my bags this time? I'd roughly say around 4, in your main pack, the fox growled. They will do nicely. I will be right back. He left the room and a few minutes later, came back with his bag. He grinned at her before shaking the bag a little. Along with the sounds of odd objects, there was a squeak. All right. You are coming out of there, Naruto said to the bag before dumping it out. 5 kits rolled along the ground before shaking their heads and looking at him. One of them mewed. No, you did not. I just knew that nothing bad would happen on this mission so I did not mind taking you. Where are the rest? Kitsu, go check the saddlebags. He transformed into Naruto, left, and came back with 3 more. They were eating your rations, Kitsu told him. What is going on? Matsu asked. These kits are. Most are 3 years old and they want to do the same thing as Kitsu so whenever I take a bag, I have to make sure they didn't climb in it. But as this mission is harmless, I didn't mind. But why bring them out? They will be dancing as well, Kitsu told her. Alright, pair up, he told the kits. When they did, he had them change into couples. They all looked like Akechi members. The last kid went with Kitsu. The kits know how to dance. She hung her head and wanted to crawl under a rock. They are 3 years old, despite their size. And learning things like this is necessary in my clan. Samurai are political figures as well as warriors. He started the music and had Matsu watch first. Tomorrow, we will also join them. This is just so you can get a feel for the pace. Think you can keep up with them? Up until now, they had only dance in place. But the kits were moving in a circle as they did. Though they, at times, were awkward, they obviously knew what they were doing. He watched her, to see how she would react, and she was excited and nervous at the same time. Akechi-san, how are they even able to do this? Foxes are not dumb. And being raised around chakra has increased their intellect and lives. Kitsu is only a few years younger than me. She nodded as she watched, and began to laugh when one of them tripped, making his partner also fall and he exploded in smoke, returning to being fox kits. And they were caught underfoot of the others. It was a chain reaction. In moments, Kitsu and the kid with him were the only foxes still transformed. They looked at Naruto, abashed at their failing, and they all sat on their hind legs, ears bent, eyes shining, and lips quivering to keep him from getting mad at them. "They're so cute," Matsu said as she picked them all up and hugged them. "You all did wonderfully." "You did," Naruto agreed. "Now, it is time to get you a real meal." They all mewed and started struggling in her arms, trying to get down and follow him as he walked from the room. The one still in the shape Haku ran after Naruto, smiling at her trapped siblings. They all growled at her, to which she pulled down an eyelid and stuck her tongue out at them. They then turned those sad looks on Matsu. Against the 9 of them, she never stood a chance. She set them down, and they all ran off after Naruto and their next meal. Kitsu walked up to her, chuckling. "May I walk you to lunch?" he asked, offering her his arm. Matsu chuckled as well at the Naruto look-alike. "Why, yes you can." Ooh. Matsu had just finished cleaning the foal and was walking out of the stable. After dancing, Naruto had gone over with her what the meal was going to be. She smiled at the memory of the meal he made for them to practice on. This part she had no trouble with, so Naruto said all that they really had to do was work on the dancing part and all would be set. He wasn't so bad, she guessed, and he was cute. As she was about to walk out of the stable, she heard Matsukaze whinny. Not being able to resist it, she walked over to the stall that held the most magnificent horses she had ever seen. And they were very calm. She would bet that even she could ride one. She looked around and didn't see Naruto nor his foxes. On an impulse, she grabbed Matsukaze's reins and put them on the horse. She then opened the stall and stepped in, saddle in hand. As she secured it to Matsukaze, the horse was looking at her as if to ask what on earth was she doing. Matsu led the mare out of the stall and in front of the door. As a test, she set the reins on the ground. The horse didn't move. Then she climbed up on her and began to squeeze her legs. First the left, then the right. Matsukaze turned in those directions. She was well trained. If only she had looked in the horse's eyes, she would have seen a half-wild look that only had the desire to run. She would have known that this was a bad idea. Stepping down, she opened the door, and climbed up onto Matsukaze. The horse waited while she got settled and began to ease up on squeezing both her legs, meaning to stop and stay. Finally, feeling comfortable, she kicked her heels against Matsukaze's flanks. Ooh! Help! Naruto jumped at the window and saw Matsukaze running out of the barn as fast as she could. On her back was Matsu, screaming in terror. That stupid girl! He threw the window open and jumped out, whistling as he did. Murasama jumped over the gate of her stall and ran outside. Naruto climbed up on her, bareback, and holding onto her mane, kicked her flanks. "Get your sister, Murasama." When he said to compare them to other horses, he was not joking. They were second to none in speed, strength, endurance, and, most importantly, intelligence. Matsukaze knew she was coming to a wall. But this wall was like the one around the Akechi estate. Meaning there was a way out of it. Not only that, but with the right things. She jumped up on a stack of hay and jumped again, landing on the tiles of the wall. Sliding down it, she jumped again to keep from breaking her leg. Matsukaze hit the ground running, not losing a second of speed. On her back, Matsu was staring wide-eyed as the trees were moving past her at speeds that if she held her hand out, she would break it if she hit something. "I'm coming, Matsu," Naruto yelled as Murasama jumped over the wall as well. "Naruto, help me." Naruto knew this wasn't good. The sisters were almost even in all things, including speed. So he knew he wouldn't catch Matsukaze like this. He began to flow his chakra into Murasama. As she was slowly able to overtake Matsukaze, Naruto shouted, "She won't listen to you if you are nervous or unsure. You need to calm yourself and stop her." "I can't." Naruto urged more speed from Murasama. When she came abreast of her sister, Naruto pulled his legs up and stood on her back. "I need you to let go of the reins." When she did, Naruto jumped from his horse onto Matsukaze. She bucked a little as he did but slowly began to recognize the person on her. Naruto pulled on the reins and whistled for Murasama to stop as well. Matsukaze slowed to a trot and Murasama was beside her. "Are you alright?" Naruto asked her. He would be very mad later. But for now, he needed to know she was fine. Matsu was clinging very tightly to Naruto. "I'm sorry, I'll never do something like this again. I'm sorry." She broke out in tears as she begged to be let down. Naruto sighed, he guessed she learned her lesson. "Alright." He slid from the saddle and helped her off. She sat and continued to cry for several minutes. "When you are ready, we have to ride back," Naruto told her when she calmed. "No, please, can't we walk? We are over 5 miles from your home. It won't be as bad this time. Come on, I promise." He held his hand out in front of her and slowly she took it. "Now, let me make this clear, these two are not for amateurs because they know who is in charge. And if it isn't you, it means they are. The difference between amateurs and experts is that when you trust in your skill, there is no hesitation." They jumped on that. He helped her up on Matsukaze. "Now, when you hold the reins, don't keep a loose grip. You are in charge, you point where she goes. Keep her in control, show her who is boss." Keeping one hand on the lead, he told her to move her forward by moving her boots backwards. Matsukaze started walking forward when she did. "Let me guess, you kicked her flanks." "I did. That is the oh shit thing to do." "Oh shit?" "Yeah. Oh shit, I'm going to die if I stay here, oh." "Now, push a leg in to go in that direction. Both legs to stop her. Just like that. Now, I am going to climb on Murasama. Once I do, try to control Matsukaze." He took the reins from her hand and set them on the ground. Matsukaze's training made it so that meant unless she was in danger, she was to stay there. Naruto gave the reins back to Matsu after he rode Murasama next to her. "Now just try to ride her, a trot." She was still scared but Naruto assured her nothing bad will happen as long as she kept what she told her in mind. Moving her feet back, she gave a small eep when Matsukaze started moving. But she was in control. So, with Naruto's help, she rode a horse for the first time in her life. "Ooh, Matsu," the daimyo called as he ran into his home when he was told by one of his guards that she had climbed on one of the Akechi horses and it ran, jumping over the wall and taking her with her. Naruto gave chase and returned her a few minutes ago. Despite them telling him she was fine, he was still worried. "You understand that what you did was more than stupid," he heard Naruto ask who he presumed was his daughter. "Yes, Akechi-san. And that you could have very easily died by doing that?" "Yes, Akechi-san. Are you going to do something like that again?" "No, Akechi-san. I shall only ride Matsukaze or Murasama when you are there to give instructions." There was a pause. "I am glad I did not have to get mad, Matsu-chan. I am also surprised that this experience has not sworn you off horses completely. My mother raised horses, and though she died on one, she loved them very much. I could never hate them." Another pause, most likely for Akechi nodding in understanding. "Well, the first one to learn to ride would then be that foal when she grows up. Those two are just too wild for anyone else but experts." The daimyo smiled as her turned and headed to his office. Yeah, Naruto was a good choice. Ooh. The Kazekage and Hokage shook hands when they met. "It is good to see you both, a giant of a man," the Raikage said, slapping a hand on their shoulders. "Tell me, how are your villages doing?" "Suna will be better soon, if all things go well," Sabaku said. "Konoha is overburdened," Sarutobi replied. "And you? How is Cloud doing now that you are in charge, B?" "Much better, now that old Warhawk is gone," he said before laughing. "Hey." The Raikage became somber for a moment. "I read that an Akechi is escorting the daughter of Fire Daimyo. Is that true?" "It is," Sarutobi told B. "Akechi Naruto is one of my most successful genin, having faced 2 opponents of Jonin level and not only live but win." "Why do you ask? Have you heard of them?" "Nope. And I asked because little bro met an Akechi some years back. Very polite for a little girl. This Akechi related?" "Possible. It is only recently that the Akechi clan has all gathered." "Akechi. I know that name as well," Sabaku said. "Ah, yes, he is the aide of the Fire Daimyo, is he not?" "Your informants are as sharp as ever," Sarutobi told him. "Let us go sit down. It will be time soon to see which of our ninja makes the best impression." Ooh. Naruto walked in, Matsu at his arm and Kitsu walking at his side. He smiled when he saw that it was only the ones he had read about that were here. They were in the far side of the room that everyone had gathered in. On the balcony above them were the daimyos. They were watching as a contest of sorts. Which had the better ninja and better child, Naruto guessed. Across from them were the gathered cages. The Kazekage, the Raikage, and the Hokage. He came in full view and everyone looked at them. And while he wished it was because of how pretty Matsu looked, it was because of him. While most of the ninjas still had some of their ninja gear, they only wore what was appropriate for the occasion. Naruto, on the other hand, was wearing his ebony black armor, polished to the point it reflected even the faintest light. His helmet was absent, preferring his headband on a black silk cloth. Though he should have been loud, his armor made almost no sound thanks to the silk underside of it. The fox fang and fox claw were at his waist. Most proudly displayed was the Akechi Sakura on his chest. The eyes of those from water widened as they saw that. The older of the two daughters of the water daimyo walked up to him, Hattori behind her. Akechi? I am, Naruto said with a bow. It has been far too stressful without your clan in water, she said. I am sorry to hear that, Naruto replied, but, sadly, it is no longer my clan's concern. We live in fire, and I live for the Hokage. Hattori looked him up and down. Who is your father? Lord Akechi Mitsuhid, leader of the Akechi clan, Naruto said to all those that were listening. He is my father and my teacher. Why does everyone find this boy so fascinating? Hideyoshi asked. He is barely old enough to lift those swords. Regardless that he is a ninja. Honda began to laugh at him. He killed 2 men that I would enjoy fighting. An assassin that could kill you without you even being able to reach your sword. And a man that could not be stabbed. This boy could kill you easily enough, monkey. That is high praise from you, Honda-sama, Nene said while still looking at Naruto. Shall we go sit down? Naruto asked Matsu. He led her to the table reserved for them, pulled her chair out, and pushed it in when she sat down. All of the girls then glared at their dates as none of them did that. Ooh. Score 1 for Konoha, the Raikage said, wiping his face with his hand. It isn't over until the fat lady sings, the Kazekage replied. He nodded to a man waiting and the band was given the sign to start the music. Soon the waltz will be played and they will see who is the best. Your boy, Akechi stands no chance against Momichi. If he is nothing else, he is more charming than the devil. Bah, neither of you stand a chance against Yugito and Lightning Daimyo's son, Seika Magiachi, B said to them. Not to burst you bubble, kids, Sarutobi said with a smile on his face, and to me, you two are still children. But Naruto will show that he can handle any battlefield. But come, Kazekage, there is much time before the next part and the daimyos have begun their meeting. Let us begin ours. Meeting? I wasn't told of a meeting, B said to them. That is because it is simple to revise in the treaty between Leaf and Sand, Sabaku told him. Ah, that would explain why. Well, let's hear it then. Got nothing better to do until Yugito starts whipping it on. Ooh. Naruto had just started eating when he smelled something of interest. He smelled a cat. But not just any cat, he smelled a cat that had a familiar presence to it. It reminded him of his own presence. He looked in the direction of the owner and found himself looking at Yugito. How can she smell of demons unless, could she be like me? Naruto and Matsu ate slowly and with reserve. Though the attention was less right now, it was still a contest to see who had the best manners. Will they stop staring? Matsu asked. No, Naruto replied. They are looking for something, anything to hold over the heads of each other. If the glares were any sign, I am going to say I am the only one that pulled the chair out for his date. For ninja, not doing it could be explained as not being covered. But there are the sons of the daimyos down here and they should have done it. If I hadn't, they would have ignored it, but as I did, the fire daimyo now has better footing for their discussion. You mean to tell me, how well we do here will reflect on world events? Yes, Naruto replied coolly before taking a bite. Going to have to get this recipe. How are you so calm then? Naruto picked up his steak knife and started cutting his steak, because I know we both have been raised to present ourselves the best we can. And that is all we can do, in the end. Matsu, you have something below the left side of your mouth. He gave a content sigh and said, it isn't ramen but it is good. Maybe you should have been the daimyo's child instead of me. You obviously know how to handle this. But then I wouldn't be here to help you. He turned his head as the music started to change. Ready to show off? Or are you still hungry? Now, I did not go through all that just to not do it now. Plus, we move now, we set the tempo. Naruto smiled as he pushed his chair back. He stood up, catching everyone's attention, pulled her chair out, and offered her his hand. As Matsu took it and stood, Naruto could see several unprepared looks. They weren't ready yet but they were forcing their hand. We will save the waltz, Naruto told her. That is for the kill. What, but? Trust me, not yet. Don't worry, I will request the waltz of the moon soon. Right now is a slow dance, nothing complicated. Unless you are up for the tango. After a moment, she smiled. No, not that complicated yet. Then follow my lead. You will find some of these steps familiar. Leading her out onto the dance floor, He had his hand on her waist and held her right hand in his left. They took 2 dance steps to Matsu's right, then back. Again. When they finished it, Naruto's hand began to pull hers back and they turned. They took another 2 steps back and forward before it changed. Naruto started them in a slow spin. As they were about to step where they started, Naruto paused and changed direction. He began to extend his arm and Matsu knew what to do there. She let go of him and spun while moving away from him and lifted her free hand while Naruto did the same. Told you. As she spun back, she expected Naruto to lightly place his hand on her back. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist. While this surprised Matsu, she was ready for it. They did a few 1 steps back and forth before Naruto extended his arm again. They did the box step as it was called a few times after that. Then with a spin, Matsu was standing with her left shoulder to his right. Take a step to your left and then your right, 3 times. Then we spin again, extend, then something new. Naruto whispered to her. You put your left hand on my right hip and mine goes on yours. We spin in place like that also 3 times. Where we come back to the basic dance stance. Having been warned, Matsu did it exactly. And we are done, Naruto said, taking a step back and bowing. Ooh. Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief. He had full faith in the boy, he really did. But still, that was kind of complicated for a starting move. Moreover, no one else knew it, so while they weren't the only dancers on the floor, they had the attention of everyone on the upper floors as well as those that didn't dance. You were serious when you choose him, B said, his nonchalant demeanor gone. He watched Yugito and Magoichi finish their dance. While it was good, Akechi and Maeda had the attention because they were first and different. And another point to fire, the Kasegage said, taking off his hat and running a hand through his hair. Maybe I should have grabbed them while they were still a wandering clan. Maybe I should have kept them, came a new voice. The 3 turned around and saw the Tsukikage and the Mizukage entering. Sarutobi frowned at them. The Tsukikage was a woman with earth-brown hair that reached the small of her back. She had received the title only 2 years ago. Her eyes were also brown and her face was still free of wrinkles, though not scars. She wasn't the most attractive woman on earth, but her bearing made her desirable even before she was a Kage. The Mizukage was a man in his 40s. His once blue hair was starting to gray and was in a ponytail. His storm gray eyes showed cunning still. He had a scar over the left side of his mouth and another, twisted scar from his right cheek to over his nose. It was said a Kagaya gave them to him. Not being announced is one thing, being late is another. You did just cause your countries to lose face. I was held up, Hokage Dono, the Tsukikage said, stiffly, and I was expected here. But there are always things that can prevent a timely arrival. True, the Kasegage stated, and you, Mizukage Dono? What brings you here? Akechi, he replied. I had heard that the Akechi heir was going to be here, so I had to come. The 3 that were there on time frowned, again, at him. Akechi-kun had expressed his feelings concerning you and you not coming, Mizukage Dono. Particularly the Blood Purge War. We are not here to discuss the past, Hokage Dono. A past that very much affects my ninja, the Hokage replied. His clan choose to leave water, it was their own choice that took them to fire. I will not back down because my choices conflict with the feelings of one boy right now. Raikage Dono, tell me, how well is the standing right now? Water, earth, lighting, and wind are behind. The boy has been as professional as anyone could ask and has easily upstaged even your assassins. How? The Tsukikage asked. First was in what he is wearing. He proclaims his station proudly and wears his armor and swords, the Hokage told them, taking no small pleasure from the look on the Mizukage's face. A beautiful mix of disbelief and anger. Next, he showed polite manners by pulling out Lady Maeda's chair for her and pushed it back in. Which none of the others thought to do. Finally, Naruto and Matsu were the first out on the dance floor and did a dance that no one else knew and did it perfectly. While everyone did a slow dance, they did a waltz. The Mizukage was mad all right. He had just lost serious standing with his fellow Kages and he intended to pull the Hokage down with him. I see this time of peace has hit you so hard that you are training escorts instead of ninja now. The Tsukikage widened her eyes at that. She didn't like the Hokage, rightfully so after the last war, but she did respect him. And she had also heard about the Akechi from a samurai clan that had moved to Earth around 20 years ago. She stepped away from the Mizukage, this was going to be ugly. Yes, it does seem that way. But in the end, that couldn't be farthest from the truth. You see, Mizukage Gaki, Akechi Naruto is, as you already know, a samurai. Not only that, he has shown himself to be one of my best genin in diplomatic and combat missions. Why, just his last mission, he played a key part in liberating a whole country. In fact, he killed 2 warriors with advanced Kekkei Genkai, one of which prevented him from being stabbed. That scar over his eye is the only proof that he was injured, and there is more. Akeke Genkai is emerging in him as well. He has the ability to talk with foxes. Thus his partner, Kitsu, waiting at his table. Oh, yes, you should have done your damn best to keep them in water. But then, you would have killed them as well, wouldn't you? The gathered cages would later swear that they literally saw the Mizukage not only boil in rage, his hair turned a little bit more gray that night. Ooh! The water daimyo dropped his head into his hand. Everyone in the room just heard how hard the door was just slammed on the Mizukage, daimyo, their family, and ninja alike. He didn't know which one over there cast the jutsu to let their voices carry, but he had really just hurt him hard. Down below, Naruto was quietly cheering Sarutobi on. Go, old man. Let him have it, he shouted in his head. Though the only sign he showed saying he enjoyed it was the fox-like smirk on his face. Go, Gigi, he whispered. I don't believe that, Matsu said as she listened. Not only has wars been started like that, he knew he was also a representative of the water daimyo. How could he insult the fire ninja and my father? Phew, for a moment, I thought you were talking the Hokage. She looked at him, shocked. He deserved it, and if the water daimyo wants to make something of it, he will find that he will have no friends to help him. So, how else do we show up everyone else? Naruto sighed, unfortunately, mingling. I hate this part. So, pick a victim. But keep this in mind, they might ask you to dance. Interesting. Lightning and then wind. Seika Magoichi, do you know him? Not personally. Our fathers have talked but we really haven't. Okay. Then let's do this. But before they could, someone's approached them. So, you are Akechi Naruto, Hideyoshi said, walking up to them with the others from Earth. Tadakatsu looked him up and down. I was expecting someone, taller. I am only 13, Naruto told him. What can I help you gentlemen and ladies with? We just want to talk, Okuni said to him, giving him a smile that made him nervous. Tadakatsu-kun has told us you killed 2 very strong men, is that true? It is, Naruto replied. Ooh, she said, shivering. A powerful warrior and an excellent dancer all in one. I just might have to make you mine. Okuni, remember he is a leaf, Nene said to her. I remember, she said, winking at her. What do you say, handsome, how about you leave Konoha to come to Iwa? I'm sure I can think of something to do with you. You are pretty, Lady Okuni, but duty before pleasure. She looked affronted. You would rather do your duty than have me? She grabbed his ponytail and played with it a little, making her current date grow jealous. I am Masamune Date, and I demand you leave my date alone, the son of the earth daimyo growled. Naruto looked him in the eyes for a moment. Now that is just rude, Naruto told him. We were making jokes. You really know how to kill the mood. Taking Maeda by the arm, the two walked away. Not even 10 feet from them, everyone froze when a slap was heard. Naruto, his eyes wide at someone doing that now, turned his head around. Okuni stood there, glaring at Date, with her hand still extended for the slap. You egotistical pig. You ever try to grab my butt again and I will castrate you. She stomped out of the room. The nerve. Acting like he can tell me who to talk to. Akechi-kun is far better than him. Why didn't I get him? Date, his shocked expression still there, looked after her. No one had ever done that before. Rage replaced surprise and he was about to go after her to teach her a lesson, but Naruto got in the way. Move. Calm down, Naruto replied. I said move, samurai. I follow the orders of my lord, not you. Now just calm down and I will. Shut the hell up. He reached for something inside his coat. Dot and froze. Every ninja in the room had their hands on their now revealed weapons. And they were all pointed on Date. They might be enemies at times, but the fact was they would never allow a man to beat a woman because of his ego. Not that he could. Tadakatsu, the blade of his spear even with Date's neck, reached a hand for what he had tried to grab. He found single-shot pistols. In the hands of the right person, these were powerful weapons, but that person was rare. You were just about to cause a war, Tadakatsu growled. Do you have any idea what would have happened? Shut up, you worthless ninja. With these, I am a match for any of you. They are weapons for fools, Naruto told him. You are just afraid that your place in the world will be stolen by the average man. Date, challenge. Is that so? Tell you what, how about we test that theory? I don't fear that the ninja will take my place, just like ninja don't fear you will take theirs with those toys. I could kill you with these. Naruto fought hard not to laugh. Then we have a spar, right here, right now. If you win, all that has been done here will be forgotten. If I win, you go up to your father, apologize for being an embarrassment, and leave. Date nodded. I would say it was nice knowing you, but I'm not a liar. He took back his pistols and walked onto the dance floor. Ooh, what the hell is he doing? Saiga asked. Which? Yugito replied. How about both? Date is being an arrogant dick that has never been told no before. Naruto is trying to keep the shit from hitting the fan. Like it or not, he just threatened a leaf ninja and a clan heir at that. By doing this, he is keeping us from going to war. I feel sorry for him though. Yeah, even I'm not fool enough to fight someone with 2 pistols. I meant Date. Whiskers over there is going to kick his ass as much as he can before he has to stop. Ooh, this will only take a moment, Matsu, Naruto told her before he walked to the point across from Date. 2 shots, make them count. Date raised his first pistol and fired it at Naruto. Behind the sound of the gunshot, there was a click. Naruto now stood there, the fox claw in hand, the bullet cut in half on the ground. That's one. Want to try again? When he didn't move, Naruto did. He started running the distance between them. Date waited until Naruto was closer before he raised his other weapon and fired it. He expected it to go right through him. What he got was Naruto twisting, for a moment becoming a bladed ball. He then reached for a third weapon but wasn't fast enough. The next moment, Date was being thrown back by a kick to the face after he got a slash that went from right of his node to above his left eye, his guns cut in half. That is the problem with guns. While you have good stopping power, all you really have are 2 things. Bullets and the hopes that when they are gone, so are your enemies. While my swords have no such problem. Granted, you have range. Naruto returned his daisho to his side and picked Date up. Now, as agreed. Glaring at him while he did, Date exited the room and went up to the daimyo balcony. I apologize father for being an embarrassment and will be leaving the summit now. He didn't wait for an answer before he turned and left. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. That could have gone far worse. While some were surprised. Everyone there knew that the ninja carried their weapons on them, hidden somewhere on them. But they never thought that a non-combatant would have something. Over with the cages, the Tsukigage said, I thank you, Hokage Dono, for your genin's tact in handling the situation. It is what he does, Sarutobi replied. I have already decided that he is best suited for missions such as these. His whole team in fact. Well, maybe not one of them. But for the most part, they're good at these. And just who is his teammates, the Mizukage asked. You say something, Sarutobi asked, taking a page from Kakashi. Ooh, and then the guy, Naruto said, talking to Sabaku no Damari but stopped when Yugito and Saiga walked up to him and Matsu. Oh, good evening, he said with a bow. Ni Yugito, correct? I am, she replied. Her nose twitched as she caught his scent. That was smoothly done. Tell me, would I be imposing too much if I stole you 2 away for a few minutes? That would be up to Lady Maeda, Naruto said, looking at her. I'm fine here, Matsu replied, and I would like to get to know Saiga. He smiled at her. Ah, I have never met a lady that I did not impress. Well, except Yugito here. Good luck, Naruto, nothing works on her. I will keep that in mind. Tamari-san, shall we? 500 miles. I had to go 500 miles to find a gentleman, Tamari muttered. The 3 walked a little away so they could speak privately. So, what is on your mind, Yugito? Him, she said, motioning to Naruto. What are you? Samurai, he replied calmly, knowing full well that she meant something else. Or did you mean my friend? Okay, I am lost here, Tamari stated. He obviously has a bloodline that lets him talk to foxes, not that uncommon. Wrong friend, both Yugito and Naruto told her. Which are you? Naruto questioned. Nekomata. And you? Kyuubi no Yoko. Huh? Why are you 2 talking about demons? Because we are Jinchuriki, Yugito told her. I could smell it when he entered. Same here. Oddly enough, I swear I smell another. Tamari swallowed, scared that the people she had talked to this evening were like her brother. My youngest sibling is one as well. He is fortunate then to have you. I remember one time in my life I was very much alone. Same here, Yugito stated. No, he isn't. Gaara believes his life is defined by the blood he spills and his demon, Shukaku, torments him constantly. I see. Then I shall make the request to the Hokage to try and help him, Naruto told her. Did you just? You don't even know him beyond that he likes to kill people. I don't, but I could guess. Something happened when he was younger, I say a few years ago. Before that he was lonely and always trying to make friends but no one wanted to even be near him, while he was probably going to be trained as the village secret weapon. Yes. No doubt, something happened and he was seen as a threat to the village instead of its weapon. Someone up the chain of command ordered him dead. But Gaara survived. Since he is bloodthirsty now, I am willing to bet that the person that attacked him was close to him to have a better chance of success. How wrong am I? For the most part, you are right. How did you know? What do you think our lives were like? Yugito asked her. She looked over at Naruto. What is your family like? One for all for one, and the heavens be blessed, the person works for the family works for the person, and we are all loved in the end. Sounds nice, Yugito said. I just wish that I had a family. Well, you are welcome with me if you want. There is room for you there, I swear. I will think about it, she told him. How about you and Gaara? Yugito asked. Want to stay somewhere that won't fear you? It would be noticed if all my brothers and I went missing. Our father is the Kazekage, and he ordered the attacks on Gaara. Naruto sighed, typical. Well, we should invite our dates back over before they miss us. Matsu, care to join us again? She walked over slightly blushing and stood next to Naruto. Saiga could sell a ditch digger dirt with a tongue that charming, she whispered. Time for the finale. Ready? Hell yeah, she said, growing a huge grin. Then I will go request the waltz of the moon. I'll be right back. He walked over to the podium that the conductor was at and whispered in his ear. He walked back and grinned. We have a minute to get ready. Let's get started then. They walked to the dance floor and waited, standing about 2 feet from each other. When the music started, Naruto rested his hand on her waist and the other in hers. They went through it just like they practiced. When it was over, Naruto stepped back and bowed. That went well. Up above him, the Hokage smirked and held out his hand. B growled a little before setting a few ryu in it. Oh, I hate playing politician, Matsu said that evening when it was all over. She sat down in a chair and groaned while she kicked off her high heels. I never want to do this again. My feet are killing me. Here, Naruto said as he pulled up the chair and began to give her a foot rub. Think everything went okay? Okay. They went great. For us anyway. Oh, Kami, you are good. Is there anything you can't do? I didn't think I was asking a brain buster, she said with a laugh. Do you always get the girls to fawn over you? Without meaning to. Matsu, you aren't. No, you are sweet Naruto, but you're not my type. Oh, that's good. Out of curiosity, why not? For starters, and really the only thing against you. You are a boy. Naruto nodded. Oh. A moment later, he snapped his head up. Nani? As in? Yeah, she said with a smile. As in that. Naruto looked at her for a moment before he began to laugh a little. He didn't expect that. I haven't really told anyone yet. Why me? Because when I am daimyo, I get my own bodyguards from Konoha and I will keep you in mind. Plus, you aren't sticking around, are you? No, I'm not. How do you know? I was in school, Naruto. It probably just started as a phase but I never got over it. Maybe if I ever decide to change, it would be for you. Do you give neck rubs as well? I can but try. Naruto got behind her. Ooh, that is it, I am going to get you transferred here. I obviously need you more than Konoha. I'm sure my fiancé would argue that point. Have her argue with my father then, lower. Sorry, Naruto told her, I have to turn down the offer. What offer? Lord Maeda asked as he and Sarutobi entered the den as well. Just telling Naruto I am going to have him stationed here. His hands alone would be worth it, whatever the cost. Can't let you have him, Sarutobi told her. 1. He is engaged. Never said I wanted him for that, Matsu muttered. 2. He is needed for other things. See, Naruto told her. How did things turn out? Re-established the treaty with Suna. We will be sharing missions and even teams if needed, and he has given me a warning about my former apprentice. Jiraiya. What could they warn you about, that he is a mega pervert? No, Orochimaru. He had tried to form a meeting that would keep the Kazekage from attending today. Speaking of him, I need to speak with him and his son. About what? About. He hesitated and glanced between Matsu and her father. He started speaking in ninja code talk. His son is a Jinchuriki but his seal was probably done wrong or something. The point is, he is a danger to everyone around him. That is interesting. Let's go talk with him. What are you two saying? Matsu asked. What is the secret? If I told you, Naruto whispered, it wouldn't be a secret. He pressed his hands on one point that got her to moan. That the spot? Right. There. Her moans continued as Naruto worked that spot loose. Dad, please, whatever it takes, get Naruto stationed with us. Lord Maeda laughed at that. Are you making my daughter fall in love with you, Naruto? Of course not. Besides, I'm not her type. I'm as stiff as my armor, she enjoys being laid back. You know, that sounded better in my head. Pervert, Matsu muttered. Go, you have something important to do, right? Yeah. I will be right back. Naruto left and walked down the hall. He got to the door the cage was in and knocked. Tamari opened it. "Good evening, Lady Tamari. May I have a word with your father?" "Just a moment." She closed the door and opened it a few moments later. "Come on in, Akechi-san." She stepped out of the way and Naruto entered. "Good evening, gentlemen. I hope I am not interrupting anything." "Of course not," Sabaku told him. "What is it you would like to discuss?" "Your son, the Jinchuriki." "Jinchuriki, what is that?" the Wind Daimyo asked. It is a very special class of ninja," Naruto stated, "meaning that they are stronger than any other ninja the same rank. There are only 9 in the world. And Suna has one." "Yes," Sabuku said, realizing what Naruto was setting up. "My son, Gaara. He has received the ability to control sand." The Wind Daimyo thought about this and how he could use it, but Naruto wasn't going to let him. The Hokage would like to discuss the trade for him. He added a wink to let him know he had something planned. "You are going to trade my country's Jinchuriki away," he demanded. "Father, you disowned Suna, about. Be grateful that they even did this," his son told him. He turned to Tamari. "Thank you for your company this evening." "You are welcome," she replied with a smile. "I apologize, but this is something that must be discussed in private," Naruto told them before heading to the door. "Shall we, Kazekage Dono?" "We shall." He walked out and when the door was shut behind him, grinned. "That was well played. I have never seen him that angry." "He has no right to be," Naruto said. "My lord, Hokage Sarutobi, told me of the situation with him." "But that isn't why you are here, is it?" "It is not. I am here about your son, Gaara." "Then speak up, lad. I would like to help him, sir." "You know that people that get close to him are often killed, right?" "Yes." "Then why?" "Because, sir, I too am a Jinchuriki. I know the pain he must have felt, and I am sure that I can help him." "You are a..." "I am. From water? I can't say." "How can you help him?" "Samurai study several things, Lord Kazekage. We invented the art of seals. While not a master, am very good at it. My uncle is a master. I guarantee that there is someone among my family that can fix his seal. If it is not the seal, then some can fix him. What will I get out of this? The chance to do right by your son, your village safe again. I would be tipping the balance of power by doing this. I am the only ninja among the Akechi. He would be part of our family, not part of the village." "You swear you can? On the blood of your father, on the blood of your son?" "On my word of honor," Naruto finished, "I will uphold this covenant." Sabaku sighed. "Okay. I never actually wanted this, you know. It was supposed to be different. He was just too dangerous." "Sir, you don't need to tell me, I know, and I will make sure he gets better. And Gaara will be taken care of. My family makes a habit of taking in strays." He bowed deeply to him. "When shall I come and get him?" "I shall send him to you, and thank you, Akechi-san." Ooh. Gaara scowled as he looked at the gate. He was told he was not to attack anyone unless they attacked him first. He was about to knock when the gate was opened by the guards. "Are you Sabaku no Gaara?" one asked him. "Yes." "Come in, Naruto is expecting you. Please follow me." He was led inside and what he saw confused him. Everywhere there were people working and kids playing. But there were no scared or angry looks. They all got along. "Daddy," a little girl said, running up to his guide. "Who is this?" "Ayeka, this is Sabaku no Gaara, a guest of Naruto's." "Oh," she said before looking at him and bowing. "It is an honor to meet you, Oni-san." "Oni-san?" "It is habit," the samurai said to him. "Everyone here is family and she is still too young to fully grasp that not everyone is." "Ayeka, he isn't Oni-san." "Oh. I mean senpai." The father rubbed his daughter's hair and said, "Go play, I need to get him inside." "Yes, father." Gaara watched her run off. "She isn't afraid of me." "Should she be? I am dangerous. So is every person on the grounds. Whether you have a demon inside you or not matters not to us." That shocked Gaara. "You are far more tolerant than other people. We pride ourselves on that as much as our skills with weapons." They continued inside and Gaara saw more of the same. It was all so strange that he didn't know what to think. "He is inside. Remember, as a guest, you do have to behave yourself." "I will." Gaara went in and saw a boy with long, bright blonde hair making seals. "Naruto?" "Yes," he said a moment before looking up. "You must be Gaara. Take a seat, would you like some tea?" "I would rather get to what this is about." "Very well. I am going to help you and offer you a place to be accepted." Gaara looked at his face hard to find the deception. "You are serious? You think you can help me?" "I know I can." He gestured to the papers scattered around him. "I have been studying every seal type and design I could find. And with my uncle, there is nothing we can't fix." Gaara looked at the seals then back at him. What do seals have to do with helping me? Something must have been done wrong with yours, we can fix it. What seal? The one that was placed on you to seal Shukaku inside of you. I don't have a seal, I had it placed inside me when I was still inside the womb. Naruto was shocked. What were they thinking? Without a seal, there is nothing stopping Shukaku from affecting your mind, that is it. Huh? He could hear his mother demanding he kill him. What do you mean? Seals have dual purposes. One is to keep the demon in check, the other to keep both it and the host sane. Without having one yourself, you would, or maybe have, lost your mind. Kill him. And would getting one now help me? Yes. Your demon would be sealed away to the point it cannot get out ever again unless you let it. Kill him now. Give me his blood. When can we do it? Now that I know what is wrong, it can be done before this afternoon. But placing a seal this complicated will require my uncle as well. No, I refuse to be locked away. Kill him and everyone around. Gaara looked at his hand and saw it was shaking. Mother wants me to kill you, to stop you from helping me. Why? Because that isn't your mother, Gaara. That is a demon trying to control you. Can you fight it just a little longer? Yes. It is getting hard but I can. Then I will hurry. Naruto read a scroll and drew a much smaller seal before giving it to Gaara. Place it on your flesh and it will help. It will sting though. All right. He grabbed it and slapped it to his arm. Mother wasn't shouting as loud anymore. It helped. I can barely hear it. Soon, you won't at all, Naruto assured him. Ooh. Akechi Seto finished drawing it. That is it. Naruto, are you done? Just a moment. There. Nothing to do now but check over it and then do it. How you feeling, Gaara? Naked, he told them. They had taken his sand away and had him removed his shirt. He was literally defenseless for the first time in his life. Won't be much longer, Seto told him. But we needed to work without worrying Shukaku would try to stop us. Just another few minutes and you can go take a nap, you will need it, Naruto told him. What is it like to sleep? He is worse than I thought, Seto said. No worries though, nothing that can't be fixed. It is revitalizing, Gaara. When you sleep, you dream. It can be about anything. Including monsters attacking people you care for. Then why do you do it if those wait for you? 1. Because we need to, Naruto told him. 2. Because nightmares are rare. More often than not, they're good dreams. About a story you may have read, or this pretty girl you saw. Maybe even a pretty girl you just made up in your head. Is there anything you can't dream of? I have never had a dream about sleeping, Naruto told him with a chuckle. I've had one about everything, including just wasting the day away fishing. But never just laying down and sleeping. I'm good over here. I've had dreams like that, Seto told his nephew. Only it was a day reading. The thing is, you don't see words in dreams. They're part of your higher conscious and dreams are subconscious. They're scrambled up. But I remember being so fascinated with that story I couldn't put it down. He started examining the seal over Gaara's stomach. Is there a way to control them? Gaara asked. Nope. Maybe if you were a monk and had complete control of your mind, but most people don't have that kind of discipline. Ready, Naruto? Ready. They charged up chakra and pushed it into the seal. Gaara felt really funny, like there was something in his mind. Or maybe something no longer there. He didn't know, but he was tired though. Did it war? His eyes closed and he dropped his head. Snoring came a moment later. Yeah, it worked, Naruto answered, wiping sweat from his forehead. Thank you, uncle. No problem, Naruto. I have been looking for a challenge for a while now. I'm surprised I was able to get it done by the time he got here. They watched him a minute more and saw it had worked. He didn't stir. And from what Gaara told them, Shukaku could pull sand from the very rock from near a quarter a mile away. So as they were still alive, it was obvious that they had succeeded. You have a very kind heart, Naruto, to help him when you have no reason to. But why? I am almost afraid to tell you. I will tell you and the whole clan once I find the words to though. You don't have to do anything you are uncomfortable with. I know, uncle. Which is why I am going to tell everyone. There isn't a person in the clan I don't love and that doesn't love me. I know, it is just really big. I understand. I will get someone to take him to a spare bedroom. Amazing that we keep picking up strays, isn't it? None more of a stray than me, uncle. Naruto hugged Seto. Thank you so much. I don't think I could have done it alone. It is all right, Naruto. I am glad to do it. Now go on, you have things to do, people to see, and a girlfriend that misses you, no? Yeah, I do. He left and changed. Seto looked down at Gaara and said, welcome to the family. Ooh. Gaara stood up and stretched. He took a step when he realized just what he had done. He looked back and saw he had in fact gotten out of a futon, stretched like he had seen his siblings do to work out the stiffness in his muscles from laying still for so long, and was currently wiping the sleep from his eyes. It worked. He twisted at his waist and felt his back pop a few times. That felt good. He looked around for some clean clothes and found a kimono folded up by the door. Grabbing it, he went and took a shower. When he turned the water off, he looked down and said, "That is a lot of sand." He raised his hand and it formed a band around his right forearm. He put on the kimono and sandals and walked out. He quickly found himself outside and saw an older man leading children in sword practice. Naruto was over by a little girl, doing martial arts. There were also several foxes running around. He looked down and saw one was rubbing up against his leg. Out of curiosity, he picked the kid up and it mewed at him. He set it back on the ground and walked to where he can better watch what was going on. Finally, he picked up one of the bakken from the wall and walked over. "Can you show me as well?" Hidemitsu nodded. "Okay, take your place at the end. Now, once again, when holding a katana, keep your grip tight enough to make sure it isn't take from you, but loose enough to allow some movement. Like this." He showed them and went along the line, correcting mistakes. "Gaara, too high. Down here." He went back to the center. Now, does anyone know why, from the tactical standpoint, the daisho is the weapon all samurai must learn? The little girl next to Naruto raised her hand, because it is not only our symbol, it is the ultimate weapon. Explain. The staff has range but breaks. The sectional staff must be kept in constant motion, and to change directions you must break movement on your own body or someone else. Yes, Hidemitsu encouraged his granddaughter. The broadsword, though does great damage, is too slow. The scythe and chain, the kama, is not meant to block with and can be broken easily if the opponent knows how. While the katana and wakizashi is usable in both longer and closer range, it is easily moved and direction changed, and, Naruto put a hand on his sister's shoulder. Blocking? Yes, blocking. The katana is made by folding the metal. This affords it to also be used in a blocking move. It is much harder on the back than on the blade edge. It bends so it can intercept attacks without breaking. And because of its lightweight, it is swift. Very good, Shiruka-chan. Now, what is it spiritually? Gaara watched as they hesitated. Oichi, I know you know this, Naruto said. I'm afraid I'll get it wrong, the little girl next to Gaara said. What does it mean? Gaara asked her. The daisho, meaning greater and lesser, is the soul of the samurai. A single blade will be in a family for thousands of years. This blade is the clan blade, while each samurai also have their own private blade daisho. To loose one's sword is to loose your soul. Even if it takes generations, the sword must be returned to the clan. And why must we return it? Naruto asked them all. A boy raised his hand. Because the sword is also our honor. It is a symbol of our pride in ourselves and our clan. Without it, we do not have our honor. Without our honor, we have nothing. Well said, Yahiko. Now, let me tell you something to add to that. Below the courageous, there is nothing. This was the saying of the fourth Hokage, who died killing the nine-tails fox, Kyuubi no Yoko. He held his courage above himself, the way we hold our honor. Why? Because like it says, below that, he had nothing. If he wasn't brave, then the Kyuubi wouldn't have been stopped, and we would never have found our home. Our actions, to uphold our honor, affects more than just us. That is why we follow Bushido. There is life in everything and every breath. It is our job to preserve that life. Several of the children weren't even moving, so deep in thought were they. Now, I want you to do 100 forward slashes. Hidemitsu told them all. Shiruka, Naruto, Gaara, I need you to come with me. Gaara placed the wooden sword back on the wall and followed him. He was about to go inside when Shiruka stopped him. You need to take off your sandals, senpai. Gaara looked down and saw the others had done so. Nodding, he followed their example. I apologize. I never heard of that before. It is all right, Naruto told him. Many that visit do not know. Gaara, this is my little sister, Shiruka-chan. And this is my grandfather, Hidemitsu. Hello, Shiruka said to him. It is an honor to meet you, Gaara. You had us a little worried, sleeping for so long. You must be hungry. I am, but I don't want to bother you. Nonsense, Hidemitsu replied. Once we are done, we will get lunch. What are we doing? Gaara asked him. Introducing you to my father and mother, Naruto told him. If you are to stay with us, it is kind of important that we do. They came to a room and Naruto knocked on the wall. Lord Father, he said through the paper door, Gaara is awake and I have him with me. Enter. He opened the door and walked in. Hello, Ka-san. I was going to find you next. Yoriko smiled and set her cup down. Your father and I were just discussing something. So, you are Sabaku no Gaara. It is nice to finally meet you while you are awake. I am Uchiha Yoriko, Naruto's mother. Gaara gave an awkward bow. It is a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Why am I here? My son, Mitsuhide stated. He heard how you were treated in your own village from your sister, so he was able to negotiate you coming to the Akechi clan. I am Akechi Mitsuhide, Naruto's father. I understand that, but not the why. I cannot say why, but if he believes you should be with us and is willing to go through the work for it, then I know it is the right decision. I would like to welcome you to the Akechi clan, Gaara. We are a family here, so ask for help and give help freely, understand? In truth, no, you will in time. Don't worry about that. Now, is there anything you would like to ask? More than I can think of, but none comes to mind. Then when you have them, feel free to come and find me, Mitsuhide told him. Naruto, please show him around. Yes, father, Naruto replied. There is a lot to show you, Gaara, so let's get started. After a moment, Gaara nodded and followed him out. Your parents seem very nice. They are great, Naruto replied. That building over there is the shop. Blacksmith, woodworking, and my own private wood shop. If you would like, I can introduce you to them to see if you have a hand at it. Some other time. All right. Naruto led him away from there to the field. This is the sparring field. He smiled when he heard a young woman shout. And that is the voice of my dear cousin, Koma, as she goes about training, more like torturing, Mizu and Guza, and over here. Naruto, Gaara said, having stopped in his tracks, who is that? Naruto first looked at him, then at who he was looking at. He smiled when he saw it was Haku, and she had just froze a small pond to skate on it. Momichi Haku, my cousin-in-law. He looked back at Gaara and saw just how hard he was staring at her. Naruto looked between the two of them and a light turned on over his head. How about I introduce you? He didn't wait for an answer. He grabbed Gaara by the hand and led him over. Hey Haku, I have someone I would like you to meet. Haku, this is Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara, this is Momichi Haku. A pleasure to meet you, Haku said to him, skating over. A pleasure to meet you, Haku, Gaara said, shakily. How are you today? I am fine, trying to relax is all. That's good, Naruto said. Can't ever relax too much except in combat. Oh no, I forgot something. What? The two asked. Really important, I can't miss it. What is it? Haku demanded. What is it? It's a team meeting. Hayate-sensei and Kurenai-sensei wants therein. He looked around for a clock. 30 minutes. I have to go. Can you finish showing Gaara around? Haku. Thanks. You are the greatest. He turned and ran, a mile-wide smile on his face. Did anything about that seem strange to you? Haku asked. I don't know him really, so I can't say. Was any of it normal? Not really, she replied. Well, I guess I am stuck with you. Come on. Gaara followed her, not believing how lucky he was that Naruto forgot about that meeting and couldn't find anyone else to show him around. And even if he did, he doubted they would be as pretty as she was. Now how would his brother get her attention? By slapping her butt or something. He decided to try what Temari would do. Your hair looks nice. Huh, oh thank you. Over here is the main family's house. Naruto, his parents, sister, and grandfather live here, and... Where do you live? That building over there. Oh, so, how did you turn that water to ice? I have a Kekkei Genkai that does it. That is nice. I control sand myself. Really? Can I see? Sure. The sand fell from his forearm and reformed as a necklace around her neck, with the pendant as a snowflake. He then had the sand press in on each other until they turned back to stone. Haku lifted it up by the snowflake and was amazed to find that it wasn't all one solid object. Each link moved freely of the other. That is very cool, yes yes. Naruto, off in the shadows, snickered. Gaara was rough and stumbling, but he seemed to have things in hand. Who knows, he might even solve his problem with Haku always flirting with him. He turned around and walked away. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, he said in a sing-song voice. Ka-san, Naruto said after putting his sister to bed that evening. Yes, Yoriko asked. When are you and father going to get married? I know you love each other. Well, we were going to surprise you about that. We are planning it soon, son. She stood up and gave him a hug. You should get to bed. Hi, Ka-san. He walked to the door. Ka-san, will something happen to ruin this? What do you mean, Naruto? Just, our life is good here. Will something or someone come along to take it away? What makes you ask that, sweetie? I don't know. Maybe I am just afraid, I guess. Mom, has your stomach gotten bigger? She frowned. What are you implying? That I am getting fat? No, just. Ever since I met you, you were as thin as a board. You kept your figure tight as a kunoichi. But, I don't know. It looks like an inch or two has been added. You haven't been eating more, have you? I have a little. I guess I let it get out of control. Now stop pointing out my flaws and go to bed. When he was gone, she looked at her waist. I am not putting on weight. Am I? She sat back down and started reading again. And without realizing it, reached for the apple she had on the nightstand as well. She just bit into it when she sighed. Okay, I'm eating more. Why? Last time I did this, I was. AGH. Several guards, Mitsuhide, Koma, and Naruto burst into the room, weapons at the ready, looking for her attacker. Mitsuhide lowered his first. What is wrong, Yoriko-san? I overreacted. I bit into a bad apple. I apologize. I need to run down to the store and get something. What? Sanada asked. Well, if you just tell one of the retainers what it is, they would be more than willing to get it for you. No, I need to get it myself. She rushed from the room, leaving them all shocked. Okay. What was that about? Naruto asked. Why is everyone shouting? Came the sleepy voice of his sister. Shiruka, you aren't supposed to be up, Mitsuhide said. He gave his sword to his son and picked her up. Let's get you to bed. Sanada, return to your position and have someone go with Yoriko. Where is mommy going? Shiruka asked him. Just down to the store. Mitsuhide took her from the room and tucked her back in her bed. Now go to sleep. Can you tell me a story, Daddy? Mitsuhide sighed. All right. This story takes place 1,000 years ago. Centered around a man by the name of Mitsuhide Akechi, the man I was named after. It had been many years since Mitsuhide had last served a master. But he refused to serve one until he found the one that would make his dream come true, to bring peace to the land. Just like your dream, Shiruka stated, just like. It was one rainy night that he was walking to the next village in his search that an army rode their horses past him on their way to combat. What a fool, Mitsuhide said. To take so few of the Oda troops to battle, Nobunaga is reckless. But he watched the battle and saw it for what it was. No, not reckless, he knows completely what he is doing. By taking so few, the enemy must focus on him as the strongest, and watch as he cuts down opponent after opponent. Their morale is quickly dropping, he has already won. This man has set his sights on taking over the world. He is the one that will accomplish my dream. Right then, the enemy of Oda Nobunaga broke and ran. Nobunaga, who had seen the wandering samurai, looked back at him. Then join me, Mitsuhide. Under his command, Mitsuhide became one of Oda's generals. He led his men to victory after victory. Never once did he question the rule of his lord. Until he was ordered to destroy a village of mercenaries under the leadership of Seika Migoichi. Mitsuhide did as he was told. After the battle, he stood among the ruins and said, a land of peace. I made sure of that. There is no one left to fight. For the first time, he truly questioned the decision he made to have Nobunaga accomplish his dream. But then it hit him. He needed no one to accomplish it but himself. From atop his horse, at the head of his army, he drew his sword and said, the enemy is at Honaji. The battle against the Demon King and the Seeker of Peace had begun. And it ended in the temple there. Amidst the fire they had caused in their duel, Nobunaga and Mitsuhide fought. Their blades clashing in a deadly dance. And Mitsuhide won. Nobunaga was on his knees, Mitsuhide behind him, sword raised. He brought the sword down, sending a few of the feathers of Nobunaga's armor flying. Nobunaga looked at the shaking sword blade only an inch from his throat and then back at Mitsuhide. I can't, Mitsuhide told him before dropping his blade. He could not bring himself to kill his lord. He forgave him, even after having him kill all those people? Yes. Nobunaga had the best chance of making his dream come true, but it wasn't to be. Not everyone was forgiving from that battle. Migoichi, his rifle in hand, wanted revenge on the man that ordered it. From several buildings away, he shot Nobunaga in the back. His last words were, Mitsuhide, your world is one I would very much have liked to see. Mitsuhide held him as his last breath left his body. Many of the Oda followers believed he had in fact killed him and wanted revenge. On a mountain, Mitsuhide made his stand against them. It was a battle he knew he could not win. But it was one he had to fight. He died there, but he made sure that Migoichi, who was fighting alongside with them, died as well. He pulled her blankets up and said, now close your eyes and go to sleep. Okay, Daddy. It was only his story that kept her awake. Moments later, she was asleep. Mitsuhide left her room and found Naruto in the hall, waiting to return his sword to him. You know, father, most of those clans are still around to this day. I've met them. I know. Who would have thought that not only would the Akechi once again serve the Oda, they would be betrayed by and betray them again. Naruto fell in step with him. or that the descendants of my aide Akechi would one day be tamed and would lead the land of fire. Mitsuhide chuckled at that. I can't help but feel that Ka-san going to the store is somehow my fault. How? I told her that it looked like her stomach was getting a little bigger. Koma hit him upside the head. You baka. Why did you tell a woman, any woman, she is getting fat? I didn't say she was getting fat. I was just concerned. Ka-san is always training to keep in shape but she isn't right now is all. Koma hit him again. Stop that. Or what? Naruto tackled her and they started rolling around on the ground, fighting. Children. Kids. Enough, they froze, looked at him, and Koma gave Naruto one last punch to the face. Naruto, what makes you say that? She just have a bit of a stomach now. A few inches over the last 2 months now that I think of it. They looked over as Yoriko slid the door open again, slipped off one shoe, hopped a few times while struggling with the other, and said, Hi, I'm back. She ran into the bathroom without stopping and slammed the door shut. The three of them looked at the door for a moment before looking at each other. Is no one in this family normal? Koma asked. Akechi Koma, they heard her mother shout. You get back in bed this instant. No, no one is, Mitsuhide replied. You both go to bed, I will stay up to make sure Yoriko is okay. No, that had to be faulty, came from the bathroom. Go, Mitsuhide told them again. When they went to bed, Mitsuhide stood up and walked to the bathroom. You okay in there? No, I am not, please, please, please. No, Yoriko, what is wrong? The door was thrown open and Yoriko reached out and grabbed him by the collar. This is your fault. Yes, ma'am, whatever it is, I will make sure to correct it, Mitsuhide said, recognizing that look in her eyes. It is the look of a woman on the edge and any man that got in her way had a choice, live or stay in her way. And considering her Sharingan was active as well, she seemed all the more dangerous. Oh, no, there is no correcting this. I am pregnant with your child, Akechi Mitsuhide. What are you going to do about it? That is all, he made the mistake of asking. The sound of a face being slapped reached all of the Akechi grounds. Mitsuhide, a good portion of his face now red, decided to retract that remark. What I meant to say was that this means nothing, I will still marry you, of course. This only means that I will have another person to love. Yoriko tightened her grip on his collar. Good, she took a deep breath and calmed down. Have I ever told you that you have a way with words, Mitsuhide? A few times, Haim. Making sure not to make any sudden moves, he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. Mrs. Akechi Yoriko, how long until our third child is born? 7 months. I want another girl. Great, another suitor I am going to have to torture someday. You will not. It's tradition, Mitsuhide protested. Of course, there is still the battle to the death duel. Akechi Mitsuhide, if you threaten any boy our daughters bring home, I swear you can sleep in the den for the rest of your life. You would get lonely and join me, Mitsuhide replied. Damn you and knowing me so well. She rested her head against his chest. Fine, as it is tradition. But you better go easy on them. As much as tradition allows, he assured her. Ooh. Team 8, Hayate said to them when they gathered the next day, it is time for our next mission. They all leaned forward a little, excited to hear what it could be. Our client is paying us to escort and bodyguard Fujikaze Yukie. Cough, cough. Our contact is Asama Sandayu. Wait, isn't she the movie actress? Kiba asked. From the Princess Gale movie, Hinata replied with a nod while scratching Bandit's head. Naruto groaned. My little sister loves her movies. I can already see it when I tell my family. He hanged into his sister, bringing his hands up under his chin, going. I want to go too. I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. He changed back with a few chuckles. When do we meet with them and where? Well, as it happens to be, Kurenai spoke up, they are in your village, Naruto, preparing to set sail to the land of snow. Naruto shivered. Something wrong? Just remembering the time myself and my father visited it. It was summer and it was still freezing. Any information you can give us beforehand? Yeah. Hidden snow ninjas are alright for the most part. The personal bodyguards of the daimyo are murderers and assholes, pardon the language. If you trust one of them as far as you can throw, it's too far. You are still close enough to be stabbed. They're just ninja. They do the job they're hired. The land itself is always locked in winter. Beautiful, but you will miss simple things like heat and heaters. Daimyo Kazuhana Dodo came to power when he killed his brother and niece. He is militaristic and will view your life as worthless if you can't further his goals. While there, I heard a rumor that he is searching for the vault his brother had hidden with their family treasure inside. That's a lot of information, Hayate stated. So, everyone understand. While we are there, we are walking on glass. far more likely, a wrong move and we are thrown in prison. And there is one more thing, Naruto stated. The hidden snow is the farthest in the production of chakra armor. How far? Kurenai asked. Several years ago, they were the best. I can only imagine it is stronger now. Ninjutsu and genjutsu were less than effective against them last I knew. More than likely now, they have perfected it. So, better count our jutsu limited useless in a fight against them. Physical damage is still effective, so the Inuzuka jutsu are still good as well as our kenjutsu. Good to go, Hayate stated. Let's meet up at Naruto's home before meeting with them. Hi, the three said before standing. They looked at each other and grinned. Last one there, Hinata started, as a rotten, Kiba continued. Egg and eats last. Ka-san is making lunch, Naruto finished. The three of them took off. Remember when we were that excitable? Kurenai asked. Ooh. The three of them were waiting outside of the Akechi main gate, eating lunch. Thanks, Naruto-kun, Hinata said to him. Yeah, I always love your mom's cooking, Kiba said. He ate another roll and gave one to Akamaru. Naruto was about to reply when both him and Kiba looked behind them. Several horses were charging down the road right at the gate. Leading them was a woman being chased by several armored men. Sanada and several others stepped forward, weapons at the ready. The woman pulled up short and turned her horse's head down another road. What on earth are they thinking, causing trouble in our village? Sanada asked. Yukimura, Ieyasu, Azuya, get the horses and after them. Before they could react, Naruto put two fingers in his mouth and gave a shrill whistle. Matsukaze came running out the gate. Naruto grabbed on as she ran by. Murasama followed a moment later, so Sanada jumped on her with Kiba and Hinata. Whoa, these two are fast, Kiba found himself saying. They were quickly catching up to them, even as weighted as Musasame was. Sanada, Naruto called back, they're trying to stop the woman from escaping. Hi, Naruto. You save her, we will deal with the pursuers. They saw Naruto kick the flanks of Matsukaze and she took off even faster. She ran past them while Sanada and the others charged right up their rear. In the name of the Akechi clan, protectors of this village, I demand you halt. A man with glasses looked back, but there was no other sign they would listen. You two, jump. Kiba and Hinata put their feet under them and jumped off, landing on the horses of the two rear riders. Kiba grinned as Akamaru changed into him and banded into Hinata. Just before all four of them took the 8 of them down. Ahead, Naruto pulled up alongside of the woman. Mind explaining why you are causing trouble in my town? He asked her. They're trying to force me to go somewhere I don't want to. That's all I needed to know, Naruto said. He grabbed her reins, slowed Matsukaze to match the other horse's pace, and turned them down a side alley. If you want to escape them, follow me. They were heading back to the Akechi grounds. He whistled ahead of him and the gates were opened. Once inside, Naruto brought them to a halt. Now, why were they trying to? He looked at her to get a good look and saw it was Fujikaze Yukie. Well now, isn't this interesting? Ooh. You have violated the laws of this city, Sanada told the men. As such, I demand to know who you are. He pointed his spear at them to get their attention while the other 3 gate guards, the 3 he shouted to, finished securing their ropes. I am Asama Sandayu, the one with glasses spoke up. We were trying to stop Fujikaze Yukie from running away. Sir, Azai called as he was trying Sandayu's ropes. You might want to see this. Sanada walked over and looked at what Azai motioned to. Care to try that again? Sanada asked. We of the Akechi clan hates liars. What are you talking about? I'm not lying. Then these are not the calluses of wielding a sword on your hand? Sanada asked. Sanada patted him down and found a wakizashi. You are more likely an assassin or a bandit. No, I'm not. I am who I said I am. Asama Sandayu is our employer, Hinata told Sanada. Our senseis will know if this is him. We were supposed to meet them this afternoon. Sanada looked at them, then at Sandayu. We are taking them back to the grounds. If you are who you say, you shall be released with our apologies for not believing you, but that is all. One of the others, as he was helped up, said, what about chasing us down and tying us up? Sanada pointed to the damage they caused while chasing Yukie. It is the Akechi clan duty to protect this village. You recklessly charging down, it could have hurt someone. And we are going to have you pay for the damages. Get them back on their horses. Ooh. I don't believe it, Shiruka said as she looked at Yukie. It's really her. She bound over to her. I'm Akechi Shiruka, your biggest fan. I loved your latest movie. Oh, and Princess Gale, Across the Lunar Sea. Oh, and Princess Gale. The journey begins. And everything else she was going to say was cut off as Naruto covered her mouth. We got it, you love her movies. I apologize for my sister, Ms. Fujikaze. She has never met an actress before. She pulled his hand down. Because I wasn't there with you and father when you went on that journey, she complained. I'm sorry, Yukie said, but do I know you? Not really, Lady Fujikaze. My father was a guard of yours at one time while we were passing through the area. Akechi Mitsuhid. He is here. Yes, a deeper voice said behind them. Lord Naruto, Zabuza said to him with a nod. Your teammates have returned with the prisoners. Good. Who are they? They claim to be bodyguards and stunt doubles along with her manager, his wife, Yumi said to him. They turned to Yukie, who was staring at the Zanbatsu on Zabuza's back. Hypnotizing, isn't it? Something that big being carried like it is nothing. Hard to believe, Yukie muttered. She shook her head. I must speak with Akechi Mitsuhid. The four samurai glanced at each other and then they focused on Naruto. I will show you to him, Naruto told her. He stood up and led her inside. Lord Father, Fujikaze Yukie is here and wishes to speak with you. The door slid open and Mitsuhide looked at her. Please come in, Lady Fujikaze. Would you like some tea? Yes, please. Naruto nodded to his father and left to get it. When he came back, he set the tray on the table and sat down. Lord Akechi, I have a favor I must ask of you. Tell me then, Mitsuhide replied. My latest movie is to take me to the land of snow, but I can't return there. You know my father was murdered and my uncle could still be after me. Yes, I see. But you know how I feel on commitments, princess. I do, my lord, she said, bowing her head. Naruto and Mitsuhide knew who she was. Just like they knew why she left. It was her concern, not theirs, so they said nothing about it. If it is protection, I would be more than happy to assign you a few guards. Actually, Lord Father, Naruto stated. Her manager has already contacted Konoha and my team was hired to do just that. Very well, Mitsuhide said, before turning back to Yukie. Will that help, princess? I would very much prefer not to go. I know, but you have already given your word. If you do not, your word will no longer mean anything. If you had not and they were trying to, I would willingly put you up in our home, but... She sighed, she had expected as much. I know, Lord Mitsuhide, you are bound by Bushido. What will make you feel safe about going? Naruto asked. The whole Akechi clan as my bodyguards, she told him truthfully. Mitsuhide gave a light laugh. Well, we can't do that, how about a few of us instead? That will be fine. Well, there are 5 in the clan that has just joined. They're getting a tad bit restless, so I think this might be good for them. Who are they? Yukie asked. Naruto, please go get Haku, Gaara, the demon brothers, and Zabuza. Hi, Lord Father. Naruto bowed before leaving. I can't believe how big he has gotten. Last I saw him he wasn't even waist high, Yukie stated. They do that, grow up when you're not looking, Mitsuhide replied. Ooh, Zabuza, my father wishes to see you, Haku, and the demon brothers, as well as Gaara, Naruto told him when he found the big man. He was standing guard over the stuntmen in Sandayu. Hi. He left, calling the 4 of them to him. Naruto looked at the blade on the ground and picked it up. He pulled it from the sheath and examined the blade. There was a name on it and where on the saya said it was part of a daisho. He looked at Sandayu and moved behind him. I recognize this blade, samurai. Sandayu just looked over his shoulder. This is the blade of one of the samurai sworn to the Kazahana family. So you know who she is, don't you? Yes. And that the movie she is starring in is being filmed in snow is no coincidence, isn't it? Correct. So you know what will happen to her if Dodo catches her there. I do. And still you would risk her life? The life of your sworn mistress? I promised Lord Kazahana that I would see her grow up and become the daimyo of snow. I gave my word. So, the desires of your living mistress is overruled by the promise to your dead master? When I read your file, I thought you would understand. I do understand, I just don't see the same thing you do. So enlighten me. Naruto severed the ropes binding him. He was quiet for a while. I met Koyuki again after your father did that job for her. She told me about you and him. That is a favor to a friend, you protected her. She also mentioned that you two traveled all over the elemental continent. So you have been to snow, yes? I have. What more do I need to say? Money that should be spent on food and supplies for the country is spent on military. The only way that it will get better is if Dodo is removed. But the only person that can is a person with a right to the throne. Yukie, Naruto stated. Yes, she is the only one left alive. There is nothing else to do. I have sworn my sword to do this, there is nothing else I can do. Naruto sighed. You are coming with me then. Naruto pulled him to his feet and led Hai to the room Yukie waited in. Princess, there is something Sandayu wants to tell you. He stepped out of the way so he could enter after tossing the warzaki to his father. Mitsuhide pulled the blade from the saya and arched an eyebrow. Princess. I have not been telling you the whole truth, Sandayu began. Taking a deep breath, he continued. I am Asama Sandayu, your aide when you lived in the Kazuhana castle. I swore to your father and now I swear to you. You were trying to send me back, even with what happened? People were suffering, I had to do what I could to help them. What about me? Do you have any idea the nightmares I've had since I found out I was going back, how I have suffered? I am terribly sorry, princess. You need only demand it and I will take my life. He bowed to her and kept his head down. Yukie looked at the blade Mitsuhide had set on the table. No, Hidemitsu said to them. Your death will serve no one. To die an honorable death is a good death. To die a worthless is not. He looked at his son and then Naruto. You swore to what, samurai? To restore my home and protect it, because I could not before, I must do so now. He already won, Yukie shouted at him. To go there is to die, there is no reason to. There is reason if our people find one moment of peace, one instant of not suffering, Sandayu told her, still bowing. It matters little, Mitsuhide told them. As you are going back and my son will be there to protect you as well as several close friends. She is, Sandayu asked, looking up at him. I am, Yukie told him. But only to film the movie. You want more than that, you will have to do it yourself. That will be fine, princess, Sandayu told her, bowing again. Ooh, so, she has the hex crystal, Dodo stated. Yes, but we have a problem. Ruga told him. Koyuki has not only gotten the services of Konoha ninja, she has gone to Akechi and gotten several of his samurai to protect her. One is believed to be Momichi Zabuza. Zabuza? He is a samurai? He is now. He was engaged to one several years ago and has fulfilled that marriage. He is now Akechi Zabuza. I see. Who else? 2 Chunin, his subordinates, and 2 genin ranked former ninja, children. Who are they? The demon brothers, Guza and Maizu or the Chunin. The girl is Zabuza's daughter, Haku. And the last is a boy adopted into the Akechi clan, Gara. Will they be trouble? Zabuza will no doubt be. The Chunin are average but work great together. The children are just that. As for the team of ninja, there are 2 jonin and 3 genin. If we handle this wrong, it will spell disaster. Which is why we won't, Fubuki told them. Even 3 jonin and a bunch of brats can't beat us, Mizor stated. No, we must be cautious, Ruga told the others. Assumption is the biggest of screw-ups. To underestimate them is death. Ooh. Team 8 stood on the side, watching them film the latest scene. And Naruto could no longer stand it. Enough. He went up to one of the actors and took the sword he had in hand. If you are going to do it right. You think you can do it better? He asked. Naruto hanged into his character and entered a basic stance. Though the straight sword they were using in this movie was handled differently than the katana, he knew the basics for it. He started going through Ikeda and ended far better than the actor. He changed back and tossed the sword to him. Do it right or not at all. A sword is not a toy, not even a prop like this one. Director Makino watched him and rubbed his chin. Maybe you could help us, he asked. Naruto looked at him and arched an eyebrow. Sir, we don't need another character, the assistant director told him. Don't you see it? This is the perfect chance to find out what we are doing wrong. He turned and spread his arms. The movie gods have sent us this boy to finish the movie. Actually, I am just here as a bodyguard, Naruto told him. I have no desire to act. I just couldn't stand the poor skill anymore. Then show us the right way, the director challenged. Naruto saw right through it. It was a poor attempt to get what he wanted. But damn it, Naruto couldn't take it anymore. His little sister was more skilled with the sword than them. Alright, listen up. I can't show you all the proper way to use a sword, so I will have to show you the down and dirty. If you don't want to do it, get out of my sight. Now, who here has some experience with a sword? One of them stepped forward. I do. Good. He reached for a scroll in his pouch and unsealed 2 bakken. He tossed one to him. A spar to see just how much. He took a stance and Naruto examined it. Good form, let us begin. Naruto began simply with basic stabs and slashes. The man blocked them. Well, you know what you are doing. I will give you that. Now for footwork. Naruto moved to the left and slashed, right and low stab, each move getting more complicated. The man was reacting as best he could. Kami Akashi and Ryu, Naruto recognized. But you are basic at best, no offense. I will show you basic. He ran at Naruto, making him roll his eyes. Naruto stepped back, put the bakken at his hip, blade down. When he came in range, Naruto bought the wooden sword in an upward slash as fast as he could. It hit the man and threw him onto his back. I am not basic. I completed my training and am a second-level master of Muso Jikiden Eishin Ryu. He pointed the tip of the bakken to his neck. Lose your temper, lose your head, keep that in mind when you use a sword. He moved it away and helped him up. I will need your help if I am to show all of them just which end of the sword to hold. The man winced before chuckling as he grabbed Naruto's hand and pulled himself up. Couldn't you have found some different way to ask me instead of leaving a bruise as long as that sword on my chest? I could have, Naruto admitted, but it isn't as fun. Gaara, Haku, fall them in line and let us begin. Ooh! They woke up one morning on the boat and found an iceberg blocking their path. This is it, we're changing everything and filming right here. Naruto looked around and then to Hayate and Kurenai. Sensei, I don't like this. This screams trap. Kitsu and I will go look around. Good idea, Kurenai replied. Hinata, I want you to use your Byakugan and watch for anyone out there. Hi, Sensei. Kiba, Hayate called. You and Akamaru will use your senses here to keep watch. Naruto turned to Zabuza and the others. Zabuza-sama, I leave defense here to you and the others. He turned, ran, and jumped off the edge. He hit the water surface and started running. Soon, he was out of sight, scouting. Ooh, Yukie, and the other two stood there in their pose when suddenly there was an explosion in the background. Naruto jumped out of the smoke with Kitsu in his henge and both with a sword. Following them was a snow ninja. They landed on the ice again, swords raised. Why have you attacked us? I seek the hex crystal the princess wears, Ruga told him. So Dodo has already made his move, Naruto stated. Then let it begin, Ryu-Su-Sen. Naruto and Kitsu entered the same stance and rushed forward almost too fast to watch. The two blades hit the ninja and several cuts appeared on his clothing. This is perfect, Makino shouted, as he watched. Make sure to get all of it. Ruga fell to a knee, bleeding from several wounds, but he was back on his feet a second later. The cuts had barely cut his skin. The chakra armor, Naruto asked. The best in all of Snow. Well, except for one. His hands started flashing. Haru Moko. The ice rose up around him and formed a tiger. It started running at them. Kitsu and Naruto waited until it almost hit them. Then they both jumped into the air and brought their swords down on it, shattering the tiger. You use Hayatan. Naruto muttered. We didn't know there were ice users left in the world, Kitsu finished. Ruga smiled. The most powerful of the snow shinobi are all from the Yukina clan. The ability to use ice flows from them. I am of one of the branch families. So they all weren't wiped out in water, Kitsu stated. Ruga frowned. It was unfortunate that they died. They were directly descended from the Yukina and were some of the most powerful ice users. He shrugged after a minute. But that is not here and now. What is now is them. Two more explosions rocked the iceberg. Fubuki, get the princess. Mizore, deal with the guards. Fubuki giggled before jumping into the air. Sabama Fubuki. Several swallows made of ice shot forward at them. But Haku landed in front of them. Maku Hyosho no Jutsu. Ice mirrors formed around them, blocking the attack. I can't believe it, Makino said. A member of the family attacking us has sworn to the princess's defense. This movie is going to be a hit. Zabuza, get everyone back on the ship, Hayate called. Got it. He jumped inside the mirror dome and grabbed Fuki while Guza and Maizu grabbed Michi and Hidero, the other two actors. Gaara, Haku, cover our retreat. Hi, they called. Kiba, you're with me, Kurenai called. Hinata, help Hayate. They both pulled their swords while Bandit and Akamaru both transformed. Mizore looked at Kurenai, Kiba, and Akamaru. Can't wait to have some fun, he said with a grin. Remember, physical damage, Kurenai called out. Our specialty, Kiba said with a nod from Akamaru. His twin blades in hand, he focused on Mizore. Gatsuga. They too started spinning and shot at him. They hit him and he pressed his hands in on them. Because of his armor, the chakra didn't hurt him. But with the two using claw and blade, he was getting his fair share of wounds. While Fubuki was flitting about using the wings on her armor to stay away from Hinata and Bandit. Dance of the Crescent Moon, Hayate called out. He jumped into the air while his clones advanced on her. But her armor let her see through them and she was able to dodge the attack. Haku-chan, Gaara said, turning to her, can you do those? Yes, I had no one to teach me so I had to make my own that worked but I can. I just am not very good, why? Do you have one that can break the iceberg? Ooh. Naruto gave Kitsu the fox fang as well. Hold him still, he ordered. Even if I have to nail him to the ground, Kitsu replied. He rushed at Ruga while Naruto grabbed his bow. He released a seal in his quiver and grabbed an arrow. He notched it and waited. The two clashed for a few moments when Naruto got his chance. He aimed for his head and let the arrow fly. It would have gone right through it except the chakra barrier around him. The shaft hissed and broke. "You will need to do better than that," Ruga told him. So Naruto spread his blood back over the seal, returning the arrows and opened a different seal. He put one in the string, aim, let it go, and called out, "Katsu, Takitsu." The fox widened his eyes and ran. Katsu meant he was using an experimental arrow he made with the help of Haku. He took an explosive liquid, froze it, and put a seal on his bow that when fired, the ice inside the hollow shaft and arrow head would melt again. When it hit, the two liquids mixed in. The arrow hit Ruga and the explosion blasted him into the ocean. Naruto turned back to the others and was about to help when a voice called out, "Naruto, get out of there." All the ninjas stopped and looked up as a white whale with a horn jumped hundreds of feet into the air and still not get fully revealed. It wasn't the best looking and it was falling apart even as it fell, but it was still big enough to crush the iceberg underneath it. "Shit," both Naruto and Kitsu muttered before they started running with everyone else. Fubuki and Mizore both vanished, leaving only the Konoha ninja on the ice. "Get on that boat." Kitsu tossed the swords to Naruto before changing back to normal and they both dived into the water, willing to take their chances there instead of the staying on the ice. Back on the ship everyone watched the water for him. When finally their heads broke the surface, Makino shouted, "Cut." "Can you believe that?" the assistant director asked. "That was awesome. You can't write action like that." A samurai appearing in a cloud of smoke, fighting a ninja that controls ice. "Yes, I can see it now," Makino said, inspiration hitting him hard. "We're changing the title, Princess Gale and the Last Samurai." Ooh, achoo, achoo, Naruto couldn't stop sneezing, he was already catching a cold from the water. He shook his head and drank some more of Hinata's tea. It really helped. "Oh, they don't tell you about this in the academy," he muttered. "Haku, thanks, you really saved our butts." She smiled, resting a hand on her daisho. She was still a beginner but she was quickly getting it. "It was thanks to Gara-kun that I did it." "How did you know that, anyway?" Kiba asked her. "My mother kept a scroll with it, but she died and I had no one to teach me how, so I'm not very good with them." She sat down and stretched. Gara, a daisho at his waist as well, turned to Yukie. "Do you still feel uncomfortable being here?" "Yes. But not as much now that I know the skill of those protecting me." Maizu yawned. "Zabuza-sama, how long until we reach the port?" "A few more days," he replied. "From now on, you and Guza are to always be within a 20 feet of Yukie." "Yes, sir," they both said, hitting a fist to their chest, before grabbing their spears and moving off to the side of the room. "You know, I had thought that so many were too much," the actor that had a little sword training stated. "But since we were just attacked, I am glad all of you are here." "We no longer have the element of surprise," Hayate told him. "They know now that even with their armor, we can still hurt them. Next time they will be better prepared." "More ninja from the hidden leaf," Sandayu muttered. "Correct," Kurenai replied. "Quality-wise, they know we have them beat. But numbers-wise, we aren't enough for this mission if Dodo throws all his resources at us." Then, achoo, then we best be prepared," Naruto said. Hayate looked at him. "Get healthy first, then you can fight. Sensei, you are the last person to talk about health," Naruto muttered. "I'll be fine by the time we reach land." "I hope so," Hinata said to him. "I hate seeing you sick." "Anyone have anything else?" Kurenai asked. When no one answered, she said, "Then get some rest. We will need it. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.